All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's date is April 24th, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing to our offices in Albany and Buffalo. This meeting is also being live streamed on the authority's YouTube channel, where you can find the recordings of our past meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Fan, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, and Commissioner John Maya. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Carney Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. Next regular meeting dates are May 14th, June 4th, and June 25th. While in the meeting rooms, please silence your cell phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. We do have a few exceptions, such as when an interpreter arrives. And then for New York City, we do call items first when a member of the community board is present to promote community input. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
No, I do not.
All right, so we do have some in-house items administratively. The first one is 62E. This is a review of the delegation of power for the committee to address the backlog of license applications.
Thank you. So let me just give a little bit of background. As you all recall, in November of 23, the agency started a backlog committee to address the enormous backlog of licensing application that we have at this agency. And and each delegation has been for 6 months. This is the third time we are reauthorizing the committee to continue to work in the method that they operate. What this committee has been able to achieve is that they are now reviewing 5 to 6 applications a day if the staff person is part of the committee, which is a 2 to 3 time increase in productivity. And so we're very grateful to all their efforts. To date, the committee has reviewed almost 4,500 applications, and about 72% of such has been approved. For the practitioners in the room, I just want to also tell you that there are 217 applications that are now conditionally approved and waiting for information to come from your clients or applicants who have conditional approvals out of the backlog committee. You do need to respond after our very nice staff persons reach out a few times. We are now going to go ahead and disapprove things. There's no request to put this back now in regular review. That was the old policy. And since we changed this policy, because we don't want to have to do this work multiple times, it's a lot on us, to the extent that the public wanted us to move faster. We're now moving faster, and it's not fair to our staff to have to do a review a second or a third time because you are not ready to open. Don't apply if you're not ready to open. So far, almost 40 applications have actually been disapproved. That's, a very small percentage, but we are going ahead and starting to disapprove these. And of course, you can ask for reconsideration, but that's where we're at. As far as wait times and response times from our agency, we've actually improved by 39% since December of 23. The wait time is now about 5 to 6 months if you qualify for review under the committee. And so it just so happened that we have a lot of our licensing staff in the back, so I invite you to give them a round of applause. Because really it's every day of their hard work and their improved customer service and their good attitude that is getting your businesses open. And so you should treat them nicely, be be thankful to them. And, if there's a problem, if it's a no, it's not because they want to say no, it's because the law says no. And so do a back and forth, but with respect and with generosity. It's not helpful to your client if you treat us poorly because it put us in a bad emotional state. We're all human. There's no need to be aggressive against our staff. They're just doing a job. So with that, we will go to the next item. I should take a vote. And so with this, I am going to vote to continue the delegation, and hopefully we will continue to push this along and get through our entire backlog.
Commissioner De Leon
I vote to approve.
and Commissioner Maya.
True.
Next item is 62F. This is a request from Albany County to change their hours for off-premises sale of wine and liquor. And this is just to basically acknowledge receipt that we did receive the resolution and to set the date and time and location.
All right, so this is just an announcement that there will be a hearing at the Smith Building in our Albany office on Wednesday, May 21st at 10 a.m. Our supervising ALJ, Marley Downey, will be there to conduct this hearing, to hear public input for extension of hours for package stores in the county of Albany. And with that, I vote to approve this request.
Commissioner De Leon
I also vote to approve.
and Commissioner Maya.
Approve.
All right.
And after we do the public hearing, this item will come back to full board to vote for actual adoption of the proposed hours that were given to us by the Albany County Legislature.
And notice will be basically sent out to public media, but just for anyone who is watching, you can also submit written comment up until close of business May 21st as well to Secretary's office. All right. And the next item is 62G. This is a recognition of Calvin Armfield upon his retirement from the State Liquor Authority.
Where is Calvin? And let's have Calvin raise his hand. There he is.
He didn't want to get up.
You don't want to get up? Calvin.
All right, so Calvin is such a generous soul. You see the number of support around the room that he is a well-liked individual. And so we congratulate him on his second retirement. He left the private sector and came here and gave us another 6.5 years. There are hourly positions available after this as well, if you want to go for a third round. And we're grateful for your input, your service, and the commissioner will now read your resolution of recognition and appreciation.
Yeah, it is with great joy and pride that I read this, Calvin, and I congratulate you. I think this is a great little thing that the SLA does. I worked for a previous agency that did not do that, and it was noted, but this is wonderful. So let me just say, the resolution of recognition and appreciation. Whereas Calvin Armfield is retiring after 6.5 years of service with the State Liquor Authority. Whereas after retiring from the private sector, Calvin began his public service career with the State Liquor Authority as a licensing services clerk trainee in 2018 and was appointed to the position of licensing examiner 1 in June of 2023. Whereas, as a valuable member of the New York City licensing team, Calvin was very thorough and conscientious with his work assignments and went above and beyond to ensure that each application was properly examined. Whereas Calvin is a quiet person who does not like to talk about himself, but we know that he is dedicated to his family and that his personal habits at home mimic his work ethic. An individual who assumes responsibility and tackles any task that confronts him. Whereas Calvin earned the respect and admiration of his colleagues throughout the authority and his teammates and friends in the Licensing Bureau, as evidenced today. It is hereby resolved on behalf of ourselves and the entire staff of the authority that we hereby acknowledge the exemplary service of Calvin Armfield to this agency and extend to him and his family our sincere appreciation for his years of service to the State Liquor Authority, and extend to him our best wishes for a healthy, fulfilling, and long-lived retirement. And it is hereby further resolved that this resolution shall be formally entered upon the minutes of this meeting, and that forthwith a copy of this resolution shall be provided to Calvin Armfield. Congratulations. That is very nice.
In the 7 years that I've been here, no one has ever been in person in the room when we did that. So this is very meaningful. And thank you for all of you for coming back. Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Gonna be a good
Mr.
day.
Mailer,
It's so sweet that they all
Martin,
came down.
is your client
I
here?
think it's a great tradition. It really is.
Yeah, but it's hard to.
All right. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to, I guess I'll hold all three just so you can get them out of the way. All right, so moving on to Buffalo, the first item is number 11, 809 Bar and Restaurant, Inc.
Good morning, I'm Tracy Jong from Evans Fox, and I'm here with the principal of 809 Bar and Restaurant, Nydia Santiago. I believe we're here because the city had put in a letter raising some concerns about this operator. Hopefully you have received a letter from the city that they've retracted that position. And some of the information that we put in, we have, they had claimed that there were some disciplinary issues, but we checked with the city offices, with the police, with other agencies. They have no idea what these complaints are that were referenced in the first letter from the city, and that's why they retracted it.
Are you using a DJ?
We have DJ, yeah, we have entertainment license.
Okay, so the application does not include a DJ.
It's an old application.
So we do see that there's some noise complaints and that you're using a DJ while you're under the temporary permit. But your application does not include DJ. So what do you guys want to do?
May we amend the application to add DJ?
If you do that, you have to get permission from the city of Rochester.
Absolutely.
So
We'll go
does
back
that
and
mean-
do a new municipal notice and.
You will return it?
I actually think your notice does say DJ, but it's not in the application, so I don't know what they think. So do you want to just go take the time and clarify that and come back?
Yes, we will absolutely do that.
Okay, if you can clarify that while you're here today, you can come back for second call.
Okay. And so clarify with the city as to whether they have any objection to that?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm gonna for now kick it to you know,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The applicant wanted to point out that she specifically has gone through the police review for the entertainment permit to have the DJ. The city is aware they have an extensive process to allow either live music or a DJ. And she's obtained all of those permits.
That's operation.
Did the city's withdrawal of opposition acknowledge that?
no.
No, right?
It's just not clear where they're at, so,
Okay. We'll clarify and come back.
okay, I'm gonna hold this over to June 4. If you can do it on May 14, you can ask for it, but we just have a lot of items for May 14 already, so I'm gonna put it on June 4. When does your temp expire?
March 31, it expired. March 31, 2025 is what I have.
You don't have an active temp right now?
I believe
Yes.
I believe it's been renewed.
We have an active.
What? What did she say?
She says
They
she
believe
believes
it's been renewed.
Yeah, it's been
Okay.
renewed.
Okay, that's great. So March, so yeah, so you have a temp into September, so you're fine. Just keep operating on the temp. It's fine. Just clarify the DJ situation. And what are your hours?
We open Thursday, 11:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Fridays, 11:30 a.m. to 12 a.m. Tuesday from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. Wednesday from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. And Sundays, 11:30 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay. I'm gonna write that down, but Ms. Jung, just when you come back, also just make a clear request for your, what would be reasonable hours? Is that okay? Just have that discussion. Okay. All right, thank you. I'm gonna put on June 4th unless, okay?
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Oh, I think they froze. Oh, no. Nicole, okay. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, you froze a bit. So you heard what the chair said, right?
Yes.
Ms. Chung? About you can
Yes.
ask for May 14th? Okay, just make sure you froze.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Yep. Okay.
All right, I'm letting everybody in the room know if you're getting held over, it's really gonna go to June 4 because May 14 is very full calendar already.
Next in Buffalo is number 58. It's Buffalo Value Wine and Spirits LLC.
This licensee also has opposition.
Good morning, members. There is opposition here. Do you want me to put our names on the record first, or do you want to start with the
Sure.
opposition?
You can let them, you put your name on the record and then let them go, please. Thank
Sure.
you.
Jacob Purkowski, counsel for the applicant. I'm joined by Gurgil Nathan, who is the sole shareholder of the applicant, and also Justin Hartman, Apartments Distilling, who's here for support.
Sorry, who's Justin?
Justin is here for support. This application has a bit of a unique business plan, and so Mr. Hartman's going to speak to what the relationship can be, what they're looking to do as far as collaborations on single barrel bourbons.
Okay. Just hold on one second.
Sure.
What are we doing?
All right, we're going to go on a brief recess for a conference with council. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you.
So I'll go up on
Yeah.
first thing,
So go
have
back.
them speak for a couple minutes, then I'll call us up to speak for a couple.
All right, we're back on the record now. Sorry, I was muted.
Got it.
Are we ready for opposition to speak? Or?
Sure, yep, thank you.
Okay, just one thing I want to note, that the board can't and won't consider letters of support from manufacturers, given the conflicts that arise therefrom.
Oh, totally understood. This should make sense. Mr. Hartman will only have a very, very brief explanation. I just think it's critical to what Mr. Mathon's proposing for his business, that he offer something.
I think probably better not to do that.
Okay,
You recognize the concern that I'm raising.
yes, a tied house concern, of course. I fully
Right.
recognize it, yes.
Okay,
Okay, all
Okay.
right, thank you.
thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Tracy John here from Evans Fox. We're here in opposition, and I'm here with Adam Joyce and Gurmit Singh. They each have a liquor store, Harlem Road Liquors and Roundabout Wine and Liquors, that are within 2 miles of this particular location. So the essential basis of our opposition
Sorry,
is...
tell me how far the two stores are. One is, which one is it? Is it the one that's 1 mile or 1.7 or 1.9?
One of each. So...
What does that mean?
I'm sorry, exactly how
What
far?
is one of each?
I'm sorry, 1 second. So
How big are your stores? Tell
Town,
me-
Town Park Liquor is 0.8 miles.
No, I'm 0.8 miles.
Oh, 0.8 and 1.6.
Okay, got it. Thank you for coming. Okay.
Okay, so essentially, the argument that these liquor store owners are making is this liquor store, is in between the two others on Harlem Road, which is a pretty major road in the town of Cheektowaga. And they're arguing that there's not enough need or demand to add another liquor store in between the two that are already there. The liquor store will be significantly larger than the two that have been existing there for several decades. Some of their arguments are, when we're looking at public convenience, this particular area, the two liquor stores that exist are both near the retail centers of Cheektowaga. The grocery stores, the pharmacies, all of that, they're located near there. The liquor store that's proposed would be in between both of those, and there's really no additional businesses or residences, not a significant amount to justify adding another liquor store at that location. If you look at the map for that area, most of the distance between the two existing liquor stores and what will be across the street from the proposed liquor store are cemeteries. There's a couple of public parks and a whole bunch of cemeteries. So we're not really adding any convenience to any residents or business owners by putting another location in between the other two. Another argument that they have is that in between the two, Harlem Road is one of the major arteries in Cheektowaga and experiences a tremendous amount of traffic congestion. It's at basically a complete gridlock at busy points of the day. And because of that, adding this liquor store right at the area where the gridlock already is also wouldn't be good for public convenience and advantage. From what we could see looking at the application, they weren't going to be offering anything significantly different than the existing liquor stores. And in addition to the two that I here represent, there are many liquor stores all within just a couple miles of the proposed location. So their argument is the location is not.
Okay. What about the size of the store?
The size of the store that they're looking to put in is approximately 3,000 square feet with approximately 2,000 square feet of retail space. I think Harlem Road Liquors is 984 square feet, and yours is 1,300 in retail?
Yeah, roughly
1,300 in retail. So the new store is significantly larger than the two existing stores that have serviced the community for quite a few decades. Each of them are under new ownership, but the stores themselves have been existing in those locations for quite a few decades.
Okay. All right, Do the store owners have anything to say?
Do you have anything additional that you want to add? Do you have anything additional that you would like to add?
Just, not that it's not in there, but our declining sales show that there's not a lot of demand in the area.
Okay, I think the business owners just want to point out what they previously put in their financials about declining sales. You know, again, to show that there's not a lot of demand in this area. And I think also that they had put in some photographs showing a lot of vacancy of retail in this area, you know, to show that in general, the vacancy in Cheektowaga in this area can be as high as 16 to 20%, according to the commercial brokers. So their argument is to demonstrate that there's not a lot of consumer demand. Not only do we have declining sales, but on top of it, there's a lot of vacancies. The retailers in that little strip are not making it.
Okay. All right, that's
Thank you.
fine, thank you.
Good morning, members. Jacob Pierkowski here for the applicant, joined by the sole member, Gurdiel Mathan. A couple things just sort of off the top, and I'm going to let Mr. Mathan explain what I think is a pretty unique business plan that he has for this store. The DBA on this store is going to be called the Barrel Room. This store is going to be a bourbon centered liquor store. Buffalo has a very robust collection of bourbon enthusiasts, a lot of activity on social media, various Facebook groups, and Mr. Mathan is looking to cater to that market. I think and I'll let him speak to that more, but just on some of the metrics about the store and the demographics of the area. In 2020, Cheektowaga experienced its first population increase in almost 50 years. It was minimal, but it is a change in the trend that's going on there. Second, the store is located right off the Kensington Expressway, which in Buffalo is the major artery that connects downtown to the airport in the northern suburbs. That road, as I put in my application, the closest data points available from the Department of Transportation show daily average traffic counts of about 193,000 vehicles passing right by Mr. Mathan's proposed location. This store is going to be a destination store. It's a store that's going to cater to commuters, to people coming and going from the airport, which is only a few minutes from the store. It's not intended to compete with the existing stores. The closest store is a mile away, and from there on we have 1.7, 1.9, and 2 miles. All of those stores, despite what you heard in the opposition, have increasing sales. The closest store doubled sales from 2022 to 2023, and their 24 sales numbers don't include the end of the Christmas season, so it's very, very likely that they increased, or at the very least stayed consistent with where they were in 2023. Other stores in the area have incredibly robust sales. I mean, the market demand is there for another store in the area. There's no question about that. In addition to that, 2 of the stores that are not here today, well, they're not bulletproof stores. They're stores where 80 to 90% of the product cannot be accessed by the customer.
Which ones are those?
I'm sorry?
Which ones are those?
Oh, sure. So that's Out the Door Liquors, Sing Prem LLC, and then Al Yafe Inc., which is Ideal Wines and Liquors. So both of those stores only have what I would call value wines on the sales floor. All the spirits and higher end wines are behind the counter. So we're adding something that is not going to be bulletproof. All the product will be accessible. It's going to be a place that has a strong focus on tastings, on education. This is going to be a community hub and a destination regionally for bourbon enthusiasts. The reason, and noted on the Tide House mentioned, but I think it's important, I'll let Mr. Mathan speak to this a little bit more. What he's done is he's reached out to distillers, bourbon distillers in the area who are willing to offer single barrel private label offerings to his store if he's approved. That means he would be the only person that has that specific variety of bourbon in the world offered for sale. So this is a really unique concept that's going to really focus on a niche market. In addition, we have really fantastic letters of support from everyone from 2 members of the state Senate, Majority Leader Crystal Peoples-Stokes, the supervisor of the town of Cheektowaga, and local councilman as well. So the support is there, the community knows that this store is going to be viable. The sales indicate that this store can be sustained. I'll let Mr. Mathan just give a brief recitation on what he's doing, and we'll open this up to questions. Thank you.
I don't know what numbers you're looking at, but from where I see with the numbers submitted, there's one store that's doing flat numbers and two that are doing decreasing numbers. So I'm going to disagree with you on the record that the demand is justified.
I have Roundabout, which is the closest store, in 23 doing 1.4, and then in 24, as of December 6th, doing 1.239. And then I have Harlem Road Liquors going from 1.5 and 22 to 1.8 and 23 to just under 1.8 as of 12/10 and 24.
That to me is not necessarily an increase if you consider increased expenses and all of those things. So, and certainly the one that's 2 miles away, it's very significantly dropped since 22 to 24 or 21 to 24. It's dropped about over $1 million. So,
Well, 21 to 24, yes, but from 23 they were doing 253, and then in 24 they did 2.6. So they did have an increase from 23 to 24, Chair. And the store that's 1.9 miles away had an increase from 23 to 24 as well. I mean, I do think those 20 and 21 numbers are likely COVID bump numbers that are industry-wide. So,
yeah. So my business plan revolves around the barrel room experience. The barrel room experience is me personally hand-picking and selecting a barrel from a distillery, and then the product would be a single barrel bourbon. The single barrel bourbon would be unique because it would be a 1-out-of-1 product. It would be different because no other stores can replicate that item. Bourbon lovers and enthusiasts would come all over from Western New York to my store to pick up a bottle or two and add to their collection. And I've personally gone inside all the 4 closest liquor stores, and they approximately carry about 90% liquor and about 10% on wine. And some of the stores you can't physically touch the bottle. You have to order it, and then you have to get it behind the counter. Another thing I would do different is carry a variety of seltzers that I have to offer from my store.
all right, how many of these local distilleries are you working with?
2 so far. One's a Hartman who just left.
How many
Justin
SKUs are
Hartman.
you carrying? Are you not buying it all from the wholesale?
I'm sorry?
no, he'll buy wholesale as well, but he's gonna have a focus on these unique bourbons. That's gonna be the draw to the store, Chair.
So there are 2 items there that's going to be from, I'm just trying to understand the scope of what you're arguing.
Right now, he's spoken to 2 local distilleries. There's not a ton of distilleries in Western New York. The one that was here is really the premier distillery in the area. He's spoken to 2. He's looking to open this up, to a much bigger business plan. But as of right now, he has relationships with 2 distilleries to offer these single barrels.
Okay. So where did you work before?
I worked at Out the Door Liquors and Eastside Liquors before.
Out the door. Okay. Is that owned by a relative?
Yes, my dad owns that store.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm just really not seeing a need to have a store right in the between 2 other, fairly healthy stores that are all on the same road. So I'm not sure if I'm sold about this New York product angle of 2 distilleries.
There's more out there. That's the only ones we contacted so far. Location
gonna-
is.
Are you going to
Sorry?
commit to not buying items from wholesalers, like certain wholesalers, or, you know, you're going to be a specialty store? Because that would sort of be the only angle to open a 3,000 square foot store between 2 that are already operating on the same street.
Retail would be only approximately about 1,900 square foot. I think there's a need.
That's not what your application says, sir. Your application says almost 2,000 square foot of retail. So you can't just change it to get something?
Chair, respectfully, he said 1,900 square feet, which is what the application says.
Okay, I thought you said 900.
No, 1,900. Apologies, I just want to make sure that's clear for the record. He wasn't changing it. So he'd like to have the ability to order from
Your father
wholesalers.
owns the other, you know, one of the closest stores here, so
Yes.
I think
who's
that
paying
alone
for-
is.
where's the money?
Chair, I think that alone is evidence of the fact that this is not going to be a competitive store to the closest stores. He wouldn't go into a business to try to cannibalize his father's business. That would make Thanksgiving very uncomfortable.
I am really not sure if that's an argument. Who's paying for the store?
Mr. Mathan, my
Me
client.
myself.
And where are you getting the money from?
So I've been saving up for a long period of time. So it's been a dream of mine to open up my own store. I've been working in industry for a long period of time, and yeah, been saving up.
So he shows about $100,000 in his bank account. So there's ample funds that Mr. Mathan has accessible to him to open the store.
How far are you from 33?
It is the exit. That's a great question, Commissioner. I used to work on Harlem Road, right about a half mile from the proposed premises. He is basically the first block off the exit. That is really the intention of this location. The other 2 stores are down Harlem. The idea is that you can hop off the 33, pull into his parking lot, and pull right back on.
Okay.
You can virtually see his store from the expressway.
Okay.
This is
And
not to
where's the
try
other
to
money coming?
skin business from the other stores.
That's all there is.
And the closest store is in a top supermarket plaza. It has an insular customer base that is not going to come to my client's store when they're picking up groceries or running other errands.
Which one? Which
That's
one?
Roundabout. That's the closest store. It's a very busy plaza with a variety of businesses, and it's not a competitive market in any respect. The intention here is not to drive anyone out of business. The intention is to offer something that's not offered.
Something unique and different.
I know,
Really
but you're
usually.
not, you're saying to me it's 2 products. If you have like a whole plan of like, it's gonna be branded New York products only and it's really gonna be different, I mean, telling me that you have, you know, 2 SKUs that's gonna be a local and some collector is gonna drive to this street that have 3 other stores on the same street, it's a little bit hard to believe. And also because the father is already in the same business that's selling big brand items and very, very healthy numbers. So I'm just,
I mean, Chair, is there something more we could offer by way of a business plan to explain this? I think it's.
I don't know, that's your job. You're supposed to be telling me what the plan is, not for me to tell you what the plan should be so that I will approve it. Like, that's not the purpose of this exercise. You keep arguing you're not trying to take business from the other people, but you have nothing to show for that. So, and this
Well-
is just on one same street. Like, that's the problem, right? Like, it's up and down the same street that gets a lot of traffic. So, and his father already owns something on the next avenue over. And you're telling me there's $100,000. I see 55,000 for a 3,000 square foot store. Like, it's hard for me to believe that this is independent of the other store.
Chair, $55,000 was the proposed amount to open the store. There's $100,000 that was shown in the bank records.
You've been here long enough to know that we need to see all the accounting, sir.
It is there, Chair. Chair, respectfully, the bank accounts show over $100,000 available.
107.
I have, yeah, I'm sorry.
Father's Day.
He's worked for 7 years at 2 different liquor stores. He saved his money. He lives at home. This is been his plan for many, many years.
It's been a dream of mine to like open up my own store for the longest.
He's had a singular focus on this. He presented this business idea to me years ago, and I thought it was unique, and I've not had a client present something with such a specific vision.
I don't know how unique it is to buy directly from one distillery. I don't know. I just think that you're ultimately going to become a big brand liquor stores and take from the other two that is already kind of not doing so well, and they just got into business. So we just don't need another one in the middle of 4 stores that are all right there.
Well, what if we committed to some percentage of having a certain amount of bourbons on available at all times? I mean, that is the focus of this.
This is not a negotiation. If you had that plan, I needed to see a plan where you say, I'm doing 30% bourbon because that's my love, that's what I do. Like,
30% bourbon. We can do 30% bourbon, Chair. There's no problem with that. We're offering that.
I think it's a close call, but I think really the elected officials there want to do something with the stretch that's vacant and empty. Look at that.
How's the demographics changing in that neighborhood? Insofar as business, are there vacant businesses there?
I'm sorry.
Are there vacant businesses where Buffalo Value intends to locate?
Well, this building is currently vacant.
Okay.
The plaza where Roundabout's located, I was there, I went into the store, it seemed thriving, I didn't see any vacancies. I mean, I didn't go store by store, but there's probably 20 storefronts there.
That's a new one on me.
I mean,
How big is
I'm sorry.
How big is the parking area there?
There's ample parking spots. It's easy to come in and out. It's easy to access. It's right off the 33.
How many?
I mean,
About 20, 25 maybe.
Okay, that's interesting. What do you want to do? You want to tell them to try to come back with a better plan?
Yeah, maybe.
Instead of voting now? I can do that.
The members ready to vote?
No, why don't you tell him to, why don't you tell him?
You want me to? Okay. This is a close call. It really is. Yeah, first of all, I have to agree with the two closest stores are down, but they're not down by much. The 2023 it was 1.4, 2024 1.2. The next one 2023 1.8. The next one 2024 1.7. And then the 2 stores that we got numbers for further away are clearly higher. So it's 2 down, 2 up. I have never had the kind of bourbon that you describe. I've had single malt scotch. I've never had single barrel bourbon. That does sound unique to me. And I do recognize, I've seen the photos of the area. It does appear to be somewhat, you got the cemetery on the other side. It's kind of desolate, and it's an area clearly that the elected officials in that area want to build up. So I could go either way on this, but it might be helpful to kind of refine this plan. And I'd be willing to give you more time to do that, you know, if my colleagues feel that that's appropriate, and have you come back, you know, with something a little more substantive in terms of the uniqueness and the niche that you're trying to cover. Remember that the opposition made note of the fact that the population is only 76,000 in that area, and that the per capita income is pretty low. I don't know what the cost of single barrel bourbon would be, but with the numbers I see, I don't know how many people in that immediate area would be interested in paying a high price for such a unique product. And I don't know how many people would come from elsewhere specifically to get that product from this store. But I, you know, like I said, it's a really close call for me. And if you want to take the time to hash it out and come back with a different proposal, I'm certainly willing to give you that time, and we'll see how my colleagues feel about it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Over to June 4th.
Yeah, I'll vote for June 4 if you guys want to come back. Otherwise, I'm gonna vote to deny.
Commissioner Mayor, you okay with that?
June 4?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm just going to make one comment here. When I do the math, I do it by the week. So I have 49 weeks at, on Roundabout Spirits. And for Town Park Liquors, I did 49.5 weeks. So when I do my calculations, they do not appear to be negative. But they're, I'll just say that, so. Okay, and I'm impressed by the character and fitness of the applicant. How old are you, sir?
33, sir.
Okay, you saved up 100,000, so good for you.
Thank you.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
We're back. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Chair, Mr. Mailer is here, his client's here, if you want to let him. All right, so we are gonna put Buffalo on hold for a little bit. I apologize. Nikki, can you get the member from Community Board 3? I think he's outside. She went outside? He's here? Okay. All right, first, next item is number 40, EVIR Corp.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's good. We're gonna have to move over anyway.
Okay.
I should thank the chair for
No, you're fine.
understanding. All right, Martin Mailer.
You've earned it.
Excuse me?
You've earned it.
No, I didn't earn it. Martin Mailer for the licensee, EVIR Corp. The principal is here. Just put your name on the record.
Kamran Malakan.
I understand this composition, so you want them to go first?
Okay, so I just want to clarify for the record that the 200-foot matter is not a matter because the church actually burned down.
That's correct.
It's very unfortunate, you know, I'm a believer, but it's always kind of a happy thing here that the church burned down. So, and believe it or not, that has happened a few times where it cleared a 200-foot. I'm just saying.
He's not happy about it, but it opened up a possibility.
This was a church that was established in 1891, and the information I have is that it's going to open in the spring of 2025, reopen.
They are rebuilding. They raised $9 million of their $10 million fund to rebuild, and they do plan on rebuilding.
If I can address that.
Please.
I was with the Liquor Authority. I was senior counsel back in the 70s. There was a building called City Corp that was being built. There was a church adjacent to what became City Corp. City Corp or Citibank went to the church and said, "We'd like to raise the church. We're going to put it back, but we'd like to get there are restaurants and things in there. So we'd like to get our liquor licenses, and then we will build you a better church." And they agreed, and the Liquor Authority understood that. And if it's not here now, Mr. Commissioner, 64-7 says you must have a building used exclusively for church purposes.
You must have a what?
A building used exclusively for church purposes. There's no building. That's the way it is.
Yeah. They are operating on 7th Street in a building adjacent to the church.
It's more than 200 feet away.
Yeah, let's let the gentleman finish and then.
No, but I mean, that point, let them go for if you want.
Okay.
There's no structure. There's no building.
So there is no building there right now, right?
Correct.
They have moved somewhere else.
Well, they're more than 200 feet away, and there are other structures. So that's not an issue.
I wouldn't want a situation where we're encouraging church. I'm not saying that this happened. That we're encouraging churches to be burnt down.
No, like I said,
I wouldn't want that situation.
I don't remember the name of the church next to City Corp building. They voluntarily had themselves raised.
understand.
It's the law. I mean, it's, it's black
I
and
get
white.
it's the law, but this is also a congregation that's been there since 1891.
You won't get an argument from me that it's been around for a long time. Unfortunately, it burned down. In fact, it burned down 5 years ago. So it's been a while.
Do we know the cause of the fire?
I have no idea. It wasn't my client. That's the.
Okay.
Arson investigation.
I was at least 100 miles away.
Yeah? Okay.
Good.
Okay.
You want?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hi. So my name is Clint Smeltzer. I'm chair of the Community Ward 3 SLA committee. We had a brief discussion at the meeting about the church not being there. That's not our purview. We're leaving that up to you. So we're not objecting on those grounds at all. I just did want to add that the church is planning on rebuilding and they have a large capital campaign going on now. But separate from that, we had I feel like it was a very communal meeting with the applicant in August of 2023. He agreed. There were some questions about the 10 p.m. outdoor closing time. And he was asking about when he could do his last seating. And we said, we don't care as long as it's closed by 10. In the end, he said, okay, that's fine. He agreed to everything. We sent him out the stipulations. He never responded. We sent reminder emails. He never responded. So we didn't know why he wasn't agreeing to sign the stipulations. There was no communication about that. So that was August of 2023. Here we are today. So really, we're not objecting to his application for an upgrade. We're just objecting because he wouldn't agree to the 10 p.m. outdoor closing time. And now I just found out pretty much this morning that the other item that he was objecting to was the unlimited drinks for brunch, the boozy brunches. That is a standard stipulation that we've been putting on all licenses. I do understand that when he was approved in 2011 for his beer and wine, that was before we were having issues with boozy brunches. So his current license does not include that stipulation. We did include that stipulation on the upgrade because that is something we are having a huge problem with in our area is the boozy brunches.
All right, so the unlimited drinks thing, that's not a community board rule, that's an SLA rule. You cannot do unlimited drinks.
Well, with food, he does them with food. So he's following.
It doesn't matter,
Yes,
because
no.
that will considered
No, that's not.
free alcohol.
No.
Is that, if that's a stance the board is, that you're
That's
taking, that
probably
is not how we've
by
operated?
definition, sell to intox.
I mean, we still have to promote temperance in the mission of the agency. That certainly doesn't help.
So, I mean, I agree with you on this point. We've operated under that, as long as it's not a community board stipulation that then you've ratified, that if they don't have the stipulation, as long as they're serving it with food for their brunches, that they can have an unlimited 2-hour boozy brunch, if it's not on their stipulation. If that's something different, we can discuss that as well. But if you feel that way, but that was our reasoning for adding that stipulation, which he did not have in the past, but we are now at this point in time adding that to all of it. And we've had, I can't really recall an applicant that has refused to sign that stipulation. The other thing that I would just like to add, in regards to his not agreeing to the 10 p.m. closing time, now that we have the new open restaurants programs and we're now getting applications for the outdoor sidewalk cafes, he is now in February, I think February 25th, has submitted his application for his sidewalk cafe and agreed to a 10 p.m. closing time. So I'm just a little confused about what is actually happening. I mean, that's just.
All right, so are you agreeing to 10 o'clock or not agreeing to 10 o'clock? 10 o'clock close.
Can I just ask? I'm a little confused. When it says 10 o'clock, that means I can't seat anybody at 8:45 because they
No,
might
you
linger
can
past
see
10
it at
o'clock?
8:45. You guys
I'm
just
just-
gotta finish at 10 o'clock.
No, but somebody
Here's- I
comes
don't
in
know
at
if you signed it, that's-
8:35 and they want to sit. What if they sit past 10 p.m.?
Okay, if it's 10:15, no one's gonna be like, you're gonna get your license taken away, but if it's very loud until 11, then it's a problem.
That's the exact conversation we had with him.
All right, let me discuss. The 10 o'clock, his brother apparently signed, he did sign with the community board that it was at 10 p.m. So I guess that has to be a non-issue at this point. But I just want to, the alcoholic beverage control law is very, very clear. No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's, you can't have unlimited drinks. I'm in agreement with that. Unless it accompanies food. It's clear, it's in the alcoholic beverage control law. And if I may, he's been around since 2012. He has never been the subject noise. The community board, in its disapproval, recognized that he's never been the object of any noise complaints. He doesn't have a quote-unquote boozy brunch, where everybody's going crazy and jumping up and down and screaming and ranting and raving. He has a brunch. And with the brunch, presently, he offers beer and wine. And he hasn't had any complaints with that. All he's looking to do is upgrade the license to a full liquor license and include spirits as part of what can be offered.
It's
Again,
fine, but then would you agree to no unlimited drink special and 10 p.m. outdoor close? Those are the two things that they want.
I understand, but what I'm saying is it's contrary to the alcoholic beverage control law. We haven't had a problem in whatever it's been now,
All right, so do you
13
want a
years.
denial? Is that what you're saying? Because we could also say you need to go back to them because they're saying that they are not going to agree to support this unless you actually agree to those two stipulations.
Okay.
So I can adjourn this and send you back to them
No.
and talk to them about it, or we can give it to you with those two stipulations. Those are the options. Which one do you pick?
Can there be a
There's a
clarification?
room full of people and we're letting you go first.
Okay, I believe me, I understand. I don't know if I can make it through the other two, but that's neither here nor there. What I'm not understanding is I don't think the authority denies the fact that there are brunches all over the city, all over the state, where drinks are included as part of the brunch. I mean, that's.
I don't know why you're fighting for this. They're getting an upgrade while the church is burned down. It's getting rebuilt. In about 9 months, you don't even qualify for this upgrade anymore. So if I were you, I would take advantage of this because if this gets denied, you're going to go back to the end of the queue and then you're not even going to get the upgrade, period. Like to get the upgrade and then unlimited nonstop drinks outside, like the community is concerned. They're telling you that. There are people that live around there. Who knows what it's going to become?
Just our concern is for the brunches. In March of this year, they are serving illegally out on the sidewalk already on March, I think it was the 31st or 23rd. The district manager took this picture. She asked the manager to say, your tables are blocking the sidewalk, you have too many people, and he refused to move them. That's just our concern about his brunches. That's.
Mr. Mailer, could I ask you one thing?
Sure.
Could you give me the site on the ABC law?
I used to be able to do that. I believe it's section 111 or 114, one of the two.
And just
Well, that's
tell
a
me.
117.
and
Yeah,
do-
117A.
And what will it say? I don't have anything in front of me. I'm not,
Unfortunately, I don't have it in front of me either.
and you say, I mean, that's just a legal question that I kind of want to rule out in my mind. Yeah, go ahead.
So what is the plan? Is it during a brunch set?
Yes, that's what it is.
Set hours of brunch?
Correct. It's not gonna, yes.
No, there's no way. Bruisey lunch is really not encouraged. It always ends up badly.
We have a 13-year track record of nothing going on.
Not with liquor. Boozy lunch outside on the sidewalk when they're showing a picture that it doesn't meet the standards of the outdoor dining program.
No choice.
So you can take it or leave it.
Can I just say something?
Be my
Can I just ask, who did you speak to? You didn't speak to me. You said he.
Forget
No,
about
it was the manager. I don't, and that wasn't me. It was our district manager spoke to your restaurant manager and took his pictures.
Not to be combative here, but there's somebody on the community board who was gonna buy my restaurant, and the deal fell through. And he never recused himself from sitting and judging me.
Sir,
Forget it.
yeah, there's really no back and forth.
And I don't know what the chair in particular is going to state after I make this question or Commissioner DeLeon. Do you want to, Mr. Mailer, do you want to speak with the gentleman further?
I just spoke to my client. He will accept the 12 conditions.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Yes, you
Yes.
will.
And if it goes really well, there are no problems. In a year, in the 6 months, you can file again and change and ask for unlimited drink special. There's no, you can still change it but if I were you, I would just get the liquor now because the church will come back. And then you're
I was taught a long time ago, when you win your point, go on. So I'm not going to contest that. You're right. We may come back in a year, but for now, there will be no unlimited drinks.
It's not in your business interest to do unlimited drink special anyway. I don't know why you want to do that.
Well, all right, so
Just
we will
charge
agree
$5
to
drinks.
the
It's the same
12.
thing.
We will
Get
agree
to
to
the
the
same
12
outcome.
conditions.
All right. I'm going to vote to approve with adopting all 12 of the community board stipulations.
Commissioner DeLeon,
Yeah.
agree, or,
No.
Okay.
This is described as a first-class restaurant since 2012, doing very well. Why change? Why change things?
Because lots of
If I
people
may,
leave.
If I may.
Okay.
If I may. Why change things when you're doing well? I know, I get it, you know.
They
People
just
want
want to be a
spirits, you gotta
full-service
make more money.
restaurant.
And also the church burned down, and this is an opportunity. But we have a letter from the church saying that they're actively in construction. And it's a congregation that goes back to 1891. Now, I get it that the argument that you're making is that it is lawful. A lot of things are lawful. They aren't necessarily just. And I have a problem with changing things without the church coming in saying, we're okay with it and our congregation's okay with it. Because things are going to change from everything that I read in short order. And we're going to be right back to a situation where this shouldn't have been granted.
No,
So my proposal, and my colleagues can vote any way they want, it's okay. You know, I'm only one vote, is that I hear something from the church that says they're okay with this, even though the law says it's okay, because this is a well-established congregation for decades. And I have a tremendous respect for that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I'm not disagreeing with the fact that there is a law that relates to 200 feet of church and a school. I am saying, and it goes on for like 15 pages in the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law, if you have enough money and you go to the legislature, all of a sudden, what was a sacred church is now cut out of the picture because by meets and bounds, it's now within 200 feet. So with all due respect, I get it. I get the fact that this somehow bothers your sense of either religion or whatever it is. But at the same time, you're here as a commissioner of the New York State Liquor Authority, and you have to abide by what the law says.
I do have to abide by what the law says, but I also have discretion. And I also have my vote, and I have to be satisfied with my vote. I don't care how anybody else votes, just how I vote.
so just to clarify, so you
I'm
want to hold,
offering two options. You know, either I hear from the church that they're okay with this going forward, or I have to vote to deny. And that's, you know, those are my only two options.
so you would probably hold it over to June 4th?
Yeah.
Commissioner Maya, will you-
May I just interject?
All
Alright, just let the vote
All right.
finish.
Yeah, sure.
Let's finish.
Commissioner Maya?
No, don't.
I am noting that by Attorney Mailer's representation, they are okay with the stipulations.
Yeah.
And therefore, I will vote in accordance with Chair Fan, who I think she's adopted all those same stipulations.
Okay, you got it. That's it.
So, and Chair, you correct, you keep with the approval?
Yes, I'm going to vote to approve with the 12 stipulations with the community boards. I assume they're okay with it if all the stipulations are abided by 10 p.m., no unlimited drinks. Do you want to enter a no vote? You can enter a no vote.
Do you just want to switch it to deny or keep it to hold over?
10 p.m.
I mean, it's approved right now, so,
No, I'll keep it to hold over.
okay,
I'll
that's
keep it
fine.
to hold over.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right,
All right, thank you.
next for Mr. Mailer is number 54, LAYLAYS NYC LLC.
Thanks, Quinn.
Or LAYLAYS NYC. 54.
Before,
Again, Martin Mailer, Mailer Buscemi for the applicant. Just put your name there.
Quinnoy Raphael.
All right, so community board is okay with it. They said no objection. So it's Sunday to Thursday, 12 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m., right? Recorded music only and 3-piece acoustic ensemble only. Is there going to be dancing?
No.
No dancing? Are you going to do private parties? And that's defined as if you close the entire establishment for one party and not like reserving a table or a specific area? No private parties?
Wait. There is down in the basement a specific area that might be used.
That's fine.
Yeah, I know.
just mean the entire establishment, no private parties for the entire establishment, right?
No, I understand.
Okay, and are you okay with no ticket events and no third-party promoters? Okay. Do you guys have questions?
No, it doesn't matter.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You have a question?
No.
Questions?
None.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve Sunday to Thursday, 12 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m., recorded music only, three-piece acoustic ensemble allowed, no dancing, no private parties, no third-party promoters, no ticketed events. You can come back for longer hours in 1 year.
Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah, I'll just note that the AOJ originally said that the standard had not been met for failure to cooperate, but that has been cleared. And we do have the community board's approval. So with the stipulations provided by the chair, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Mann.
Approve.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, sir.
And the last one for Mr. Mailer is number 37, Cafe Rum Limited.
Martin Miller, Miller Musemi. This is a CNC.
37.
And
All right, I'll stop 1,500.
For weapon, no response today. DA says the case was dismissed. 1,500.
thank you very much. Have a good
All
day.
right,
And
thank
again,
you.
Jeff, thank you.
No, you're welcome. I feel better, please.
Thank you.
Get some rest.
Here. All right, so we are back to Buffalo. Thank you for bearing with us. Next item is number 25, WEM Holding, Inc.
What number did you call?
25.
25.
25, okay.
Sorry for the wait. Are you the licensee or are you the rep? Can't hear you.
Yep, Nicole, are
Sorry.
you muted? Are we having issues with the sound again? That's great. Yeah, Nicole, if you're having issues, you may have to leave and then come back in again. Leave the meeting and then come back. Sorry about that. We need to get Buffalo checked out.
All right, let's go to something else.
Can you hear
Oh,
us
there it
now?
comes.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, sorry about that.
Good morning. My name is James Mirabito. I am the licensee. I am the owner of a family business. I own 51%. My wife owns 49% of it.
I haven't seen it.
I've operated grocery stores since 1980. First on my parents' license, since 1996 on my own license. I've hired hundreds of cashiers in that time. I've hired them, I've trained them. Most of them follow the rules. This one did not, and I know I'm responsible for that. I purchased this store in 2017. It was in disrepair, but it was in my hometown, and I felt that I was good enough, smart enough to clean it up. And we did that. The local police department has complimented us several times on it, on what we've done in the store, what we've done for the neighborhood. This event was an anomaly by a cashier that acted contrary to her training and our expectations. She was fired for misconduct. Since then, we've retrained everyone in the store. I've invested in scanners for the checkouts, so now, in addition to the register locking up and having to enter a date of birth, you have to scan a valid driver's license in order to consummate a sale of alcohol.
Okay, so you already have a scanner, sir?
We do, yes.
So what happened with the sale? Like, how was the sale made?
When I went through the video, I showed it to this cashier. She told me that the customer came in, the register locked. At that point, we did not have the scanner, to be clear.
Okay, I don't
Register-
need the whole story, sir. I just need to know what happened that the sale was made. Was it bypassed or
I think you said.
what's the answer?
You didn't have the scanner then? Is that what you said?
I did not have the scanner then.
Okay, but you've now purchased a scanner.
I did, yes.
Okay, are you using it now? Are all the people using it right now? Okay, so
Oh,
let me
yeah.
ask, so I appreciate you coming in, and I really appreciate that you are investing in your community and purchasing a grocery store and providing food safety for all your neighbors. I seriously take that, I take that very seriously. I respect you for that. However, for sell to minor cases, we have a delegation and there's not a lot of room in how much we can sort of lower the fine despite how, dedicated you are to your business. But if you're so are all your staff ATAP trained, so to speak? ATAP meaning that they take the course?
Yes, they are.
They are all ATAP trained? Was this particular salesperson who made the sale ATAP trained?
She was not.
Not at the time. But since then, you've adopted the ATAP training program and you've implemented the scanner, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So you've been in operation, have you held the license since 2017?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That looks good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I do 2,000?
All right, can we? It's
Well,
we just said
he's got,
2,500.
so usually it's 3,000, but he's got the 5 years.
It's 25.
That's 25, but he's also got, since the scanner and the ATAP,
So
I think he could in theory get another.
with the ATAP, we will work, like you could do the penalty of $2,500. And then what happens is my office will work with them to get all the ATAP certificates, and then it would be reduced by the quarter. So just to
Okay,
let you
can I just do 2,000 with the condition that he provides you with the ATAP
You
condition?
could do 2,000 and it would still be probably reduced by another quarter, to be honest.
So it'd be two,
It
so
is.
there, it would
Unless
be,
they want to, huh?
It's fine, you can do whatever you want with the ATAP. So I'm gonna set the fine at $2,000. And then if you provide all your ATAP certificates to Secretary's office, he will lower it further.
Thank you.
how old was the person that bought the liquor in this case?
It would
It's
be
over
in,
18. If it
is
doesn't
over
say
18.
18 under, then it's not 18 and under.
19 years, yeah, okay. All right, I'll go with 2,000.
Commissioner Maya,
1,000.
2,000.
All right, thanks for coming in, sir.
So it'll be
Thank you very
2,000.
much.
You'll get a letter from my office and the email, via email with instructions on what to do next. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Yep. Next in Buffalo is number 60, McKinley Liquor Inc., number 60.
Thank you, Nicole.
You're welcome.
C-Law, some more names, okay, this is.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Colasano. I'm the attorney here for the principal, Keith Leonard, for McKinley Liquor Inc. We're here, and I'm not sure if there was some confusion in some of the papers that went with your office. Mr. Leonard is intending to file a conditional no contest. The fine that was discussed, I believe, with his with my colleague who was his other attorney, with one of the attorneys at the commission, was $1,500. Mr. Leonard is not opposing that fine, and just by way of just kind of summarizing, there was a suspicion that Mr. Leonard and McKinley Liquor was advertising under a DBA called the Global Group, and there was a suspicion that the signage wasn't adequate to demonstrate that he was an independent liquor store. The signage has been remedied, both at the register and on advertising circulars. So we're offering a contested no contest, a conditional no contest with a proposed fine of $1,500.
So what is the Global Group?
The Global Group there are 3 stores. They're all independently owned. They obtain favorable advertising pricing. They do not do any kind of cooperative purchasing of any of their wholesale products. and they do not operate, there's no shared ownership, and there's no other type of trade name advantage.
What is the public perception?
And they did condition have to put the sign
Well,
up.
so therein lies some of the disagreement is there is the global group is a name that appears on a sign also clearly with McKinley Liquor. And at the registers, there's a disclaimer that clearly says that the McKinley Liquor is an independently owned store.
Okay, are you aware that the same charge happened in 2016, and at that time the condition was that he was going to put up the sign, and now it's 9 years later, and we're still talking about the same thing?
I was not personally aware. I can have Mr. Leonard.
No, I'm not familiar with that. We were.
You're not aware that the same violation was charged against your business in 2016?
No. I know there was something they had where there was some product or something was exchanged or something, but not anything.
How long have you owned the store?
Since 1994.
Oh, license issued 2012, so that must have.
It was a co-op buy situation last time?
This is, according to Jamie, it was unapproved trade name, so it was the same thing. And they had to put up the signage, and they didn't put up the signage.
Right.
But it sounds like there should be more. Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So can you just clarify, what did you indicate you thought the prior investigation related to or charge related to?
I thought it was a buying issue where there was product from another store.
Okay. And was there a penalty that you recall the penalty flowing there from?
Yes,
You don't remember what it was, though?
it was $10,000.
Okay. I think this should go back to council.
All right, we're gonna send this back to council's office.
Thank you, I appreciate the.
Back to council. Back to council.
Thank you. We'll be notified.
Yeah,
Any further notified?
the
So-
prosecutor will go ahead.
Yeah, so you have been dealing with Jamie Gallagher, is that right?
Yeah, not me, my colleague Nick Amagon, has been communicating with Jamie Gallagher, yes.
Okay, after today, because I'll need to communicate with her, he should reach out to her.
Yes, okay, great. Thank you very much.
All right, next is number 42, Mobile Mix LLC. DBA Lounge 19.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself?
Joanne Marion.
Okay. And you're the applicant?
Yes, I am.
Did a visit March 24th. 42.
Yeah, the letter, let me just see.
No evidence of availing, no verified, no comments.
Do the members have any questions?
Yeah, he wants to see the supplemental. Do you have
I have the
the
supplemental.
letter of advice? Shit can't come into my box only. Let me just see.
Here's the SLA memo if you want to see.
Is it uploaded?
No, it's not. I don't think it's uploaded.
A recent memo? The one I have is dated January 6th.
No, it's not that one.
Other one?
All right, sorry, Donald, you need to just call a break for 1 second.
Okay, apologize, but we're gonna go on a brief recess.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Sorry, we just need to share some documents here.
yep, but we'll be back shortly if you want to sit down. Thank you.
All right.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Again, the current item is number 42, Mobile Mix LLC, DBA Lounge 19. The members have any questions? Are the members ready to vote? Or do you have any questions?
I am.
Okay. Commissioner De Leon?
Yeah, this is a location with a significant history and some very serious allegations. My concern here is the minimum of investment of only $18,000, and the fact that there is no arm's length transaction with the previous licensee, who happens to be the landlord. And without that, I have no confidence that of who the real owner of this establishment is. And on that basis, I can't approve the application at this time.
Commissioner Maya?
All right, I'm noting the concern of Commissioner De Leon regarding the previous licensee who, by my file indications, is the landlord. But I have looked at the employment history of the applicant, and I think they've had the temporary since October of 24. I didn't write that down. I'm just trying to look at this again. You've had a temporary since October of 24? Do you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm seeing a clean, and I understand that there's a bit of a question. You understand that there's some issue with potentially minors at the premises or potential sale to minors. You understand that's a huge concern, correct?
Oh, I do understand that.
Okay. I asked you a question while I'm kind of giving a colloquy on my result here. However, other than that, I see a clean compliance as of March 25. So I'm voting in favor of your application.
Okay.
Chair.
All right, so just so that we all know what's going on here, it's that the prior licensee, who is now the landlord, purchased the building is the whole building that they purchased for $75,000?
Did they purchase the building? Is that the question you're asking? She is the owner of the building.
Right, and how do you know her?
I only know her as the person that I'm leasing from.
Okay, and you didn't know her from before that?
No, I didn't.
Did you purchase the business from her?
I leased the building through Sereno Leasing.
Okay, but other than that, you don't have a relationship with the owner of the building?
No, not at all.
Are you aware that she ran the restaurant, same place where you are now running your business, at the same location?
I am aware of that. Vinny
Okay.
made me aware of the fact that she did run a business out of there,
Are you
yes.
aware that her license was revoked?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay. So, and you must always also be aware that you receive a letter of advice from our agency for a potential sale to minor.
I did receive that letter, which I have no knowledge of that. I spoke with my people that work for me, my family members, and they said that that never occurred.
Okay, who are the family members that work at the restaurant?
My daughter and a friend of hers.
Okay.
And
Are they sitting behind the
they're sitting behind me, yes.
Are they managers at the restaurant?
Basically, yes. He is a kitchen manager, Albert is. But basically,
Okay, can you guys come up? Can you guys come up, the two people behind? So you guys are a team here. So you're the daughter, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Have you given a personal questionnaire as the manager of the restaurant?
No,
No, I
Just
haven't.
an application, you haven't, okay.
No,
And,
I haven't.
and Albert, is that your name, sir?
Yes.
Okay, are you guys related or not related?
No, we're not related.
We're not related at all.
Okay, sorry, I'm just asking.
No, it's okay.
So, and you're the kitchen manager, sir?
Yes.
Okay, but the front house manager is the daughter, right? Sorry, what's your name?
My name's LaCarrie Marion.
Okay, so LaCarrie, are you aware of that there was a complaint against the business while it's been on temporary permit for a violation of sale to minor? A
Yes,
potential- Okay, yes.
Yes, I did look at that letter. You have to be 30 to come in. You have to be 30. That's the age limit.
Oh, really?
And we do check IDs. I mean, I even check IDs personally.
Okay.
Sometimes
All
I've
right.
been in the bar business for over 20 years. I know. So if I'm unsure, I will ask. I have no problem with asking for an ID and refusing service.
Okay, so there also been, it's in our material, it's not clear what it's referring to, but it's also, there's an alleged narcotic sale that's ongoing at the business. Are you aware of that?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No.
Okay. Okay, so I see your face.
No, ma'am.
Cameras, but I have to build this trust with you that you're not
Yes.
that and you're not gonna condone that as
No,
the
ma'am.
and the manager.
No.
I just, because of the previous history, this location is certainly flagged for our agency, and I hope you understand that we're not trying to hold this against you personally, but that there are certain allegations on the record already while you're under a temporary permit. So in theory, if these were proven, there's no way that you would get your permanent license. But you're here, you're warm bodies, you're telling me you have a lot of experience and that you're gonna try to run this clean, right?
I promise you I am. I am going to run this clean.
Okay. So what's your monthly rent?
$4,500.
Okay, and are there residents upstairs?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, how many people live upstairs?
I'm not sure because I don't own the building.
You know how many units are, like how many floors, just roughly?
I think it's two units up there that I'm aware of.
Okay, got it. All right, so what are your hours?
My hours, we open up from 4 to 2. And
Okay,
that's-
so every night the plan is to close at 2 every night?
I don't close at 2 every night because, as you know, we're a new business. We just opened up in February. So sometimes I close early. I close a little early. It all depends on, you know.
But you don't want hours beyond that, right?
No, ma'am, no.
Okay, all right, so what's the music situation?
I have a jukebox as of right now. We just got approved for the entertainment license, correct?
No, we haven't been
We
quite
haven't
approved
quite,
yet.
we haven't been quite approved yet.
The application has been submitted.
So right now, I
Alright.
just run off the jukebox.
Okay, so, all right, so, since you're telling me that the relationship with the landlord who has a bad history here, it's arm's length, and that you have the experience, I'm going to vote to approve, but with some conditions around it. And then when you move further along with your entertainment permit and all of that, if that comes through, at a later time, you can come back and ask for a change of method of operation, which would mean that you're, at that point, you can, if you get approved, you can add a DJ. You can add dancing.
Okay.
And you can request it, and you can ask for longer hours, and that can all be done in one method of operation application in the future, okay? But for now, I'm going to approve saying 2 a.m. across the board, jukebox, recorded music only, no dancing, no third-party promoters, no ticketed events, and no private parties.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
And I'm gonna add on the condition that the manager will also submit a personal questionnaire.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yes.
And if the other person, Albert, is also a manager, I want a personal questionnaire from him as well. And that's just it's a form that you fill out. It's just to get your name onto the record for this business, because you look like you're in charge. So,
Commissioner Maya, do you agree with the
Yeah,
conditions?
that's fine.
all right, so while you're here, since you don't have a representative, I'm just gonna repeat that. It's gonna be 2 a.m. across the board. That means doors closed, shut, everybody out, 2 a.m. every night. Jukebox, recorded music. And DJ is not recorded music. I know we get that argument here, but it's just recorded music. And then no dancing, no third-party promoters, and no private parties, and no ticketed events.
Okay.
Okay, and then security guard as needed.
Yes.
You get to a higher capacity, there are lines to manage outside. You need
Yes.
to add security guard on, especially on the weekends, right? And
Absolutely.
you tell them you're 30 and over, you are, checking IDs, I would make that a thing, like buy the scanning and invest in the technology because it will help you on the other side.
I understand, yes.
And as you saw before, you having the technology protects you against future fines as well.
Yes.
So I'm gonna vote to approve with that, and I'm gonna invite the commissioner to opine if you want to change your vote or stick with where you are.
Yeah, based on the information I had, I understood we were voting, but then we weren't, and the chair has flushed out some additional information. But I still have concern about seeing an arm's length transaction and the true ownership of this business. And there's nothing, you certainly appear credible to me, but I think I have a duty to have more proof that this is in fact an arm's length transaction from the previous licensee, who is the landlord, giving the business over to you. And we have nothing that indicates that's the case other than you telling us that. So I'm not saying that I don't believe you, but I'm saying that I vote to hold this over for you to provide proof that this is in fact an arm's length transaction from the previous licensee to you, and that you are in fact the new owner of this.
Okay.
Okay, so
That's, so you know, thank you. So you know, I'm only one vote. You have
Yes.
two other votes. Two other votes are voted to approve, but that's my vote, okay?
yes, understood.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
the condition is that you have to submit the personal questionnaire of the two managers,
Yes.
and then you can pick up your license, okay? And then
Okay.
whatever else that licensing tells you,
Other
you'll get a
thanks.
letter.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
Thank
thank
you.
you.
And thank you for acknowledging the
What-
letter
what
of
number was
advice, because that shows me
Yes.
that you're reading
42.
the
42.
paperwork that's coming in, and you're not here
Absolutely.
swearing up and down nothing happened. So
No.
and just know that, there are people that are watching.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
not an accident that we got a complaint.
Okay,
So I just want you to know that,
thank you.
okay?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
if we're, I usually start cleaning the kitchen at about 1:45, so sometimes I'm in there until a little after 2. Is that
That's fine.
okay?
That's
Okay.
fine. The off is fine.
Customers.
Just customers.
Customers
Okay.
out.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. You
Thank
were
you.
late. All
Okay.
right.
Thank
All right.
you.
All right, thanks for coming in.
All right.
Sorry about the delay.
Next is 56, Mo Mini Mart Inc.
Six.
Good morning. My name is Twin Mo, authorized representative for Mr. Mohammed Omari, Mo Mini Mart Inc.
Wait, let me just pull my notes. 56. Hang on.
All right.
Are the members ready to vote, or do you have any questions?
You just give me a second because I have a note I'm just checking off. No, I just wanted to hear him. Yeah, I'm good. I do not have a question.
Okay, are the members ready to vote? Commissioner De Leon, if you're ready to vote.
Okay, previous application at this location was revoked. It's some time ago, back in 2015, and that was due to availing. The applicant principal was employed at the time of the availing. The previous licensee is also the landlord. The applicant says that he is renting, but his previous application said he purchased the business for $15,000. 3 previous applications at this location have been denied, including this one. The applicant has said he has no relationship with the previous licensee, but it's very clear that he worked for him. As I've said before, you have to be straightforward with us, in my opinion. And I know that you've been operating under a temporary license, but I can't accept all these misrepresentations. That is a real problem. It's not something that I want to encourage the community to engage in. So I vote to deny.
Mr. Mann?
Yeah, this one is tough for me. Yeah, I'm gonna vote to deny.
Chair?
All right, I'm gonna vote to deny.
Okay. All right, so the application is denied due to the history and other things. Apologize. So the application has been denied.
Are we able to file an appeal? I mean,
You,
I don't understand the reasoning for denial. Is because he misrepresented his relationship with the landlord? Is that what you guys are saying?
Have you requested the documents that we used to prepare for this meeting?
I have.
or it's even posted on the website. The questions to be considered,
Okay,
which would
there's
be included on the website.
Yeah, this is news to me. I mean, he came to me in 2024, requesting, for me to put in this application. I wasn't aware of any history of denial.
All right, so you can certainly, this application has been denied for now, but you can go back and request the information that we used to prepare for this meeting.
Okay.
It's publicly available, or you can send an email to Secretary's office and obtain the file.
Okay.
He has sort of a long history with our agency. This is not his first rodeo here. His his temp is currently rescinded because of the denial of the actual application, but we can ask for reconsideration, and I would do that rather quickly. Because if reconsideration is granted, in theory, you could ask for the temporary permit to be reissued until this item comes back to full board again. But I would study what happened and write a reasonable explanation that is logical and acceptable for this board to change its mind. So,
I mean, I'm not understanding the denial is what I'm saying. You know, I want to prepare the reconsideration, but
So
what am I supposed to send an explanation to?
Pam, you're gonna have to discuss that with the applicant. That's why I made a full record, and that's why I try to make a full record when I vote. So you understand why I voted the way I voted. So it's all, you can view this tape later on, you know.
Request documents.
You can request all the documents in the file. That's the part that you have to do, okay?
Right.
And as the chair said, he can apply for reconsideration, and that can be granted. That can be granted by the chair, and they can get a temp, and he can stay in business, and then we'll come back and see if you have a reasonable explanation for what happened, okay?
but in the meantime, his temp is rescinded, so I just want to make sure you understand that he cannot sell alcoholic beverages in the meantime, okay?
Understood, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Nicole, there's no one else in Buffalo, correct?
That's correct.
All right, you can sign off. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we do have a Spanish interpreter here in New York City for an item. That item is number 55, Restaurant Sabor Latino Bar VIDA Inc. $55.
Dustin Dente from the Office of Patrick J. DeLuca for the applicant Restaurant Sabor Latino Bar VIDA Inc. To my left is Miguel Vasquez.
And Ms. Ramirez, if you can introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Ramirez. I'm the Spanish-English interpreter. Thank you.
The applicant and I and my office are aware of the position of the Village of Spring Valley pertaining to the ongoing policies of attempting to improve the quality of life in Spring Valley itself. That there's been, a lot of effort to try to increase law enforcement to try to, deal with rising crime rates. It is our position that, Mr. Vasquez seeks to, run a responsible business. Throwing police officers at the problem is good, but not enough. It needs also support of the community from the other side, an ongoing relationship between law enforcement and business owners to help build a vibrant business district where, as opposed to North Main Street becoming a ghost town, which, vacant restaurants would be, vacant stores would invite more blight as opposed to having businesses open, forming a partnership with the local law enforcement, which in our position would help to become Mr. Vasquez become part of the solution. Okay.
I don't understand what you're saying. I mean,
Okay.
you're just saying a bunch of things. Like, what does that mean?
Well, it just means that we're aware of the objections of the Village of Spring Valley, and that it is, I believe it's called a SAVE district, or where it's a targeted enforcement district where there's trying to work with crime, an ongoing crime issue in the Village of Spring Valley, and we are aware of that. He doesn't close late. He doesn't do liquor. There are more churches than restaurants in that area. So he wouldn't be able to have liquor if he even wanted to. He's right now operates from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. He serves the hardworking people of Spring Valley for breakfast, lunch, and serving wine at dinner is.
Let me ask you a couple of questions. Council,
Sure.
Because we've read the materials from Spring Valley PD, and what I will say about them is they're very generalized.
Right.
They don't specify, any particular location, but the location in general is a problem for them. And they indicate they've received New York State funding to address the crime problem in that area. And we've had two previous applications at this particular location denied for cause.
Right, by the same applicant, I believe, by the same corporation.
Well, that's what I want you to address. Now, he has had a temp from January 2024 through October 2024?
I believe it was canceled earlier that because he had, unfortunately, there was an incident that, well, I think Mr. Luca appeared with the applicant at the full board for the temporary. It was approved and subject to certain opening and closing hours. I'm sorry. But then there was a disapproval because of an arrest that took place over Memorial Day weekend, where he was arrested on a Saturday and of course, because of Memorial Day, he couldn't get to us within 48 hours. He got with us like maybe about a couple of days later. The application was disapproved. We put in a reconsideration, which was granted. However, I was told by Ms. O'Donnell from counsel's office that the temporary permit would not be reinstated, that the application had to go before the members for consideration. Not sure why it could not have been reinstated at that point, but that was like.
What was the arrest for? And
DWI. DWI over Memorial Day weekend. It was on a Saturday.
And the disposition?
The disposition was just emailed to Caroline. I don't remember her last name. Just the other day. It was reduced to a DWAI, and he paid a fine.
Okay. Now this is a maximum of 5 employees. We got karaoke, DJ, recorded and live music, and dance.
Yes, for private parties.
Okay. What is he doing to make sure that the problems that are apparently in that area
Well, what he's trying to do
don't
is,
happen in his establishment?
well, most importantly, he's trying to, he closes at 10 o'clock at night. As you know, most good things don't happen, most bad things have to happen after midnight. And as you can see from the history of the calls, which I also have reviewed, a lot of them were 12:30, 2:30, 3:30, and virtually all of them predate his acquisition of the premises. While we can't get rid of every possible problem, I do see that trying to at least balance being open to make a living with also being closed at a reasonable time so as to allow the police to direct their resources elsewhere is key to building a business district and building a relationship with the neighborhood and the police and all the municipality and the village of Spring Valley. That said, I've seen that done in other neighborhoods too. I mean, just by way of example, there was a time maybe 20, 30 years ago, no one would go near Patchogue in Long Island. But Patchogue invested in building a building itself and is now probably one of a very popular destination for folks to go for food and beverage. And
We have that he closes at 12 a.m. Are you
well,
telling me?
he at the full board, he was allowed to close Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at, I believe, let me look. You did allow him to close later than that.
Monday,
but
Tuesday, Wednesday at 11,
Thursday, Friday
until midnight.
at midnight, but he has been closing at 10 p.m.
Closes at 10.
He's definitely closing at 10. If you wish to limit him to 10, he would accept that. If you're allowing him to stay open a little later as needed, certainly we would not, he certainly would be okay with that.
I'm just trying to understand, when you apply for DJ and all this dancing and all this other,
For private parties.
type things.
For private parties, if everyone has a,
Private party that ends at 10 o'clock, like,
yeah, quinceañeras don't go too late. I mean, unless he can be allowed to go to midnight because he closed at 10 now because he can't have it because he doesn't have his temporary yet. He has temporary, he lost it, and we couldn't get it back. So if he were to open.
Well, so he's not closing at 10 to avoid any problems. He's closing because he can't.
Part of
stay
it
open
because
late.
he can't, and that's part of it. And, it's been an extended period of time during which he has not been able to serve because of the, we thought upon reconsideration being granted, he would be able to be eligible for a temporary, but I was told by counsel's office he would not. If he can close the other hours that were proposed that were set at the temporary permit hearing, we can go back to that. And he would, if, of course, we would just reserve the ability to come back later should he wish to go later.
Who's the past owner? What's the
It
past
was,
owner's
it
name
was,
of the business?
it was a Delgado?
Delgados?
Yeah, Delgados.
Yeah, okay. What, where's Delgado live?
I don't know. Do you know what Delgado is?
No, I don't know.
Is this Mr. Vicente?
It's Vasquez.
Okay. Oh, Vasquez.
Yeah, well,
I'm
his
sorry.
his name is
I understand.
Miguel Vicente
I
Vasquez.
understand how.
Yeah,
okay,
it's
Mr. Vasquez.
unusual for Hispanic people
Yes,
to
I
have multiple names. Yeah. My coworker deals with immigration too, and she says, if you got 4 different names, you can tell you exactly what part of the country they come from. Chase on the name, remarkably.
Give it A for trying. I don't know how you.
Where is Mr.?
How do you feel about this?
I may withdraw this question in a second. Where is Mr. Lares? Where is he?
Who?
Aren't there two,
I mean, they're not giving anything specific.
No.
there's two principals.
Oh, Santa, his wife. Yeah.
Where is he?
Where's she?
En su restaurante.
Good. Good answer.
Sorry, your question was where is?
Yeah, where is he?
Santa, Santa.
Why isn't he here?
Why is he here? Oh.
Wife, right?
I'm afraid I don't have an answer for that.
What's that?
I've been working with Miguel so elusively, so when, when I,
Okay. All right, now hang on 1 minute. We don't know where he is? You don't know where the
She.
gentleman is?
That's,
Or she? I'm
his
sorry.
wife, his wife.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I can go. That's good. I like that.
I have another question, but I'm just queuing myself up here.
It also might have been my mistake that, I spoke to him and then I asked him, you're coming, and I may have overlooked that she should be here too.
And that's Delgado was the prior,
Delgado was the prior applicant who was twice disapproved.
all right.
The members ready
You
to,
know, there's a little bit of an issue here.
What's that?
I'm having some troubles with representations made in the application process, so her not being here is significant to me.
Okay, and I may have to own that because I spoke to him and I did not realize that he should have brought her.
Until she comes.
I don't, this is, I don't know if I do, but.
did they say?
Yeah, she's the other partner.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. All right, so
I have her listed as a stockholder,
We'll put it on.
most importantly.
Yeah.
Mr. Meyer, I do,
6'4".
which may help you understand. I do have her listed as a stockholder too, not as a principal.
Excuse me?
She's listed as a stockholder on the application.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so.
yeah, but
Yeah.
okay,
Members ready to vote?
no, we're gonna adjourn it.
Okay.
6'4". Come back with her.
So over 6'4" for the other principal to appear?
Yeah.
Was that what it was?
Yes.
Over 6'4".
Just so I understand, come back on 6-4 with
Both principals.
both principals.
All right.
While I'm up here, would you be willing to take my liquor store?
No,
No. Thank you.
look at them. No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so that is the last one that requested an interpreter. That was the only one that needed a Spanish interpreter. So we are moving forward. Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. So in Albany, the first one is 62B, 425 North State Street, LLC.
It's a cultural thing, but, Well, I think. Yeah, there, I give you that.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, what number?
62B.
All right, sorry, who's the applicant?
Eamon Abraham, attorney for the applicant, 425 North State Street LLC, doing business as Vinny Wine and Spirits. And present with me is Tino Marcosha, the sole member of that LLC. I do see there's some opposition, so would you like for us to sit down so you can hear the opposition first? And
No, you gotta argue for reconsideration first. If we do not vote to reconsider, there will not be a presentation.
Okay, with regard to the reconsideration, I will first say that the lack of an appearance at the November date was my doing and not the applicant's. I was under the impression that if there were any questions of us to appear, that we would have been advised of that previously, and that wasn't something that licensing themselves directly told me. It was just an assumption on my part. I reviewed the video of the November appearance, and it looks like the 2 denials were because of lack of an appearance, because of questions that they had that we weren't able to answer because we weren't present. So we're asking that we be given an opportunity to address any concerns that the, commission may have.
Okay. Want to show him?
Excuse me? Oh, he's got something. No, I just wanted to point something out. So did we vote on reconsideration? Or?
Yeah, well, they didn't appear last time, so.
Yeah,
are you ready to?
Law office failure?
Sorry.
That's what the lawyer
Yeah,
said.
I'm hearing, that's what I'm hearing.
It was a complete law office failure, yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm hearing.
Okay. Seeing that council is, taking responsibility and indicating that it's due to law office failure, and also our general counsel recommends that we reconsider. So I will vote to reconsider, grant reconsideration.
Commissioner Mayo?
I grant reconsideration.
Chair.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote yes on reconsideration. All right, so now you can let the opposition go first.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Alexandra Becker from Whiteman, Osterman, and Hanna on behalf of Syracuse Liquor Inc. With me, I have Viral Patel. And then I believe there's other opposition here as well.
Yeah, hi, I'm Kirandeep Nafri, owner of Liquor Ward of Syracuse.
Is there someone else that's by the door that's for this item, or is that not part of this item?
No, they're not part of this item.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean for you to leave the doorway. I just was wondering. You can certainly stand there. All right, sorry guys. I feel like you guys have been here a lot. There's a lot of activity of applications in this area.
Yeah, understood. This was felt a little bit like deja vu this morning, but you've heard our arguments before. We're here to make them again. On top of the fact that obviously the applicant didn't show up last time and we were all here in opposition. The biggest issue now that the board has granted reconsideration is the fact that this store is absolutely not in the public convenience and advantage, as it is smack dab in the middle of a huge amount of stores, many of which are incredibly large.
Council, let me just interrupt you.
Sure.
Well, actually, you finish first because I definitely have a geographic question to present to you. So go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no problem. And depending on what the question is, it may be that my client or one of the others would be best suited to answer it. But we submitted a map in connection with our November 13th submission, which was again submitted with our opposition to the request for reconsideration. And if you look at that map, you will see that this proposed store is basically exactly in the middle of 10 other stores. They're one cross street away from our client. And in addition, it is on this applicant to show that there's public convenience and advantage in granting this license. They've submitted nothing in their application, nothing in their request for reconsideration, even addressing this issue or any of our prior opposition, where we're showing that 3 of the nearby stores in total account for 21,000 square feet of retail space and another 14,000 square feet of storage. This store is a proposed 680 square foot retail with apparently 48 square feet of storage. So in my mind, there's simply no reasonable world in which a store this small is going to provide any products or services not otherwise offered by these massive existing stores. Moreover, the store would be exactly in the middle of them in an area that is not walkable. They're in a shopping center without an anchor plaza in an area where people are clearly not walking to and from. So there's very little argument in my mind that they're opening up any sort of population base or any other customer base that's not served by these existing stores. There's been no new development, nor have they pointed to any reason or any circumstances that have changed since we were here back in November.
Okay. And how many new stores have we opened in the area? Do you know?
I know my client moved within the same shopping center back in 2023
Yep.
to a bigger space within the same plaza. I'm looking at the generated by the Secretary's office, it looks like most of the closest stores, 2010, 2003, 2018, 2016, 1990, and 2000.
All right. Tell me again who your clients are.
My client is Syracuse Liquor Inc., which is the closest store.
Okay. And then, and who else is there?
Liquor World of Syracuse.
Liquor World, and how far are you?
We are, I think, 1.2 miles.
Okay, you're the next door over?
Yes.
Yeah, you're the no, you're not the second closest. No, you're 2.1 miles. You're the fourth store.
Liquor Square is the next closest, and we are the third closest, I think.
Yep, so Liquor Square is the second closest, then Wilson and Downs, so they're the fourth closest. And either 1.5 miles or 2.1
Okay, so
miles.
I have the first closest, and in my records is the fourth. You're the fourth closest Liquor World, but it doesn't matter. Who else is there? That's it? It's 2 stores that's processing today?
I believe that's all we have in person. Though I believe
Okay,
there was
so
other written
just for the record, there are 4 protests on the record, including NCP, which is the second closest, and 200 Lodi, which is the 5th closest.
Okay, so.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm asking one of the gentlemen who are the store owners. Well, I'll ask Syracuse Liquor. Is that?
Yeah.
Is that, okay. All right. I go through this line of questions every time we're in Syracuse because of what I consider a unique geography there. Okay, so I'm telling you where I'm going with this. Okay, so Shop City up in Lynn Court. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Now that's a completely different neighborhood, a completely different area than where you are, correct?
Eastwood, all customers come from the Eastwood to our
Yeah,
location because there is only
understand.
one bridge between us. And mostly on the Erie Boulevard, all the restaurants and everything on the Erie Boulevard. So everybody comes to shop on the Erie Boulevard and everything is on our
Exactly.
location. Yeah.
Your location is on Erie Boulevard, which is the busy boulevard, correct?
Yes.
And then between you and this proposed place to the north, there's also a huge 690, which is about 6 lanes there, correct? Big highway
Yes, but
separating.
there's
you.
only
Okay.
one bridge to come
All right.
across.
I'm
Easy
trying to
accessible.
I'm just trying to make the record understand that the proximity here is not like the crow flies. We're going over hills, we're crossing big boulevards, big highways, and Lynn Court, Shop City is a completely different neighborhood. Don't you agree with me?
No, it's the same neighborhood, sir.
Okay,
It's
you're
just on the
saying that-
edge of
Okay.
Eastwood on the other side, and his
All
store
right.
is on the edge of the other
Okay,
side.
so would you say that Liquor World, who's Liquor World? Who's
Yeah,
Liquor
we
World?
are.
Yeah, you are, and that's in the big Walmart plaza, correct?
No, we are right next to the railroad tracks, next to Vito's restaurant.
Okay, well, am I completely imagining that Walmart is not like across the street from you?
Yeah, across the street, yes.
Okay, all right, and that's a different, would you agree that that's a different neighborhood than Shop City?
No, the problem
All right.
is, okay,
I'm not
yeah,
gonna fight with you. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
fight with you. I'll
Yeah.
I'll ask the applicant myself. Okay, thank you.
And I guess our final point would be, regardless of whether we're disagreeing as to whether something's the same neighborhood, and I think we've all made our points as to how we feel about that. The
Yeah.
other point is that this is a very, very small store, and they've presented no evidence as to how they're going to be carrying any different products or bringing anything to this community that's not already served by these existing stores.
Thank you.
So I'd like to piggyback off of that. You know, in our area, population is not growing, and there's no new construction going on in the area whatsoever in the last 10 to 15 years. I've been in Syracuse for over 35 years, and our area is not growing with population or housing or anything. Especially the stretch where they're trying to open the store on Burnett Avenue. That's a deserted area. On one side is all run down, closed down buildings, and 690 is right behind that. And on the other side, those are all old neighborhoods that's been there for many, many years, right? And from Thompson Road to Burnett is only 0.8 to 0.9 miles, right? And in Syracuse, city of Syracuse, per square mile, the population is only 429 people. So if you say that Eastwood area, say maybe 2,000 people altogether, and from Thompson all the way to James Street, all the way to Burnett and Midler, and all the way to James and Midler, there's only like small neighborhood that's there. And Shop City serving part of them, this store is serving part of them, and we are serving part of them. And they're coming in at 600 square feet. First, they're not going to be able to buy big on anything. They don't have any storage. So everything that they're going to buy is only 1K deals. They will not be able to provide the best prices to the customers, which is a disadvantage to the customer. And him coming right across the street from where they're trying to open, you know, he got the best prices on products because he buys them deep. You know, 10 cases, 20, 30 cases buys, whatever. You know, so there's no advantage for the customers or the public that's going to live there, you know, that's going to come to his store and buy product. He's going to be overcharging people, and he's going to be gouging prices just for convenience purposes.
Yeah, I
And
think
nobody walking to the store.
I believe you're overstating a few things. Your place is next to the old train station in Syracuse.
Yes.
Right? That is a
Yeah.
completely commercialized area with Walmart across the street.
Yeah.
There's
So
no,
people-
it is a completely different area than the applicant's place.
Yeah.
And
So
you still
people-
don't agree with me. It's not even close.
So the point is, all those people that are living in that area, they come to our area to come shop at Walmart.
Walmart and BJ's.
All these BJ's, all the
Yeah.
grocery stores are right there in where we are.
I agree with you. I agree
know,
with that.
You know, so everybody drives there, and nobody. I have never seen anybody walking on Burnett Avenue or Thompson Road, for that matter, in years. I drive through there all the time. Nobody's walking anywhere. Everybody's driving. You know, we have online services that we ship product from our stores. I'm sure he probably does the same thing. You know, it delivers right to Eastwood. People who are not willing to come to the store because they don't have a car. You know, so it's all the requirements for the customers are being met by us and by him. You know, that nothing is going to be added by the new store. And it's only 600 square feet. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, our storage is 5,000 square feet, 4,000 to 5,000 square feet. And we still can't keep up with the stuff, you know? I mean, I'm sure he had a problem with storage as well in his store. That's why he had to move to a bigger spot, because he was carrying boxes like between, you know, shelving. And so, I mean, he dropped probably so many boxes on his feet and stuff like that. Just for that purpose, he had moved to a bigger spot. But 48 square feet in a store is big enough for a small table like this. I mean, what are they going to store in the storage when you have to buy 10 cases at a time? There's nothing they can do. You know, there's nothing they can do in the store at 600 square feet.
Thank you,
Unless
sir.
you're just selling pints, and nobody. So people like to buy big mags, 1.75s or 1.5s, and which he's not
Sir.
going to be able to serve those
Sir,
people.
thank you very much. You've been very, very clear. Thank you very much.
And also, I'd like to add one more thing. So, me doing my intensive research on the whole project, you know.
Yeah.
So 425 North State LLC, Winnie Wine and Spirits, which they applied for, you know, they had multiple owners and presidents and exchanges in the past. So there's a gentleman named Juan Ramos Hernandez was part of this group, and Ruby Deli Corporation was one of the corporation or the entity that this guy was running, and he's been fined by SLA for $5,000. And this 425 North State LLC he is part of, and Juan was the one of the persons that was in charge of that corporation. SLA fined them April 5th, 2023, $5,000.
Wait, when was the fine?
On May 15, 2024, the penalty was imposed on Ruby Deli 2 Corporation for $5,000.
And you're saying the applicant is a part of that?
Yes, this is all a small group of people that they're running these two corporations. And he was fined for permitting himself to avail himself for license privileges without proper authorization. That's what he got fined for $5,000.
Okay,
All right, thanks.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Who's availing?
He didn't say anything.
All right, can I, oh, do you mind? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want to follow up. You've heard all my questions. Which one of you gentlemen is familiar with this whole area of 690 and Bridge Street and everybody else?
I'm very familiar with the area.
Council, you could answer? Okay. Do you agree that they're the exact, that these neighborhoods are the same, or are we speaking of a whole bunch of different neighborhoods?
They're not the same because as you had indicated, one of the stores that are here today in opposition is in a plaza, near a Walmart, near a BJ's, near a Toyota dealership. There's no walking access to that establishment. You have to have a car, and the distances that they quoted to you, the 1.2 or the whatever, that requires you getting on 690 to get there on such a short distance. The applicant here is going to be a neighborhood store. There's walkways near the business. There's neighborhoods behind it, to the left of it, to the right of it. So completely different areas, different neighborhoods. The same thing with Syracuse Liquor Inc. That also, again, is in a plaza. You can't walk to it. My client is going to open up a business that is a neighborhood business that you can walk to and make purchases on foot.
All right, okay. I just wanted somebody to put on the record a geographic description that, okay,
There's no
thank you.
sidewalks on Burnett Avenue.
And on top of that, I think council had made a comment about deja vu. It's the same businesses that are coming before you each and every time in opposition because they want to continue to monopolize the area.
All right, that's, my question's answered, but
Organizing documents.
I heard some questions about some availing. You were here to hear some comment about some availing. Someone that your principal has some relationship with someone else.
That's
in the
not
prior
true at all.
months?
That's not
Okay.
true at all. We don't know where he got his information from. We have no idea who he's even referencing. And it just shows you the level of the extent of the allegations they'll make to continue to operate on the monopoly.
Was your gentleman the owner? I don't know the answers to these questions. Was
Yes,
your
that's-
gentleman the owner of the current premises when those allegations occurred, according to the other gentleman?
No, not the owner, we didn't even know who they are.
Okay.
Is 425 North State Street LLC a sole member LLC?
It's a sole member LLC and it's been a sole member LLC since it was filed. And with Mr.
you do the-
Markosha as the sole member.
Did you do the filing?
I did not.
Okay, but you've seen the LLC organizing
Correct.
documents?
Correct, yes. And I think I
Okay.
submitted them as part of our application.
Okay. Do you see her?
And on top of that, I just want to point out, this LLC had 2 prior licenses closed down since with no issues.
I'm sorry, who has 2 prior licenses? Your applicant?
Yes, he had a restaurant before and
No, actually, I had 3 liquor licenses.
Doing what?
Supermarkets, restaurants, convenience.
Supermarkets and restaurants. And are they still active or you
They're
surrendered
active.
them?
I just leased them, or either leased them or sold them out.
no, his licenses are not active, no. But he still has the business, the businesses are still in existence. He's leases them is what he meant, but the licenses are not active. He has no current license that's active right now.
Counsel, are you saying that the proposed location has closed down on 2 previous occasions? Is that what you said?
Different locations, which again, different locations.
All right.
I still have I'm going to ask you, Counselor, if you could, I'm going to refer back to what the other gentleman stated. The gentleman from, I'm going to be very precise with this question because I need to know this answer because I'm having a little trouble. I want to know this answer. The gentleman from, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look this up.
Liquor World of Syracuse, Inc.?
Yeah, the Liquor World of Syracuse, Inc. He made some sort of an allegation that sounded to me as if your gentleman had some involvement. Could you articulate what you heard him say? Do you recall what he was alleging?
What he was alleging was that some other licensee had a fine issued against him and that my guy is somehow involved in that business, which is not true.
Okay, and now I made you state the question. So are you, now that you have stated the question to your understanding, are you categorically denying that we cannot find anything having to do with your principal, Mr. Markosha?
Yes, I've represented Mr. Markosha for 10 years and he's not involved in any such business that I'm aware of.
Okay.
All right, when was this LLC created again, sir?
Can you bear with me? Let me get you that answer. Because I submitted it as part of the application.
North State Street, 425 North State Street, 5 North State Street.
I forgot. It's been so long.
Here, all I have with me is the certificate of assumed name when I filed that in 2023 prior to submitting this application. But, bear with me, because the prior license had that under that, so I can tell you that at least.
In 2002,
I'm sorry, now I'm not clear. What?
Bear with me.
What prior license?
My client, 425, the applicant had a license under this LLC previously. So, and if you look at page 15 of the application, you'll see that 425 North State Street LLC, doing business as Hilario's Restaurant, located on North State Street, had a prior license that closed in 2013. So this LLC's been in existence for at least 15 years, I believe.
Okay, so did he ever have other partners on his LLC or his other businesses?
No.
No. It was always just you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, do you know Juan Ramos Hernandez?
No.
All right, go ahead. Can we just?
Who
do you
is
have
Juan
questions here?
Ramos?
Do I have questions? No, I'm waiting to see if she found anything.
I never heard of those names before that he's talking about.
And he found it. The LLC is it one solo member? It doesn't say, right?
It doesn't say. There's one way to look right here. Look at the filings. But I won't see the document, I don't believe. Articles of organization.
Oh, they stopped enforcing it. They were like, everybody disclose. Oh, no,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
kidding.
Oh, yeah, no, that's. Counsel, can I just ask you a question? Do you have the articles of organization or any of the LLC data there? Because it's a question that we need to get to the bottom of.
I don't, I'm looking now because again, I didn't create the LLC. And if I recall correctly, when I was applying for this, I asked my client, his prior counsel has since passed away. So when I contacted the Department of State to get it, they said they couldn't give me the filing receipt unless it's been 6 months since it's been filed. So it was extremely hard to get. So everything that I have, I submitted to as part of our application. But I'm sure I can probably get a hold of that if needed. I mean, again, I don't know where the opposition got their information from. But I can tell you as an officer of this court, as long as I've known Mr. Markosha and represented him, I've never known him to have a partner under this LLC at all. I've always dealt with him and only him.
For the record.
Who filed the biennial statement?
Again, with Juan
Who did that?
Ramos. That was in Nassau County.
I'm telling you, there's a biennial statement that was filed. Who filed it?
Not me. Was it your accountant? Who filed the biannual statement?
I just want to make sure that I'm trying to rule out the question of the other gentleman.
You have to file something every 2 years. Was it your accountant problem?
Probably, I don't know.
All right, we're good.
I can read a whole statement to you that I've prepared too.
Sir, we already heard from you. We have to give him an opportunity to speak.
Next time, we appreciate the investigative work, but you have to, it would be more helpful if you submitted that in writing prior to our deadline for supplemental, just so that on our end, we have some, I appreciate the
Yes.
information. It's just that if you write it down and give it to us, then we can, vet it on our end. Right now,
And I think
it's not helpful to try to do this investigation when I have hundreds of people waiting here.
I think I heard someone say that the prior business was Nassau County.
At this point, it doesn't matter. We're not gonna go into a back and forth, sir. If you don't have the information, just stick with that. Okay.
All right, so the members are,
Is there anything else you want to say on behalf of the applicant? Counsel?
No, just that we were truthful and honest in our application. And
Okay.
again, just want to reiterate that the first time for the lack of an appearance is, I'm completely to blame for that. And here we are today to answer any additional questions you may have.
Okay.
Commissioner De Leon?
We're voting?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I have to concur with the representations made by counsel for the opposition. I haven't heard anything about public convenience or advantage in this application. The area does appear to be saturated. As I look at the numbers, the immediate 5, 2 are down, 3 indicate going up for 2024. But the down portions appear to be greater than the going up portions. I don't know if I'm explaining that correctly. And I also don't see how such a small store in the midst of these much larger stores can really offer anything that the other stores are not offering. So for that reason, I vote to deny.
Commissioner Maya?
This matter was before the board on 11/20/24. And at that time, I voted to approve. And I'm going to vote to approve again, and I'll state very briefly so I don't get into it. Today, a question was raised by the opposition that I attempted to determine, and I don't see any proof of what was said. I have to rely somewhat on the representation of the applicant's counsel, but I did intend to, I did attempt today to try to find out more about that, and I'm not finding anything that I would consider a smoking gun. I have been very careful about these particular cases in this particular city for the only reason that there are 2 hills, there are 2 valleys, there are 4 different significant highways and roads that completely segregate and separate these neighborhoods. I think this place is in its own neighborhood, and it's that primary reason for all of the factors for public convenience and advantage that I will once again vote to approve.
And Chair?
All right, 5 of the 7 stores are doing down numbers. I don't see public convenience advantage for an additional store, so I'm gonna vote to deny.
All right, the application's been denied. Thank you. All right. Next in Albany is 62C, as in cat, Village Wine and Liquor LLC.
Which one is that?
62C.
62C.
Chairperson Fan, Commissioners Maya and De Leon, good afternoon. My name is Adam Bro. I'm an attorney with the law firm Myers & Myers. I represent the applicant, Village Wine and Liquor LLC. Standing beside me is the sole principal of the applicant, Michelle Brody.
All right, so this is a reconsideration. There were 3 votes on October 24th. You can argue for reconsideration.
Yes, thank you. In voting to approve the application at the October meeting, Commissioner Maya said, hit the nail directly on the head with respect to the basis for the reason why the application should be approved, which is geography. Geography is the appropriate prism or appropriate lens through which this matter should be viewed. My client's store is south of the village of Ballston Spa.
Sir, Sir, to meet the standard for reconsideration, you have to tell us what is different, not just that we are wrong, because that's not a basis for reconsideration. You have to explain to us what has changed since we voted to deny, because I understand you like his theory, but we already voted. So what's different right now since October of 24?
What's different is the evidence that's presented that wasn't presented the last time, plus my client, while nevertheless represented, was not accompanied by counsel at the time of the last hearing. Since then, I've become involved for purposes of reconsideration. We have supplemented the record with what we believe to be relevant and material evidence that shows that the public would be convenienced if this store was allowed to open. And we set forth those reasons in our request for reconsideration.
So you're saying, Counselor, that this evidence was available at the time but wasn't presented by the attorney that was representing her at that time?
She didn't have an attorney.
She didn't have an attorney?
I'm assuming that it was available at the time. I don't know. I wasn't involved. All I know is that upon receiving this case, being hired, reviewing the record, I saw opportunities to supplement the record with material and relevant evidence to show that the public would be convenienced by the opening of this store at the proposed premises.
Was she represented by counsel? I know she appeared by herself, but was she represented by counsel in that previous application?
My understanding is that she was represented at the beginning. To what extent the attorney was involved in the matter, I have no idea.
Are the members ready to vote on reconsideration?
The numbers are horrible.
All right, on the request for reconsideration, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. I mean, this is not new evidence. This is evidence that was available, and the applicant was represented by counsel at the last appearance. Not in person, but did have the application prepared by counsel. And also, your counsel's argument starting out. If I may finish, man, we're voting.
Still happening.
You mean that they didn't hear?
No, I was just reminding them that voting is happening.
What was I going to say? Oh, and also, as you indicated that, right out the gate, that the argument was geography, which is an argument that had already been heard. Also, the numbers on all, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, with the exception of one, indicated a decrease in sales for 2024 over 2023. So with all that said, I just don't see a basis for reconsideration. I have to respectfully vote to deny it.
Commissioner Maya.
On the basis of reconsideration, the fact that she has counsel, and I do recall her appearing without counsel last time, and I believe there was a counsel listed in the record, but she appeared without counsel. So on the reconsideration basis, I will say yes to reconsideration.
Chair.
I did not hear additional evidence in your argument before reconsideration, but that argument is enough for me.
Can my client speak for one moment about the involvement of the attorney?
Sir, we're voting already. We're voting.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, so I understand that this is, a business that you really want to start, but the numbers in the area just can't justify that. I also agree with Commissioner De Leon that there has not been any change in fact since we last heard this item, and it's not in the interest of the board or anybody in this room that we consider to redo our work when there is nothing new that is part of the facts. So I'm going to vote no on reconsideration.
Recon's been denied. The disapproval stands.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and the last one in Albany is number 57, PRIYNKA Liquor Store, Inc.
Give us just a moment to get them in the room.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. That's right. The applicant is here in New York City, right? You're the applicant?
Yes, the applicant Sanjay Dev here.
And then
with
we
me.
have opposition in
Yes,
Albany.
Dustin Dente for Pat DeLuca's office. The members should have my submission from New York City.
Okay.
All
Yeah,
right,
go ahead.
do I have opposition up in Albany?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, what stores?
So,
Go ahead.
Are you guys one store or two stores?
we are one store.
He's my son.
What's the name of the store?
Our store is Alamo's Wine and Liquor. We're located in 189 Walton Street in downtown Syracuse.
Okay.
Oh, it's you guys again. It's a popular area, sir. All right. All right, so that's the second closest store. All right. Go ahead. What do you guys want to say?
For the opposition.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we are opposing the issuing of this new license, and then these are the following reasons that we are opposing it. Essentially, within a 1 mile radius of our store, there are 10 liquor stores in the area of varying sizes, some being wholesale level sizes. And two of these liquor stores have been recently licensed. Namely, they are City Liquor and Communion Wines. And the business has been decreasing in correlation with the issuing of new liquor licenses. More recently, as a matter of fact, there is a liquor store right across the street on 352 South Salina Street, across the street from this proposed new location, that closed a year after we opened just because the supply heavily outweighs the demand, and therefore the addition of another liquor store will not serve to satisfy the population. It will only serve to harm the businesses that are already there, the liquor store businesses, including ours. The second reason that we object to it is, as I'm sure you know, to our knowledge, this liquor store is over 5,000 square feet in size, retail size, whereas our liquor store is about 530 square feet approximately, meaning this liquor store is about 10 times our size. And because of the huge size disadvantage and the very close proximity, you're talking about a block and a half, there would be no way we can compete with this store. Essentially, with them being issued a license, ultimately their store will be licensed at the expense of us going out of business and us losing our license, and ultimately there would be no net benefit to the population, to the public.
The application, correct me if I'm wrong, says it's a store of 1,805 square feet with 1,400 square feet for retail.
That's
So
correct.
I don't know where that $5,000 number is coming from, but that's not what we see.
We're not sure exactly. Well, that was, to our knowledge, that's what the retail size of that location is. But even if you set 1,800 of retail size and 1,400 of storage space, that is still at least 3 to 4 times our size, which again, the huge disadvantage in size, there would be no way for us to compete. And our storage space is a lot smaller as well. We're talking maybe no more than 150 to 200 square feet of storage, and then 530 square feet of retail space. The great proximity between our two stores and the big size difference makes it nearly impossible to compete with a business this size. And ultimately, like I said, if this liquor store issued a license, it would be at the expense of us losing our license, because we would.
Okay, so the basis for public convenience and advantage is not based on protection of your store. Can you speak to the lack of public convenience and advantage if that's your argument?
Sure. So there are 10 liquor stores at the moment in the 1 mile radius area. And Syracuse is unlike New York City, where the population density is a lot bigger. Syracuse is also a very car-friendly city, so even the downtown residents have cars and have access to both liquor stores within walking distance and driving distance. And they have a variety of access to liquor stores, from wholesale size being Liquor Warehouse, which is about a 7-minute walk. It's a 2-story liquor store. And then they have also access to a smaller liquor store like ourselves, which is located within a walking distance to Armory Square neighborhood and the downtown in general. And therefore, the addition of another liquor store does not really help satisfy any public demand, as there isn't really a need for it, considering there is an abundance of liquor stores.
Okay, got it.
Sir, what store are you? I don't hear
Alamo.
everything. You're Alamo?
Yes, sir. Alamo's
Okay.
London Liquor.
Okay.
You don't recognize them? They were here.
Yeah,
for
no,
that
I know,
store
I
that
know. I
was in
just,
the
I don't
restaurant.
hear very well sometimes up here.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Fan. It is the position, while taking into account the objections, and as I mentioned in my submission, the objections are what one would expect to receive for a new liquor store. It must be noted that had the prior store, Downtown Syracuse Wine and Liquor, Inc., been able to remain open, we would not be here today. This would have been a transfer application, and Mr. Sanjay to my left would be operating probably on a temporary permit, or probably, probably still on a temporary close to approval. The reason why he could not do a transfer application for downtown is that the landlord would not give that licensee a lease, giving that licensee no choice but to shut down. Removal wasn't an option for him because he was older and wished to get out of the business. And signing a new lease would have obligated him well into his 80s. And that was not simply, from what I understand, I didn't speak to the prior applicant directly, but Sanjay did try to see if anything could be done with terms of trying to acquire that store. Because he wasn't, he did the next best thing was open a store very close to where that store would have been. Had it been open, he could have purchased it and even moved it, and neither of those would have required us to appear before you today.
I don't even understand what you're saying. So
Okay.
there was a store that was
Yes.
issued but not open?
There was a store that was, I believe downtown Syracuse was there for about 30 years. The landlord would no longer renew the lease.
Okay.
And,
What year did that store close?
I think it was just, let's see.
Less than a year ago.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, but we've since issued a license to replace that store, City Liquor, which hasn't even opened yet.
Okay.
That's 0.7 miles away from this location. And there's also a new license issued in 22 that is just starting to.
But had this store been open, I mean, unfortunately, it was just a matter of poor timing. The circumstance beyond the prior licensee's control. This would have been a transfer application. And I
That's
do
not a
understand.
point. I mean, okay, then go buy another store. That's not an argument, sir.
Okay.
I don't understand why you're coming here telling me that you don't even have to be here to get a store. Like, okay.
Well, no, to transfer a store, to do a transfer.
Okay, then go buy another store. I don't know what else to say to you. They're like,
He
you
would
just
have.
opened 2 new stores, like on the same street, in the same area, within 1 mile. There are 10
Prior
stores.
one was still open.
Why don't
This
you tell
one-
me why we need 1 more?
Well, I did submit a petition. The applicant does own a grocery store and does have strong local interest in returning a store to that area.
I already told you, that store was already replaced December 30. We already issued a store,
Oh.
0.7 miles away.
0.7 in what year? Yeah, I'm sorry, again.
2024, December 30th.
Sir, what are your projections? Get numbers for them.
Pardon?
What are your projections? What's this guy gonna do in his first year?
We're gonna do this first year?
When they did this,
Sales, how much you expect to sell?
it was just.
First year?
Yeah.
Close to, the previously store, he was doing close to like $500,000 a year. Was a licensed guest cylinder. So it's probably $500,000 a year or more. First year. And I've been downtown since 2007. My business, I have it since I've been working downtown, so there is a lot of demand. There is a motel building up right next to the street over. There's 300 rooms of motel, so it's like $80 million guys putting in this money, right? So he's putting a beautiful hotel, and there is so many residents. I got people coming into my store and say, where's the liquor store? Where's the liquor store? There is no liquor store. Now I open my store until 9 o'clock. Now all the store around me, they close at 6 o'clock. And this, like 6 o'clock they close. Everybody closes early and stuff like that, and there is no liquor store after that.
How much is your rent?
Huh?
How much is your rent?
Right, $3,000.
I'm seeing 3 liquor stores that shouldn't even be open. That's going to come to your benefit in some minutes from here, but there's 3 liquor stores that are doing $200,000, which I cannot understand how that's possible. They're even open. And that's Communion Wine, that's Alamos, and that's Vinomania. I'm not understanding.
I mean,
It's okay. Well, I'm saying it to them. I don't understand a liquor store that's these are very small numbers. Okay, so your projections are 500,000.
Can I talk?
Sure.
Yeah, like those stores barely they open. The one store opens up two times a week. I'm saying they barely the spirits. They open 2 times a week. Like Elmo store, he's talking about. Sometimes you gotta ring the bell so the owner come from across the street to open and unlock the store and give him something what he needed. He's got like a doorbell type of stuff, so he could come in, open the door, and give a liquor. So there's barely those 2 stores open. Understand? So it's not like something, and there is a customer demands, like, say, if you will, I spend 3 days, in front of the store and asking for the signature, 300 signature I got in 3 days. So people were signing, like, say, if I would have waited a week, I would have 1,000 signature. Understand? So there is a demand downtown. Downtown is growing big time. These people does not understand. I did, tell them, save more hours and all this stuff, and the people, they have less help and stuff like that, so they're not opening it for longer hours.
Okay.
And
what are your store hours, Alamos?
We are open 7 days a week, and we're open to the maximum hours that are allowed to us by Onondaga County. So we're open from 10 in the morning, and then we close at 9 at night from Monday through Thursday. Whereas on Friday and Saturday, we're open from 10 in the morning till 10 at night, and then on Sunday we're open from 10 in the morning till 9 at night.
Okay.
And to add in as well, we also have been in the area for many years, and we own a grocery store across the street, so we're very familiar with the area.
All right.
Are the members ready to vote?
Yep.
Yeah,
Commissioner De Leon?
Okay, appreciate the presentations by both sides. I just see too many stores in just too small a location. Alamo, as I look at your numbers, I see that you would have made, projected to make an increase in 2024 over 2023, but there are 10 stores within, really, literally, they're just on top of each other as we see it, as I see it. So, I just don't see how this is going to offer public convenience and advantage. And we did replace the store that closed just in December of 2024. They're so new that we haven't even gotten numbers from them. So I respectfully, I have to vote to deny the application just because the area is saturated.
Commissioner Maya?
Okay, I'm going to vote to approve. I'll tell you why. The 3 stores that I mentioned 2 minutes ago are almost negligible to my analysis because 0.7 miles away, 0.7 miles away from the offered store here, and that's only a couple tenths of a mile away from those other stores with those very low numbers. We have a store doing $4 million a year. So apparently, and that's on the other side of the highways, or maybe 2 highways. So in my analysis, I would say that's even almost in a different neighborhood. But they're doing $4 million and they're 0.7 miles away and closer to those stores. So competition absolutely works. And I'm not here to protect a business. So I'm voting to approve this because you're going to bring some competition south of 690, as I see it.
Thank you.
Chair.
All right, the numbers are all declining for the closest stores. I think Liquor Warehouse is much larger and a different type of business, sir. There's a difference between the big box stores and the small so-called boutique stores. We already replaced the store that closed, which was a small store, with another giant store that hasn't even started operating yet. So I think I have to agree with Commissioner De Leon that this area is extremely saturated. We denied at least one, if not two applications in this area in the past 6 months, and so I'm going to vote to deny.
The application is denied.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Ellery, that's it in Albany.
That's it?
All right, thank you. You can sign off.
Thank you.
All right, so on to New York City. We have a couple items where community board is present. The first one is 16 CE27 LLC.
16?
16. Is the applicant here for this?
Here, see.
Oh, you're the applicant.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And we have community board here too. Okay. You want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Go ahead.
We represent CE27 LLC, which is DBA.
Can you speak up a little bit?
We represent CE27 LLC, DBA QUIQUE CRUDO.
What do you mean you represent? You are the licensee or you
Our
are?
father, we're brothers. Our father is the sole proprietor.
And where's he?
He's almost 90 years old and is unavailable for health reasons to be here.
All right, why aren't you guys on the license?
We're not operators. We're representing him here.
You're not operating. He's operating?
He is. He's the sole proprietor.
Okay, but is he at the business? If he can't come here, I can't imagine that he's at the business either.
He is. He's there often.
So you guys don't work there?
No.
And you both are your brothers?
Yeah, we're also the landlords of the property.
You are the
and
landlords?
We are the owners of the building.
You guys own the building, you're gonna make your father work? What has the world come to?
Do you live in the building also?
He doesn't work enough.
Do you live in the building also?
We don't live in the building.
And does he live in the building?
No, he does not.
And are there tenants in the building?
There are tenants, yes.
How many floors is it and?
5 floors.
5 floors?
Yeah.
Okay. 2 apartments on each floor?
Yes, except for the ground floor. There's one.
How many tenants do you have?
It's fully occupied. There's 9
You can speak up a little bit.
9 apartments.
9 apartments? What's the rent?
It varies depending on the apartment.
What does that mean? Is there a lease or no lease?
Yeah. There are leases for all the apartments.
I'm asking what's the rent for the restaurant?
Oh, for the restaurant, $8,000.
You're charging your 90-year-old father $8,000 to run a restaurant in your building.
That's right. Yeah.
But you guys are not at the restaurant, you're telling me?
We are not at the restaurant. No.
Because you own the building and you can just be home. This is crazy.
What's crazy about that?
I've heard this before.
What's so funny about that?
Who's managing?
Who's managing?
Who's managing what? The building? My father, and he has a manager who's worked with him for over 20 years. He's been in the restaurant
How much
also on
How
site.
much of the business do you know?
A lot.
Okay.
So why is the manager not here?
He's busy. He's working in the restaurant.
Okay, that's not how this works. We have to talk to the people that are actually running the restaurant, not the landlord. I mean, it actually is a little bit of a conflict, the fact that you are the landlord.
We've represented him in the community board. When he wasn't able to come, we're representing him in this capacity.
Yeah.
All right, so there's opposition here. So you guys just manage buildings for your business. You're not working at the restaurant. Are you guys in the restaurant business at all?
Sorry?
Are you guys in the restaurant business at all or no?
Not formally, no. We're not part of the.
All right, go ahead.
Can't hear anything he says.
Not formally.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Donna.
Donna Raftery, Chair of Community Board 2's SLA Committee.
I'm David Gruber. I'm also in opposition.
You're in opposition, and you're a neighbor, or you are?
I'm past chair of CB2, but I'm also president of the adjoining block association.
Okay, so you're here on behalf of the
Downey
of
Street
the
Association?
Carmine.
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 Carmine Street Block Association. Okay, thank you. Block Association, okay.
Okay? So back in November 2022, Mr. Turlock negotiated an agreement with the community in order to meet the public interest criteria of the proposed on-premise liquor license. He laid over at that time in order to meet with the community and came to an agreement. And that agreement included the closing hours of 10 and 12 a.m. on weekends and no outdoor seating. This application essentially goes back on those two important aspects of what was negotiated with the community to create the public interest in the first place, and which led Community Board 2 to recommend approval of the on-premises license, the
Okay,
reasonable
so
closing
who
hours.
did you actually negotiate with at the time? Was it the licensee himself? Or
I
it was these
believe
two
they-
representatives? Do you remember?
I believe one of the sons was there, and I do believe the licensee was there in 2022.
Okay, 22, okay. got
Okay?
it.
For this application, just one of the sons came. We did not see the licensee. So for this alteration,
Okay,
right?
so when there was a tavern wine, those were the hours.
So what, and this is an on-premise. When they came for the on-premise, those were the hours that were
Okay, for the
negotiated.
on-premise, these are also the hours.
Right, that's the 10 and the 12 was what was negotiated. They wanted later hours. They worked with the community to arrive at these hours. That is what created the public interest, and that is why we recommended that. They've been open a little over a year, and now they are here asking for midnight and 2 a.m. closings at that time for now. And they're also applying for roadbed seating, which was one of the other things. This is a very small residential street. I have a little diagram to kind of show you how residential this area is. But so that's my point, is when they came after negotiating, they had said that they thought that those closing hours were reasonable. And now in their submission, they're saying those closing hours are unsustainable. They own the building, they know the neighborhood, they've been there for a long time. So it's not somebody new who came in and wasn't aware of what this area is like. Regarding their submission for today, there's 83 signatures provided. None are in the immediate area. There are only 2 that are somewhat close to the licensed premises, and these are at least 4 blocks away. At most, only 11 of the 83 signatures are within the boundaries of CB2, and you know how large the boundaries of CB2 are. And those signatures are from the patrons, because they're not from anywhere in the neighborhood. They're from all over New Jersey, uptown, Brooklyn, all over. The 500-foot report statements that they made said that this is a mixed-use neighborhood. It is not a mixed-use neighborhood. It's non-conforming ground for apartments. It's a residentially zoned neighborhood. All the blocks around it are residential. They said it was licensed in the past. It was licensed in the past for a dessert bar, tavern wine license, closed at 10:30. And also as property owners, they leased out or attempted to lease out another property in Community Board 2 to open up a dive bar with somebody that had extensive disciplinary history. And I believe it was Community Board 1. Community Board 2 recommended denial of that. So that is how they regard the community. That is what they were bringing to the community at that location. Just to make it clear.
Where is that? That's in CB1?
Well, I think the other premises are in CB1. This was on the corner of Houston in our Community Board.
That business. It was one of them?
They were leasing it to this
Oh.
person.
To another person.
To another person. They own that property and were leasing it. That's what they brought. My point is that's what they brought to our community.
Okay, I understand.
And just to show you, this is, I can hand this to you if you want it.
Yeah, please. And what time did you say the other restaurants on the location?
The restaurants close around 10, 11, 12 o'clock. The green solid is residential zone.
Mhm.
The green hash marks is residential with a commercial
Okay.
overlay in the pink use.
So you're opposing, or you're opposing this altogether?
We
You
are,
don't want later hours?
we do not want the later hours, but certainly we do not want anything past midnight. I mean, it's a small residential block that has a bunch of restaurants that have recently opened
Right,
on
and
it.
what about the outdoor? Is there outdoor dining right now?
I do not know if they've put anything up right now. They have not come to our SLA committee for that.
Okay, is there?
So, but they
outdoor
have
dining?
applied,
Other
but
restaurants have outdoor dining.
other restaurants there have outdoor, I mean, we're in this flux period, so the road beds are now
They're
going back up
planning to
again.
do outdoor dining?
They are planning to do a road bed. They have applied with DOT for road bed seating outside their premises.
Okay, but you haven't put it up yet?
And they haven't applied to the SLA committee yet.
Okay, that's fine. Were you conditionally approved for the
Yes.
road bed?
Yes.
Okay, so they are approved already. How many tables do you have? I mean, this is so narrow.
2 tables.
2 tables?
And it also needs the FDNY waiver on that block
Yeah, that's the problem.
with the other places across the street.
We've received that waiver already.
Yes,
You-
but that's,
You received the FDNY
everybody's
waiver?
receiving the waiver.
I just don't understand that. I
But
just don't
the
understand
community
how
doesn't
this is all
understand
gonna
this
work.
either.
All right, sir, go ahead,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you. Again, I am David Gruber. I am actually the head of a 5-block association coalition that is formed, so we speak for a lot of people.
How many people?
Oh, hundreds and hundreds. It's 5-block association coalition that we look at all SLA matters that come before our community board, which is Community Board 2.
So are you familiar with the Downing Street Association?
Bedford Downing Association, right?
Yeah.
Carmine Association.
You're Carmine.
I'm Carmine at Morton Block
Okay.
Association,
And do you know
West
how many,
Village.
do you know how many people Downing represents by any
No,
chance?
I don't know individually. I know that I have about 150 under my block association. This is just in brief context. This is a very residential street. It's very narrow. You cannot walk 2 abreast on the sidewalk. It's very tight. One of the tightest streets. It's completely residential in character. In fact, Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor lives a few doors down when she's not in Washington. There are brownstones and this was unusual that we gave a liquor, that we went along for a full OP license for this location. It's a tiny location. And that's because we negotiated in good faith the closing hours and no road bed sheds. Very big issue. And so here they're back a year later, disregarding, although they want to be fabric of the community and other kinds of issues that they tell us, completely ignoring what they've agreed to and what was the premise, for us backing up and supporting their application for a liquor license. And now we're here to say no.
Go ahead, sir.
So completely ignoring the agreement that they made.
Okay, did they
and
not
that's what
come
they're-
back to community board before they came here?
That's what I mean,
Okay.
they came for the extension of hours, we denied.
Okay, okay, so they did go to you, you just said no.
We said no.
Okay, got it, understood, thank you.
Okay, that's all I need to say.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
May we respond?
Yeah, anything further you want to say? Go ahead.
Just 2 things. It is a residential neighborhood. There's lots of restaurants on the street. I urge you to review the 500-foot map. There are at least 4 or 5 fully licensed liquor licenses within a few doors of our premises. For one, their allegation about another building we reject that entirely. There's no disciplinary history on that applicant. It's a totally separate issue, should have no bearing on our application. We accepted the initial restrictions on the license. We've continued to operate faithfully with no disciplinary history. We also have 2 other licenses in New York City. We have no disciplinary history. We have a very successful restaurant on this block. We have a Michelin.
I'm sorry, who has the other 2 licenses? Your father?
My
does?
father.
Okay.
We have a Michelin-starred restaurant chef in this restaurant at this location. It's frequented. There's lines around the corner to when the premise is open. We applied for a roadbed to relieve some of the congestion on the sidewalk because of the lines. That said, we are willing to rescind that application if we are able to get extended hours.
Got it.
All right.
I didn't hear the last part. You're willing to do what?
Withdraw our application for the roadbed seating.
Okay.
All right, so who's the chef? Who's really behind this business here?
My father, his name is Winston Kulak.
Okay. All right,
And
I don't hear any arguments about why you need more hours. It looks like a really sort of high-end restaurant and,
it's impossible to, we open at 5:30. It's nearly impossible to run a business when we have to have people out of the door at 10:30. It's nearly impossible.
But you agreed to that.
We didn't know at the time
all
what,
right, so what about just midnight across the board? You're okay with that, right?
Ideally, no, but that's better than 2 o'clock. Anything past midnight. I mean, they agreed to these hours less than a year ago, knowing what they were doing. That's, I think, the problem that we haven't taken
It
uh,
care of.
wasn't less than a year ago, it was more than a year ago. It was a year and a half prior to when we opened the business, before we could know what kind of business we would be able to
I
do.
mean, I think midnight across the board is reasonable. Yeah.
Go ahead.
That has to be coupled with withdrawal of the roadbed application permanently, so that they're not back next year and saying, oh, we didn't know, repeat this. I want to
Yeah.
firm withdrawal of the roadbed application.
Okay.
Super narrow street.
I have a concern. I just don't even know who's running this place. I don't get the sense that
Who do
you're, I don't get the sense that you're running, I clearly, in fact, you concede that. Your dad is 90 years old. He couldn't make it here. I think the chair made a very good point. If he couldn't make it here, how can he make it to the restaurant?
He's very active, involved. He has 3 different restaurant businesses. He's involved in all of them.
I would have liked to have heard from him today if he's that active, but I'm
Well,
not hearing from him.
I apologize. Like I said, he has health issues that
I'd
come
hate
in
to
and
think-
prevent.
I'd hate to think that this is a situation where somebody is making use of the license that's under his name.
Absolutely not. That's absolutely false.
So do you work at the restaurant?
No, I do not.
You guys have another brother?
No.
I don't
Mr. Gruber, we've known for over 20 years. He knows my father, and he knows that he's involved in this restaurant. It's just glass. It's oh, come on.
Does your father do all the cooking? at
He
the
is not the
restaurant?
chef. No, he is not the executive chef.
Do you have a chef?
We have a chef who's one of the most well-regarded Mexican-American chefs in the world.
Okay.
He cooked for Jacques Pepin last week. Daniel Boulud was in the restaurant last week. It's a very high-profile, well-respected, serious, culinary, ambitious restaurant.
Seems.
Council, briefly.
Sure.
All right, we're going off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back shortly.
Oh.
All right, we're back on the record after a recess. The item again is number 16, CE 27 LLC. Do the members have any further questions?
No, are you ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, the members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon?
Okay. I have a real concern. I have two concerns here. First of all, we make an agreement, it's made in good faith. You are experienced people, you have other licenses, other establishments, and now you want to get out of that agreement that you made with the community board. And it hasn't been that long. So that's one problem. And the second problem, and the greater problem, is I really don't know who is running this place. You're telling me that your dad, he's 90 years old, but I'm concerned that we have a situation here where a license is being used by other than the licensee. I know you say that that's not the case, but I would need to see some proof otherwise. You have a 10 p.m. closing, that's what you agreed to, and I'm going to respectfully deny the application for the reasons that I've given.
Commissioner Maya?
I will go to 12 o'clock. If you absolutely withdraw any sidewalk, I think that was discussed. But, sir, I'm sorry. What is your last name?
Gruber.
Okay, I'm sorry. Forget your name. You had a statement that permanently they're not going to, and that's, if such a condition is possible, that's what I would want. They cannot make any application for outdoor seating and 12 o'clock.
Chair.
All right, I agree with both the commissioners. First of all, it's extremely unusual that the landlord is here arguing for the licensee. We actually see that as a de facto conflict of interest, and generally we wouldn't really actually allow you to proceed. But to the extent that the licensee is HO'd and not available, I didn't want to hold this over so that they have to come back again. The manager is, we're told that the manager is busy, but as I understand it, the restaurant is not operating right now, so I don't know what they're busy doing. And so with no real operator here, I am very concerned about giving more hours or approving anything. However, with the input of the community board who has spent time to come here today, if we went to 11 o'clock on Sunday, Monday through Thursday in exchange for the outdoor dining, is that a reason, is that good?
11 o'clock Sunday through
To Thursday,
and no
midnight,
out-
Friday,
midnight,
Saturday,
Friday,
Sunday.
And no outdoor.
And no outdoor.
And I just want to just say one other thing, since they are not the principal, I just want to make sure that anything that we are agreeing to, they are able to agree to.
Well, presumably they're here representing with the leverage that, with the understanding that they're going to be able to enforce it in the event that there is other issues that are related here, we will go look at it. Okay?
Can I just add one thing?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe we want to add an affirmation or an affidavit from the applicant.
Have either one of you filed a notice of appearance with us?
No.
You don't have a notice of appearance on file
They,
for the applicant?
at the desk, they told us if we're not an attorney, we didn't have.
It's hard to
file.
hear you, sir.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry, we can't hear you.
At the desk, they told us we didn't need to file a notice if we're not an attorney, and neither of us are
Did you
attorneys.
file it at the beginning of the application process or anything like that?
I did, yes. That's part of our application for me, under my name.
I can check to see, but it does say on the memo that, and what's your name?
Barnett Kulak.
It does say in licensing memo that he is the representative.
All right, so we should look at whether that's the landlord, because that probably should have been disapproved as a notice, but it's not a big deal. All right,
And so do you mind if I add the thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
So just.
So can he?
Yeah, go ahead, no, go ahead.
Are they or not the proper representatives? Because if they're not, and they make an agreement today, and we all come to an agreement on it, somebody comes back in, maybe the 90-year-old licensee comes in and says, you know what? I didn't agree to that. And they weren't representing me. And now we have another problem.
Affidavit, right?
You should condition it on affidavit from the actual applicant, perhaps.
I get it. Yeah. Yeah, I got it.
Make that a condition if that's what you want to do.
Okay.
And then there's one thing about outside. They talked about the roadbed.
Mhm.
The condition, is it accurate that the condition is no sidewalk, no roadway, no outdoor dining, period?
Yes.
And no future application.
There is no sidewalk there.
There's not. Okay. But in any event.
They didn't apply for sidewalk either because you really cannot even put a table there.
So he-
But they've agreed to no roadbed now, withdrawing that application.
file
And
a
so
notice
just so
of
you know,
appearance
we're
with
in
the
very good
application.
relationship with
He's
DOT.
down that
If
he
you
was
withdraw it, we'll see it almost instantly.
Okay.
So, so we will
The
also
agent can
know
bind the
if it,
principal.
yeah, if there is no withdrawal and that you ultimately get in front of them, this will come back here again and it will be here having the same conversation with 200 people waiting while we have this conversation.
Okay, so to clear something up, apparently, the
Yes,
application
I
does
already said
indicate
that.
one of them is the agent.
Barnett.
That's
Barnett
right.
is the agent
That's correct.
that can bind the principal, all right? So I would take that approach if we have to cross that bridge in the future. And because Commissioner May voted for 12, you voted for 11, do you?
Yes, I'm gonna vote for 11, Sunday, Monday to Thursday, and then midnight, Friday, Saturday, and then they're gonna withdraw their roadbed, application.
So with those conditions, I will change my vote and go along with Chair Fan, so nobody has to come back and we have some kind of an agreement here. But, I have a concern, and I imagine the agency has a concern, and we look into concerns.
Commissioner, what kind of evidence would you like us to provide to allay, to appease? Yeah, I
You
mean,
don't need to provide anything.
No affidavit?
well, I mean,
I
you're,
mean, you
you're,
can provide you want the affidavit?
An affidavit
Yeah,
from
that's
your
fine.
father that says, I agree that it is 11 o'clock.
no, I'm
Sunday to
talking,
Thursday."
speaking to the commissioner's concern that someone else is operating this license. I mean, I don't
Well, you can certainly put that in the affidavit. I was
we'll do whatever you're asking. I don't understand what kind of
That's gonna be a
evidence you
different thing,
can.
so that's a
I'm
different.
trying to address your concern.
I get it,
I appreciate that. and
but
you
you'll
can-
hear from our enforcement team.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the withdrawal is a condition also in advance of
I mean,
approval?
have they already filed it with us?
No.
If they haven't filed it with us, then it'll just be on the license that you can't have outdoor seating at all.
Well,
Right.
we
Right.
would get a notification from the city.
Yeah, but
if you're
you need to
withdrawing.
withdraw your roadbed application with DOT.
It would be on you
As a
because you wouldn't,
condition.
even if you got that approval from DOT, you wouldn't
Wouldn't get it.
We
from us.
wouldn't
Still a
get it.
condition.
They are conditionally approved by DOT. They just haven't gotten the issuance of the actual license for the outdoor. That's for, it hasn't triggered the alcohol, the ABC. You guys wouldn't believe how much time I spent trying to understand this.
So they need to
But,
withdraw.
so that's why they haven't appeared in front of them for the outdoor dining yet, but they're in the meantime going to withdraw the 2 table sets in the roadbed and now take this 11.
Do you want that as a condition?
Yes.
Right.
And then an affidavit that the licensee himself actually agrees to this. That
Signs.
you will take the 11 PM, Sunday to Thursday, and then he's gonna withdraw the roadbed.
And they permanently cannot have outdoor.
Right.
Right.
That's correct. And that's an affidavit. It's a notarized statement, sworn-to statement. And I would take the opportunity to address the concern that I mentioned in that affidavit.
Sure. If you want to suggest language to satisfy your requirements, I don't know exactly. I would like some elaboration on your concerns so we can adequately address it in the affidavit.
That I can do, but there are many attorneys here that you can speak to.
Okay.
Commissioner Maya, do you agree with the hours or do you want to stick with your 12 a.m.?
No, I'll go along with everyone else. It's really simple affidavit. Your father's name, duly sworn, state the hours, no roadbed, permanently, sign it in front of notary. That's it.
And that will address the other commissioners'
That's
concerns.
what we're asking for, an affidavit to be submitted so that we know that your dad is agreeing to this himself.
Oh, that is clear to me. I was
Doesn't
referring to
address
his
my
other.
concern, no.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking.
All right, well, we have a difference of opinion here. That's okay.
Okay. Regarding the extension of the hours, so I'm clear, you're adding 3 additional hours for
I
the,
think it's 4 because it's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it's 5.
5 additional hours.
And then Friday and Saturday.
It's midnight.
Yeah.
So 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and midnight Friday through Saturday.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we spent a lot of time on this. Okay, thank you. All right, do you guys have anything else?
Yes.
Okay.
Next with, I mean,
Can we say one more thing?
it's already been considered.
Guys, what else?
What was the restriction that you suggested that we're agreeing to other than the no roadway seating? You said there was some other restriction?
No outdoor.
And you won't
no.
apply in
And
the
that you won't
future.
apply.
Well, how can I don't think we can agree to not apply.
Okay,
again.
don't take that, then we'll just vote to deny, then don't take it. If you don't want to take the deal, it's fine. It's what, you can discuss it, and then you can come back.
Okay, we'll
Discuss it and come back. Okay. All right, just hold that vote. Just hold that vote.
What are the chances they're calling?
Next is number 8, AVION Group LLC.
I mean, he's just showing what he plans to do, which is he won't, later they're gonna come back and take the hours and then apply again. Like, I mean, he just showed the true colors of what they were talking about. All right, sir.
All good. Matt Colton with Hellbound Levy representing AVION Group LLC. I have the applicant Frank Iqbal here with me. This is a beer and wine application. I understand community board is here to speak on it, so I'll let them go first.
So there's still opposition?
Yeah,
All
there's,
right. That's why it was held over.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to say our position remains the same. From what we have heard, it seems there, and it looks like from their submission, it looks like they have made an effort to do some soundproofing, but the soundproofing is not working against a brick wall on these buildings in this residential. It's also marked on the map that I gave you, and I can give you another one. It's a block and a half away in a residential area, and the problem with this application is the late hours disturbing the residents. They can hear everything through a wall. They also have put tables outside, which was not part of the application. So that's, the community board is still opposed to this application and certainly opposed to any 2 o'clock in the morning closings in this location.
Okay, but they have a temp TW that is, what time do they close now?
I don't know if there's any.
So yeah, we have an unrestricted beer and wine temp, so technically county closed 4 a.m., but we currently close 12 during the week, 2 on the weekends. What we're asking for, and that's what we're sticking to.
Great.
Can I add to that?
Yes, no, are you done speaking?
I mean, basically, what we were sent back for is to deal with the residents. And so I think the residents are still hearing the noise coming through their walls. It's brick walls. It's hard to insulate unless you actually want to get rid of the decor of the brick so that it's well insulated with sheetrock or something like that. So
is this conversational noise? It's not.
I think
music or-
it's conversational noise. It's people outside also gathering and smoking and that kind of noise. So that just perpetuating until 2 o'clock in the morning. No, it's the same area. This is Carmine Street in Bedford, goes through it. So it's all the restaurants. It's the same sort of restaurants. They close at 11 and 12. I know in their submission they said some other places a block away are open later. That is correct. That's Bleecker Street and that's 7th Avenue South. Very different from the residences here, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
I had actually submitted to the board photographs, audio, and audio was not accepted, but they claim Monday through Thursday, it's a hard close, midnight. I have photos proving that they actually serve. I have a photo at 12:35 serving. I believe their mandate is we serve until there's no more customers. So it's not a hard close, and I would like that to be enforced.
Just so you know, so as the lawyer just represented, the temp permit actually have no hour restriction on it. So in theory, he's currently allowed to open until 4 a.m.
Right.
So I understand that they're not being truthful. I understand your point, but it's not relevant. It's not important for us to see proof of that because right now there are no actual restrictions, and I don't believe that there was nothing that they're, there are no rules that they're breaking as of right now.
Right, they advertise it's closing at midnight on those days, but fine, going forward, I would love for that to be the rule of thumb.
Yeah, so you would like 12 o'clock all around?
That would be ideal. Yes.
And how close are you to it? Are you right next to them?
Yes, and I have audio
She shows the
of,
wall.
I share the brick wall. And the last time we were here, the owner had agreed to do some soundproofing.
Yes, I understand.
And it
you,
didn't happen.
You have been living there for 30 years?
Yes,
So what was it before this?
it was a video place.
Okay, it was
and then
video.
before at a graphic printing house.
I see. Okay, so this is the first time it's getting licensed?
Yes, and then the addition of the 2 tables and the chairs.
Is that
again,
outside?
Yes, and I also have photographs of people sitting there. They have no security. And so once now the summer season begins, it's a great looking place. People are going to sit there and enjoy themselves. And that's an additional noise factor. So I'm sort of surrounded.
Did you
by-
submit the photograph of the
Yes, it's all in
bartender
the thing I
smoking?
submitted,
the
yes.
You're on this side, you're like right in this window?
That's me.
Okay.
And how do you know that he's the bartender?
Sorry?
How do you know he's the bartender?
I have a picture of the bartender, 12, what do you mean?
I saw a picture and it's alleged that this is at 12:35 and the person.
Yes.
I can't remember if they're drinking or smoking.
They're just having a smoke break before they go back in and serve.
Right. But I'm asking, how do you know that? You took that picture?
I live with them. I know their whole
Okay,
staff.
good. I just want to,
Yeah,
for the
it's
record,
tight.
so to speak. That's for the record. So to speak.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, so the outdoor tables, those are,
They're not part of the application. They're out
and
there.
they're not allowed right now, right? Because this business wasn't in existence. There was no grandfathering or anything like that.
Right.
So,
I can speak to all that once they're finished.
go ahead. Did you file in October to, I don't even know how you could have been grandfathered if you weren't in operation before that.
No,
Okay.
there is equivocally no outdoor service here. Frank wanted to put, yeah, I understand that. He put some outdoor furniture to try to just convey that the place was open. This is a landmark street, so he was having trouble. He wasn't able to put any exterior lighting up. He wasn't able to put a permanent sign up. There's a small decal in the window. That's really the only thing that lets people know that this is an open and operable wine bar. He knows that he's not allowed to have service out there. Anytime he has seen someone sit down, he has instructed them that they must move inside. I have since advised that he remove the outdoor seating. He also has a planter there, which was in Rebecca's poster. That was put there in an effort to prevent people from kind of wandering toward Rebecca's window. We thought a little barrier might help the situation. But yeah.
So do people sit out there or not sit out there? I've never heard this argument before where they put a table and a chair out there, but they don't intend to serve there.
Right.
For advertising.
People want to sit there.
Ma'am, may I,
It's entirely decorative.
let me explain. So we're not allowed any signage outside. Nobody even knows we're there. We're not allowed any seating. Where or not, Mr. Gruber says it's a quiet street. It's a two-way street. There's not a single spot on the street that is not an active restaurant that does not have an outdoor seating. We are completely buried because we're not even allowed to put a lamp outside, no signage. So just to show people that we are
It's
actually a
your
restaurant.
choice to open a restaurant where there's never been a license there.
I respect
and
that, ma'am.
People live there.
I respect
So that's
that.
your choice.
Yes.
But the table, specifically speaking to that, was only for decorative purpose. There was one time when 2 walker-bys decided to sit there. That's when the picture was taken.
If you lived there for 30 years and someone opened a business right next to your wall.
There was a restaurant right next to her before, which had a shed right in front of her window. Never complained.
Well, they're probably not loud, like, it's decorated very nicely. I understand that, but it's drawing a crowd.
And their neighbors living upstairs, ma'am, all of whom have written to you directly endorsing us. Everybody on the street loves us except for this one resident.
Right.
Yeah, but she's the one sharing the wall with you, so I think her opinion counts the most here.
Totally
Of
understood.
course, I love the place around the corner. It's 24 hours, but I'm not living right next to it.
When we were here the first time, the stipulation was go back and soundproof the establishment. We had a sound engineer come out. They reviewed the wall. They said installing soundproofing within this wall without completely tearing it down and demolishing the wall would be an impossibility, right? But he said that he thinks that a majority of the sound leakage is coming through the basement under the wall. So we soundproof every surface of the building, including the basement. This place is soundproofed within an inch of its life. He spent $32,000 in the last few months 57, excuse me, in the last couple months, soundproofing at the request of neighbors. Where when we came here the last time, we went back to the other neighbors that also live in the building and have a vested interest in this and said, hey, we're having a bit of trouble at the SLA. And they went out of their way and put together a letter. They sent several emails to you guys. So we understand that there's hesitancy here, but we have really done everything within our power to meet those needs.
Of the soundproofing, did you submit a report from the person that did the work?
Not a specific report. We submitted receipts of all of the materials that were bought and put into the, so when the sound engineer came out, he recommended one of 3 systems in order to install into the walls to soundproof. Out of an abundance of caution, Frank picked all 3. So he has really put the time and effort and money into soundproofing this space. And if the outdoor seating.
So are you still hearing it?
Yeah, there's no change.
Construction only stopped 2.5 weeks ago. April 7th was when soundproofing was
You guys want to
finalized.
take more time and try to figure this out? Because like, this is your neighbor, so either
And
she.
ma'am, there are neighbors upstairs too, but this particular neighbor has been against our opposition, just against us since before we even signed the lease, let alone before the noises started, let alone before we opened up. No matter what we do, she's out there with the camera harassing us. But basically, so one person comes in near close to the door and she's complaining that we have a crowd outside. You have heard directly from all the neighbors who live upstairs, across the street, everybody vouching that there's never a crowd outside. This one always maintains, and the best evidence they can prove is one lonely person smoking a cigarette outside.
And I just want to be.
What else can we do here about, in a matter of, as a matter of fairness?
Agreed at midnight across the board.
So in regards to the hours, this is a landmark building. It cannot have a kitchen. So a lot of the business model is to capture the after dinner drink, hence the 2 a.m. on the weekends.
And that's exactly what neighbors love us.
In reality, they would love 2 a.m. across the board, but we understand that that was an issue. So that's why we agreed to do midnight during the week, 2 a.m. on the weekends. That allows them to capture the after dinner drink in the West Village and Carmine Street.
We can't compete for drinks, sir, because we cannot do full dinner. We don't have a full kitchen.
And
we're a wine bar, which is exactly why the neighbors love us. They want a place where they can go after dinner, and they have written to you directly. It's not our words.
I just want to also jump in and remind on the standard. This is a beer and wine application. The standard wasn't public convenience and advantage. We've gone above and beyond what is typically required for a beer and wine application. We understand that there's hesitancy from the neighbor next door, and we are working with her as best as we can. Frank offered his cell phone number and said, if there is a modicum of a problem, text me and I will stop it. And she refused to take the cell phone number.
What's the maximum occupancy?
It's 62 seats, 74, but 62 seats.
And it's just conversational noise.
So yeah, there's background music only. We've installed speaker mounts to prevent vibration on the walls. We're doing every kind of sound absorbing trick that we can do that's not demolishing the wall and spending $200,000 to demolish a brick
Even
wall.
carpets installed on the floor, ceiling to floor, velvet curtains. We have done everything possible.
There are floor to ceiling curtains, fabricing, everything.
The issue is this residential neighborhood, and then the 2 o'clock in the morning for the after dinner drink of the 60+ people in there just drinking in a residential neighborhood. This is why originally he came to us for an on-premise license and then withdrew that and then came back with this. And so that was clearly his intention to start with. And so these later hours of drinking on this residential block where everything else closes is a real problem.
The activities outdoor, clearly not appropriate. Making deals and coming in later on and trying to get out of them is, I have an issue with that.
No deal was ever reached.
If I can finish.
It's really insulting that I mean, you think I want to spend this kind of time doing this? How? Hours and hours of my life.
This is what she's been doing from day one before she even met the restaurant.
Let me finish. I only see one tenant though, that is complaining, and really complaining, and I don't minimize that, you know. I want to say this the right way. I'm a lifelong New Yorker living here my entire life. You know, this is a great city. I love it. We take some things when we live in New York City. I know that the population of the village, I've heard, quadruples on the weekends, right? I can't imagine, you know, what that's like. And I live in a brownstone. And, you know, when somebody else moves in upstairs, I'm going to hear them. I can choose to listen or not listen, you know. I'm not minimizing what you're going through, but I have a man that has made every effort. Apparently, he's made significant efforts and
Sir, I'm
invested.
almost out of money trying to address
We
this.
got you. I got it. And who I think has a right, to have his business there and to try to make it successful. The outdoor stuff has got to stop.
Sure. Done.
And whatever action, in my opinion, that you can take to minimize the inconvenience to your neighbor, because I guarantee you, you wouldn't want to be in her position and feel the way she feels. No one here would. So I don't minimize that. I'm looking here for a solution, a way to resolve this dispute. I don't see a lot, and he does have letters of support. He also have.
This is what we heard from the other applicants who are a block and a half away, and that's the other, it's the late hour.
So the concern is that, if
Everybody else
everybody else will want to go to two.
But
Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
This man just talks with a lot of hyperbole. The neighborhood doesn't love him. I am really sorry. Excuse me. My coalition of block associations met 3 times with them. We told them about our opposition to it at the community board hearing, which they would turn down. Many, many people came to voice their opinion. It's hard to get people up here during the day to come up from the village all the way uptown. Please don't construe that as not having opposition in the community. There's some 40+ restaurants on this strip. By 11 o'clock, most of them, almost all of them are closed, and it's dark. It's not a place for a late night. This idea that they know where to drink and they come for 2 hours, this is all in his mind. The community is not in love with him. There was much opposition. And I speak now as the president of the Carmine Street Block Association for many years. And I want that to be clear that while there's not a lot of people here, I'm here. I need to have him. Yes, Chair Fan, you're perfectly right. They have a right to 4 a.m. However, it's a temp license. They're going to come back to see us. Maybe we could solve these issues now rather than dangling this threat that we could do what we want. It's a 4 a.m. unrestricted license. So do what you want, and then we'll do what we need to do as a community. But that's what I want to say. I have a lot of complaints about them. I don't remember coming here and saying it's a quiet block. It's not. There's a lot of restaurants. The other block that I just testified prior, that's a quiet block, Bedford Street. But this is a two-way street. They're perfectly right. There's a lot of restaurants. They're not in love with him having later hours than anybody else on the street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do the members have any other questions?
You have something to say?
I just want to kind of beat the drum again that the standard here, it's not the comparison of oversaturation in the neighborhood. That is a 500-foot standard. And I think we have really shown that we've done everything we possibly can. If there is large opposition, it wasn't submitted to the SLA. That's the whole point of this process. I requested everything that was submitted. There were 2 opposition letters from neighbors. One, Rebecca is here. And then we submitted multiple letters in support, 200 signatures.
No, sorry.
All right.
We don't know this.
All right.
No back and forth, please.
All right, so let's just vote. All right, we spent a lot of time on this. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
All right, Commissioner De Leon?
If Chair Fan could put her conditions on, because I agree with them, but I'm not going to be able to recite them completely. I think it was 11 o'clock. Did you say 12 o'clock?
It's
Sure, if you want to go first.
12 o'clock? 12 o'clock closing, no outdoors. You have his phone number, right?
We actually are kind of friendly outside of this, and in theory, I would take his cell phone, but if.
I've offered it many times.
Okay. Are you on site, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
He's sole principal, and this is his 7 days a week.
Okay.
It's my life-saving investment into this. I'm 60 years old, and I've done everything in my power. If they're trying to put me out of business without this, I'll be out on the street. My entire life savings in this.
I wouldn't say that they're trying to put you out of business. They
Yes,
have,
sir,
they
because
have-
what he's
sir,
complaining is just falsities.
They have legitimate concerns. Sure. And they were there. She's been there a lot
And I've
longer
addressed
than
that, sir.
she's been there a lot longer than you. And I can guarantee you, if the situation was reversed, you wouldn't feel good about it.
So just
You
so you know, a little background, right around the corner, Bedford and Downing. I lived there for 18 years. I know every crack in this road. I'm also from the neighborhood. I know exactly what these
Okay,
restaurants
then
are.
you should have opened it right next to your own apartment, then there will be no complaints, right? That's not what you chose to do. You
Yeah,
chose
but
a
ma'am,
place
I'm
that
not
was
doing
not
anything
previously
illegal, and I
licensed.
have, it's the support of the entire street behind me. One person stands there and tells you that I'm telling you falsities.
All right, we can also just deny
Look
it
at the
if you
emails
don't
for
want
yourself.
I know, but that doesn't mean that we ignore your neighbor. You're saying I have everybody in support, so just completely ignore her. That's not gonna work. We're not
That's
gonna
not
do
what I'm
that.
saying, sir.
We're not, well, that's how I'm interpreting it.
If there, I can kind of
All
get a
right,
sense
it's
where
enough.
the,
It's really enough. We're voting. Can we just vote?
just wanted to ask if we can meet in the
It's
middle
not
on the
gonna
weekends,
change.
1
No,
AM.
It's not gonna change.
The
You can take it
place
out
directly across the street is 1
Put
AM.
me out of business if we do.
We're
early hour on
voting.
weekend.
We're voting. We've
Yep.
heard.
No problem. Okay.
We're voting. We've heard everything multiple times.
I will agree to the 12 midnight, no tables outside. The gentleman is to provide, I'm sorry, ma'am, thank you. A telephone number, a contact number, so that she can make a call when things are getting a little out of control. I don't know if the seating is right adjacent to this wall. That seems to be the major problem. Maybe something can be done about that.
That wall
I
is with
commend you.
bars.
I respect the efforts that you have made, but that's as far as I will go.
So that literally puts me out of business. We'll be the only business that's not allowed to have seating
Sir,
outside.
you have a choice. That's, first of all, there are 2 other votes. I'm only one. And secondly, I can vote to deny also.
Can I
Those are
just
my
ask for
options.
clarification on your no outdoor seating? Is that we can apply for outdoor seating and go through the proper process?
I don't see how you can apply for outdoor seating. I mean, the picture, where would they even?
Even if it's two tops, that's, I feel like it's within his right to at least apply for it, go through the DOT. They'll have to go back to the community board anyway. We would just
Right
work
now,
that
where
out.
it
We
stands,
just
it's on your
said no
license.
outdoor. I mean, how is that interpreted in your mind as that you can then apply? Like, that makes, like,
No, we were saying there's no outdoor seating, but there's no
But it-
outdoor service right now.
As of right now, what Commissioner De Leon said, no outdoor seating. That
For
will
now.
be on the license.
no, it's not for now. It's
I
for
mean,
good.
yes, on the license.
But like when you put a time restriction, it's not midnight forever. We could file a method of operation, go through the proper channel, come back here. A stipulation on a license isn't forever. You apply and you go through it.
Well, who says that?
Well, that's why I'm asking for clarification here.
Well, I think we've been very clear.
Okay.
So may I ask why one business is the only one denied outdoor seating on the entire block?
We've been through this. We've heard, we've listened. The commissioner heard you. And
Because
he's
you're the only one
voted.
who's a wine bar who's not serving food. You
We
yourself
are
said
serving
this,
food.
that this is your business, that you're attracting people. 90% are coming to drink. And when drunk people, I don't know why I need to explain all this. All right, we've taken way too long on this. All right.
Commissioner
Can you
Maya.
vote?
Yeah, I'll go Sunday through Thursday at 12 and Friday and Saturday at 2.
The new outdoor seating or?
I'll leave that to any further applications.
Thank you.
Well, for right,
Right now, you
Right
need to
now.
decide.
you don't have to put it on the license. It's fine. It's up to you.
I'm already not in accord with Commissioner De Leon, so I'll just keep it the way I've
Okay.
stated it.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, so I'm gonna vote for midnight across the board, no DJ, no outdoor dining, recorded music only, no dancing, no private parties, no third-party promoters, no ticketed events.
Okay, Commissioner De Leon, do you agree with the other
I concur.
stipulations?
I concur.
And you want to, Commissioner Maya, you want to stick with just the hours?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. And, well, are they back? Oh, gosh. Yep, so 16's back. I know we said this would be a second call.
Yeah.
To talk about.
Right.
Yeah, I can't even remember what it was.
So,
They wanted to not agree to the outdoor dining.
so 16, if they can come back up for CE 27 LLC. I don't know if Ms. Rafferty wants to come back up for that as well.
How do you say the name?
Kiki CRUDO. Kike CRUDO.
So, you agree, or how's it?
So what's the
We,
deal?
we know the hours we need to be successful, and the 11 a.m. is not late enough. So if you could agree to a 12 a.m., like Mr.
No, I
Mayor.
already voted. You can either not take the deal and we can vote to deny.
So it's either right now, take it,
Okay, we're gonna have to reapply and accept a denial.
or accept the denial.
Mhm.
Okay.
So we're going to revote Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah, denied.
Commissioner Maya,
How did I vote first?
you voted with the condition, so you can keep approving.
I'm going to keep my initial vote.
Okay. Well,
Can we just say one more thing, that if you gave us the 12 a.m., we would accept the agreement never to apply for the roadside dining again?
right now, as it stands, they have the 10 p.m. and they can't apply for the outdoor dining.
And you can't.
Just to clarify, so what are?
They're saying that if they do midnight across the board, they get midnight every night, they will agree to never apply for the Robet 2 tables.
Right.
Lights out at midnight?
Yes, lights out at midnight. Bodies, all customers out. Kitchen staff can be cleaning.
Okay, that's fine with you?
Service until midnight.
I'm
Look,
gonna have to
guys,
go. I
this
just-
is-
it's-
Thank
it's-
you.
Yeah, no, I think the no road bed is really important to, I mean, the hours, not having it, yes.
Is that okay?
If we can get to 12 a.m., yeah, yes, 12 a.m., yeah.
Good with that? No road back?
Yeah, we accept that.
Ever.
Thank
No
you very
outside
much,
ever.
Mr.
Thank you.
Afterreed, Mr. Green.
All right, it'll be flagged, it'll be
It's the
flagged.
same thing with the affidavit though, right?
Yeah, yes. Sir? Sir?
Can we clarify one thing, that if
We
we're,
still need the affidavit, by the way. Go
well,
ahead.
yes, we're the landlord, so if we go out of business and the next tenant applies for roadside dining,
It's
we,
to the license.
it sticks, okay, for this license, we
It
agree.
doesn't matter who the landlord is, it sticks to the license.
This
Okay.
is why you have a conflict.
No,
I
it
understand
doesn't.
that, but the fact that you just asked that question,
It really is telling, yeah.
But it's what we're agreeing to, we can't agree to it for,
90-year-old could be changed out
Okay.
next year.
Okay.
And then you're gonna come back, oh, same operation.
No,
And
no.
now you think that all the deal that we just spent hours.
I just
doing-
wanted to clarify, it was just for our liquor
No, I'm
license.
just
yeah.
telling you, that's why you have a conflict of interest.
And I don't really
We,
have any
we accept that.
I would just take it before we start really denying it.
12 a.m., no outdoor dining, affidavit, and withdrawal of the DOT. Commissioner De Leon.
As stated by the secretary, I agree with that. And I say again, I have a real tough time believing who's really running this place. And I'm sure it's going to be looked at.
And Commissioner Maya
I agree. Thank you, Mr. Afterreed.
and Chair.
All right, midnight across the board, withdrawing the road bed application and never applying for outdoor seating, no sidewalk, no grandfathering of any of that. Recorded music only, no third-party promoters, no ticketed events, no private parties.
Affidavit, the affidavit.
An affidavit with, from the licensee stating these agreements.
And you okay with all of it, everything?
Yes,
else?
I'm good.
I'm okay with all that. Obviously, if we don't get the affidavit, then there's no business.
That's part of, that will be a condition of approval, so you wouldn't get the change until you.
As is withdrawing the
Yes.
roadway application.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just like the address.
Next is 62, Stir It Up NY LLC.
62A?
Just 62.
62.
Good afternoon, everyone.
What do you mean?
When I vote, when I'm dining,
Robert Romano, good afternoon. I'm here with the licensee applicant principals, Yvette Strachan, excuse me, Strawn, and Devon Strawn, 62. And they are the principals of Stir It Up LLC. They both currently own and operate a large catering service called Altos, which provides over 5,000 meals daily.
Can I cut to the?
Cut to the chase?
Okay.
Okay.
It is the House of Rock Church, which objects.
Right.
And it says it serves children's and youth programs and helps those with addictions,
Mhm.
including alcohol addiction. It shares a driveway with this property. Now, your argument, as I understand it, is that it's not exclusively a church because there is an apartment above that is been offered for rent,
Still,
right? And that it's only a storefront church. Do you have anything that shows an advertisement for the apartment?
I have, not only do I have that, if you want, that'll bring you right to it. If you want a QR on your phone.
QR code? All right, sure.
Sorry. That looked like a good one, too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What's going on right now?
This is the ad that the church has placed renting the apartment above. The argument is that it's not exclusively a
Correct.
church.
I have a couple of printouts of that ad. Also, and you may prove me wrong on this, but I've done extensive searching on Department of State websites to locate their supposed corporation, and I have been unable to find it.
My question would be, are they registered under the religious corporation law?
It would still show up under, as a not-for-profit or religious.
Okay, so.
And it was not on LAMP, and I have a feeling that's
So the
why.
record will reflect your QR code.
Well,
Thank
is that the same ad that the chair now has, or is
Which,
no, that's different?
which corporation name were you researching?
Well, they gave you the letter, and according to your internal memo, it's a house on the
Mr.
rock.
Romano, what is the point of submitting something that has no address on it? I mean, this
Forgive me.
doesn't, this is not helpful.
Page here.
Let me. Okay. Let me, for the record, explain what your QR code is. It is an ad for affordablehousing.com, a 3-bedroom apartment at 11208 Rockaway Beach Boulevard in Rockaway Park, New York. 11694 is the zip code, and the offered rent is $3,800, and it consists of 600 square feet. Is that address the same address as the?
And
We're not gonna be able to resolve this, so
I
let's
thought-
turn this, we're going to have our investigator go out and take a look at this. You can't,
With all-
you've been here long enough to know
No,
that
but-
you can't give me pieces of
Chair,
paper here to
we were
prove
here-
a 200-foot case. You just can't, it's just not,
No,
that's
no,
just
no,
not
but
how
we
it's
adjourned
operated.
this. This had been adjourned, had been pushed back in order for the,
Yeah, then you should have submitted this in.
no, for the authority was going to send somebody out. We were under the
No,
impression
that's
that you
not-
were,
didn't find that, so now you're giving me more evidence. You should have submitted this 2 weeks ago.
I
And then
did,
you
I
wouldn't
did.
have time.
This has been submitted.
I don't have this.
Everything in here was in my submission which I did before the deadline.
It's on there?
Yeah.
Well, I don't get a sense that we looked into this.
And that's what, yes.
I was told that enforcement did look into it, but we wouldn't have the report on time.
See, that's why, yeah.
Okay.
If we're gonna come back,
All right, 6-4.
if we're gonna come back, you could probably get something from the Department of State. I don't know that they're registered as a religious corporation or any corporation. If you have anything from the Department of State, then that eliminates, it's not a church. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
The church owns the whole building, Mr. Ramon?
The church owns the whole building, but it's a storefront church, and that's why I believe it wasn't even on LAMP. It doesn't show up as a church. It's a storefront church.
Mr. Romano, you understand what I'm?
I do,
right?
I do.
If it's not, okay.
So,
All right, that's on us. We knew that our report wasn't gonna be done, so Donald, next time, we needed to have adjourned it and not have them waste their whole day waiting here.
Yep.
Is that okay? I'm sorry, guys.
What are we doing, 6-4?
Yeah, 6-4.
okay.
Would it be ready March 14? Because they need to open, right?
Right.
How about 5/14?
I'll be here.
5/14?
So it works for me.
5/14.
Okay.
All right, sorry, thank you.
Okay.
Next is 18 PLD Wines LLC.
15?
18. Oh, so this one is. So if you want to know, you can get 17 out as well, because these are two lip package store applications that are in the same area. So
18 and 17.
18 signed in first and also filed first, but 18 and 17 will be the next.
Okay, this is an application for a package store to be located at 620 Fifth Avenue in Brooklyn. And there was a store at this location. It's been closed for about 2 years, but there was a liquor store at 620 Fifth Avenue.
Yeah, Mr. Flynn, do you represent both applicants?
No.
Before we start, Mr. James, who does represent the opposition, apparently had an emergency and literally just left, so I'll just wanted to let you know that in advance. It's okay.
That's the opposition on which one?
Both. 18 and 17.
Yeah, one's 635 and the other one, no, and Fourth Avenue.
One is 620 and one is,
And 620 Fifth Avenue.
So where's the applicant for 17?
Who's the applicant for 17, which is Barrel Master Inc.? If you could come up as well.
We're gonna just adjourn it.
Is anyone in opposition to PLD Wines LLC or Barrel Master Inc. that's here? Are you represented by Mr. Michael James or just by yourself? Okay.
Okay, so this is 17 we're doing now.
That's
This is
18.
18.
That's 18. That's 17.
But the attorney for 17.
No,
is
he's the attorney, but Mr. James represents some of the opposition apparently, and he had an emergency and had to leave.
All right.
So I'll just put that on the record. But there is someone in opposition to both. Correct. To both that is present who's not represented by Mr. James.
Okay.
What do you guys want to do?
I'd rather adjourn it so that the lawyer opposing has an opportunity to be here.
They've waited all day. They are the applicant, though.
I don't know, I do it for you. So, that's my position.
No, I understand.
Where are you at?
Do we have Mr. James's opposition?
I don't think he submitted anything.
Any paper or anything from him? And which,
See, I don't know.
you don't know, we don't know who he represents?
No, I mean, there are multiple stores
Yeah.
that protested. Which store, if you could let the gentleman in opposition, what store do you represent?
Greenwood Grape and Still.
What is it called?
Greenwood Grape and Still.
Okay.
How big is your store?
If you can let him come up so we can have
Yeah,
the microphone.
do a little opposition. Go ahead, go.
Not
800 square feet.
What street?
Okay.
We have a basement though.
Got it.
Start.
It's 0.5 miles from one of them, and
It's 5 blocks away from PLD and 5.5 blocks away from Barrel Masters. Oh, 5 blocks from Barrel Masters, 5.5 from the other one.
all right. So unfortunately, the protest had to leave, so
He probably, I think he represents Leslie's.
I don't know who he represents, but he didn't. Do you guys know who he represents, Nikki?
He filed a notice of appearance, right? Do you have his actual notice of appearance?
Sir, what's the name, what street are you on?
My name?
Yeah, what's the street, what street is your business on?
4th Avenue,
Fourth Ave?
723 4th Avenue.
Okay. I'm having trouble finding it.
All right.
So he represents,
On one map.
he just represents Leslie Classic Wines for both.
Oh,
That's the one we just approved a change for.
so, however we want
Thank you.
to proceed.
How do you want to do it? He doesn't want to go forward if the opposition's not here.
Well, the opposition represents Leslie. I don't know what Leslie's arguments, maybe there are, I'm not going to make them for him. I can only say that doing the numbers as I do them, he would show an increased profit in 2024 over 2023. 2023, it was 212,000. 2024, it would be roughly 366,000.
Okay, but that's the closest store to one of them.
That's the closest store to both
To
of them.
both of them.
Okay.
So
Yeah, no, I mean, we kind of,
I don't know what arguments he may make, but
all right, so then it's neither here nor there, right? So
Yeah.
should we move forward?
we should probably.
I mean, he waited all day, so I don't want him to have to come back.
He also had the opportunity to submit something in writing.
Oh, I didn't hear him. I didn't hear
That's
him.
the thing. And one of these days, we
What's
should.
the
we
name
should
of it
work that
again?
out.
Greenwood, Grape, and Still.
On one of the maps.
723 4th Avenue, Greenwood, Grape, and Still.
They were all pretty much with the exception of. Are you in Greenwood Heights? Were all.
Oh, that's the DBA, yeah. St. Mark's Vintners is
Why
the,
don't I find him on the, St. Mark's, that's you?
yeah, that's,
But that's a
Okay,
different, that's a.
there we go. I got you.
That I
I was
wholeheartedly.
having trouble.
sorry,
picking
I
up.
thought you were looking at like a Google map.
Numbers alone don't speak to the issue.
All right, go ahead.
With my
All right,
opposition.
so I'm just going to flag for the record that item number 18, which was the one called first, filed first. So I'm just letting you know that, I mean, I don't know how the vote's gonna go, but it's very unlikely that we're gonna open two stores that are all right there. And usually we hear the one that filed first. There's a 2-month difference here. So I just want to note that for the record. But go ahead, sir.
So now I'm speaking
So now we're
in opposition,
dealing with 18.
18.
Yeah,
which is PLD, yes?
PLD wines, yeah.
yeah, PLD wines, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, thank you for hearing me. My name is Andre Finocchiaro, one of the owners of Greenwood, Grape, and Still. And we're opposed to the addition of the new store in this area at this time. The wine and spirits business is currently enduring an unprecedented decline in consumption. Store sales have been trending down for the last 4 consecutive years, even after the removal of the Fresh Direct liquor store from this same location. Still, sales continue to trend down. The public and consumers at this location currently have multiple nearby store options as well as several free delivery options in this area. We're projecting that the sales for 2025 will be below the year we opened, which was 2019. This is placing our store under severe economic pressure, while at the same time we're seeing major increases in our fixed costs. Insurance alone is up 30% this year. We implore you to deny the proposed new liquor store at this location as a new entrant into this area will cause the failure of an existing store, thereby damaging the community, harming the public, and providing an inconvenience to the consumer. Thank you for hearing me.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
Please.
Did you just say that the proposed store would be replacing another store that closed?
The
No, that Fresh
PL
Direct store was already replaced.
It was already replaced?
I believe so, yeah.
PLD,
Just
I
talked
believe
about
it's the
this.
same address as Fresh Direct was.
Right.
Yeah.
Which another store already moved into the area arguing that Fresh Direct left and therefore we need to make a change.
Ah.
That
But
was just.
and my argument is that the sales are still,
They moved somewhere nearby, but not actually at 620.
Yes.
they moved, Fresh Direct moved to the Navy Yard,
Okay.
different neighborhood.
Okay. All right. Well, you gotta ask again. All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss. With me is the applicant, Mr. Shahar Palet. Okay, this is an application for a package store to be located at 620 Fifth Avenue, Brooklyn, New York, in the Park Slope neighborhood. That is the location where the Fresh Direct used to be, and someone before him. But as you say, another store may have come in since they closed. The population and the area,
Somewhere else as well. They didn't close.
okay. They moved to Wegmans, right?
I don't know. They moved 20 miles away, but
Yeah, okay, they moved to Wegmans. The population in this area, according to the 2023 estimate, is 69,847. Population in 2010 was 63,488. And in 2000 was 63,001. So there's been a 10% growth in the population between the 2010 census and the 2020 census. Okay. There's an exceptional amount of new residential construction in the area of the proposed store, with more than 600 new residential units. I sent you photographs of those new, of that new construction. And the applicant, Mr. Palet, has extensive experience in the liquor industry. It's reflected in the recommendation letters that were provided by his colleagues that he worked with in the industry, was also contained in my supplement. The gross sales of two of the 4 closest stores to the applicant's location are trending up. And one of the 4 closest stores, the second closest store, Manor House Cellar, did not submit gross sales. The 4th store is St. Mark's Vintners. He did submit, but he doesn't say for how many months he's submitting. We don't, year to date, he didn't put a date in there. Okay, now in the applicant's store, the applicant will carry at least 50 SKUs of kosher wine, and that is to serve the area's observant Jewish population. There are 5 protest letters generated by the 5 closest liquor stores, but they are offset by 320 signatures of neighborhood residents on petitions in support of the application. The petitions evince the neighborhood's residents' belief that this new liquor store will provide a convenience for them. The applicant has owned and operated the YARDSALE Cafe in the space adjacent to the proposed liquor store since 2020. This business has a 5-star rating on Yelp and a 5-star rating on TripAdvisor, and he's an excellent businessman with ties to the community through this cafe, and he lives only a few blocks from the location. He's hired a general manager to oversee operations in the cafe so he can focus 100% of his time on running the liquor store. And he would like to speak to you for a few minutes.
Go ahead, sir. Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Shachar Pellet. I'm a Brooklyn resident, owner of YARDSALE Cafe, a neighborhood shop that we opened in September 2020. And since then became a big part of the community. We invest in a lot of community events and ties to community leaders. And then when the opportunity came with the store that closed down, came out that request that we will reopen that wine store for convenience. And we got the petition based on that, and the idea came up, and we decided to move forward with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you selling any specific products?
We want to focus. Oh, sorry. We do want to focus on New York State wines and a lot of kosher wines. There is a big request, and that's something came up through a petition and talking to the neighbors, that there is not a lot of kosher selection in the area, especially not a good kosher selection, like higher priced bottles, and that's what people are looking for. We do believe generally in local as we can. That's what we do in the cafe. So that's part of the New York State focus that we want to bring.
Okay. Are you doing wine only?
Wine and liquor.
What percentage wine, what percentage liquor?
Percentage wine should be 60%.
60% wine?
Yeah.
What percentage would be New York State products?
Tell them about the SKUs. Go ahead, tell them about the SKUs.
We want to bring 60 wines of New York State.
60 SKUs.
60 SKUs.
SKUs is what percentage of wine is that?
12, we estimate.
That's 12% of your wine?
Yeah.
Would be New York State?
Sorry, 12% of the store.
12% of the inventory.
Of the inventory
12%
total.
of the inventory.
Yeah.
Of the 60 is 12% of the store, okay? And so it's 40% distilled products. What percentage of that would be New York State distilled products?
We estimate we can do about 5% of the store distilled products from New York State.
5% of the store?
Yeah.
Not 5% of the distilled products?
No, 5% of the store.
So you're gonna do 17% of all your products will be New York State products?
Yes,
Would you go to 20?
definitely. As much as we can bring from New York, as much as we can sell it. So we'll do that, of course. It's part of our mission.
Donald, do you remember last time when there was an argument about the Fresh Direct? It was an expansion or it was a removal or it was both?
And the closest store, Leslie, I think they applied for a wine to liquor and were denied.
No, it was approved
No.
last.
It was approved?
Last meeting. The
Yeah.
liquor
Leslie was
approved
approved?
last week, and it last meeting, and it was because of that.
So that's what it was, right?
Leslie's is now a liquor
So
store.
Leslie's now is a liquor store. So the location that you're proposing, sir,
Yes.
what was that? What was that?
The specific store was the Fresh Direct.
That was the Fresh Direct Liquor
Yeah.
Store.
That was the Fresh Direct liquor store.
620 Fifth Avenue.
Okay.
Did we replace that store?
I think that was part of
we
the
just-
argument for
That was
Leslie's.
just the
That was
Leslie's
that argument that
argument?
Leslie.
So we didn't actually put a store in here?
Right. And this is a 650 square feet with 380.
About 510 retail
Yeah, it's a
space.
small.
Small store.
Correct, move 3 miles away.
Oh, I thought it was like 20 miles, but okay.
12/8/2026.
I don't even expect that fresh drink was more of a online store.
All right. I hate to invite this, but do you guys oppose each other's stores or?
You won't oppose them, right?
No. I mean, sorry if I may, I do believe in competition. We also have a bakery and a coffee shop. There are a lot in the area. I think the neighborhood is so full of people and there are new buildings coming up. I just heard the sales for the other store. I know what the sales were for Fresh Direct, for the actual store, not online, and they were a lot higher. So I do think there are a lot of customers in the area that we can reach.
How do you know what numbers Fresh Direct is selling in the store versus online?
So I don't know the online, I know only the store. So I own the cafe right next to them and we are friendly. I don't have any relationship more than talking to each other, but I did ask after they left the location if I may know the estimated yearly sale, just so I can have an idea if it's worth it for us.
All right. All right, you want to vote on this one?
Yeah, I'm good.
Are the members ready to vote?
As I see the numbers in the area do project increased sales for 2024. The applicant, has committed to, what's it, 20% New York products?
Yeah, I forgot to ask, what's the percentage of kosher products?
We want to bring 50 SKUs, so it's going to be about 10%.
Okay.
And then what's going to be the New York percentage?
20.
Greater 20.
Yeah,
So 10% kosher?
So 10% kosher and 20% New York State.
yes.
Correct.
We can go up with the kosher to 15.
And-
15?
Yeah.
Okay, 15% kosher, 20% New York State.
And you're going into a space that was previously a store.
Yeah.
So,
For 20 years, I believe. Huh?
yeah.
Since 2006, yeah.
I do have to apologize to Mr. Burke. I called you Mr. Flynn.
No, that's
You're
okay.
Mr. Burke.
You don't have to apologize to me.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So with all that said, I'd vote to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya
I vote to approve.
and Chair.
All right. I was mistaken before, the store has not been replaced yet, and so I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. 15% kosher, 20% New York State products, 60% wine. I'm going to find public convenience and advantage because the applicant has shown fitness and character, and to hold a license you hold a license at YARDSALE, right?
Not a liquor license now.
Oh, okay, never mind. But he's a member of the community and running a successful retail business right next door to this, and so I'm going to support him in his expansion. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner
Thank you very much.
Daly, on to you.
Thank you very much.
Agree with the conditions?
Yeah, I agree with those conditions.
And Commissioner Maya?
Yep.
Okay. All right, well, next is 17, Barrel Master Inc.
My name is Jay Yu. I'm a representative, and Mr. Lin is the owner of the Barrel Master Inc. All right.
I don't know if the
We are
opposition
applying
wants
for the
to say
package
anything
liquor
else.
store at 635 4th Avenue. And we believe that there is a public convenience and benefits opening up a new liquor store on 4th Avenue. The reason being is that there are populations are increased drastically. And also there are a lot of condominium buildings built up, especially on 4th Avenue. And proposed location is also a brand new building on the first floor. And then the one on the left is another the new building built up. The one on the right is another new building built up. And also the location is conveniently located right next to the laundromat. They just built up the brand new, almost like 100 machine units with the parking lots, and a lot of people visit to to the laundry around there. And also new building next to us is going to be open cafe.
All right, so the applicant, did you represent him when he had previously owned a store?
Oh, yes, the ROY?
Yes.
Yes, I
You
did.
represented him then as well?
Yes.
All right, so do you want to speak again? Because it's, if you have something else to say, you can speak again first.
Again, Andre Finocchiaro from Greenwood Grape and Still. Thank you for hearing me. We're opposed to the addition of a second new store in this area. At this time, the 4th Avenue retail corridor has seen a dramatic decline in foot traffic. We're currently seeing 20% less foot traffic. Addition of another store between us and the Prospect Avenue train station would negatively and drastically affect our current sales. We currently offer our neighborhood customer many service options, including telephone and website orders and free delivery. The public and consumers at this location currently have multiple nearby store options as well as several free delivery options in this area. We're hopeful that sales for 2025 might stabilize, but the addition of a store on 4th Avenue between us and the train station would cause us to consider closing the store. As such, we implore you to prevent the opening of another store at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I also like to mention about
All
this.
right, I didn't finish my question yet. So he used to own a store?
Yes.
Which he sold. Where was that store?
In Brooklyn.
Where? Yeah.
Oh, in Brooklyn, 48th Avenue N, different neighborhood.
Different neighborhood, but you sold that store to whom?
To my sister, that was during the pandemic, yeah.
To your sister, but your brother-in-law was the one who was on the license?
Oh, no,
It was to your sister?
yes.
Okay, and then that store, what happened to that store?
She sold it.
She then sold it to
She
someone
sold,
else?
yeah.
And then is she running a store now?
Grocery store, yeah.
She's running a grocery store. Okay, so then you used to manage another store. So who owned that?
That store, my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend owned that store? And then she also sold that store?
Yes.
Okay, so then now you're applying for a third store?
I don't have any, yeah. The arrow wasn't applied. Arrow was purchased.
You
from
purchased the store?
Yes,
And then you sold it to your sister and then she sold it to somebody else?
yeah.
But your girlfriend still has the other store that you currently manage?
No, she,
No, she also sold that one?
yes.
All right.
I don't know what to do here.
Excuse me.
Do the members have any further questions?
All right.
So 1,500 square feet, 900 square feet of retail would make you the biggest retail space out of the 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 nearby stores. All of the stores are located within a mile of each other, within 0.8, actually within 0.6. Sorry. We just approved another store.
May I talk something there?
Yeah, please, please, please.
All right. In general, when you look at it in New York City, wherever they put the license in, and when you look at the proximity reports, there are a lot of stores. Usually, stores are very close, and this one is compared to that, it was not really close. And then also the 4th Avenue, there are 2 stores. Closest store is his, and then but it's still about 5 to 6 blocks away. And the one on the 4th Avenue is it's one long city blocks. At least you have to walk about 3 to 5 minutes. And I actually, the measure that for foreclosures the store to his store is about 6 minutes walking. And the one on the 4th Avenue, and the other one is a 5 minutes walk. The other one is 11 minutes walk, the Park Slope one. The Captain Wine Cellars is a 13 minutes walk. And the thing is that nobody's driving to shop the liquors in Brooklyn. The most people are walking. We are not trying to take the customers away from existing stores. And that's why you're putting up about 1,500 square feet and using about 900 square feet for the retails. And also, he has almost 7 years of experience operating a liquor store. And he has idea. He likes to carry specialty items, which is barrel wine, which is a wines fermented in the barrel. And that wasn't new to me. I never knew that kind of things, but he has his own idea and he's so excited to open up and then serve the community.
I realize that he's already done this around the block. Like he's had multiple stores in his family. You're acting like he's new and so excited, but he's playing a game here.
Where
he's applying for a store and then building it and then selling it to his sister. If he really was so excited, he should have bought the store back from his sister or bought the one that his girlfriend was running. But it seems like this is just a business, and that's kind of not how this is run.
It's almost like flipping houses.
Like I
No,
get that, but that's like we don't really condone that in here. So
He sold the businesses in, I think in 2017, when was it?
2020.
2020, that's 5 years ago.
yeah, it's neither here nor there. I mean, the other store was just sold recently.
Which other store, yeah?
I mean, if he sold it in the pandemic, that makes no sense either, because that's when things were going up. And he sold it for, not really market value, so it's.
I want to point out, and I want to thank General Counsel for bringing it to my attention, that the listed occupation for the applicant is restaurant consultant. And so it does appear, I think that the chair is right on point, that the business model here is not running a liquor store. It's buying and selling and flipping liquor stores. That's what it looks like.
What did you say? Just talk.
No, that's not what.
That's what it looks like.
No, that's not what I'm trying to do. So I have experience. I know one time I was opposition too. So I know what not to infect other stores because I have experience. And then the product I carry, I can show you is totally different.
The impression I'm getting, sir, is that you're not really interested in being the owner of a liquor store.
No, I am.
You are interested in marketing and selling.
No,
liquor stores.
let me tell you the why.
That's what you
No,
say.
can I-
If I can finish. That's what you actually say is your occupation in your application.
Okay, the store I had before, I call it liquor store, real liquor store, just for alcoholic store. Now I want to do something different experience, not traditional liquor store. You see, by looking at the name, Barrel Master, I want to introduce some barrel from overseas, from Taiwan, from China, even though the spirit ferment in the ceramic jar, even taste strong too, aroma, like from all over the world, not just, you can look, those product I try to carry.
Did you submit those already to us?
Oh, no, I don't want to.
I think you want to step back there so we can hear you and you can speak through the mic.
Okay.
So if you try to flip the liquor stores, and he shouldn't keep the liquor store for 7 years. He was the owner of Arrow Wine for 7 years, and all of a sudden, if I flipping the liquor stores, I would do it every other years to make more money, but it was not the whole purpose.
I was tired to that type of store, I want to do something different than the time that I had, you get tired, like same thing every day, like people buying the shooters, pints, I call it alcoholic, so. So this time I'm doing something totally different. I check all the store around. They don't carry the stuff I
All
carry.
right, I mean, you're pointing to no public convenience and advantage when we're talking.
It is
about
convenient.
alcoholic, so, all right,
Because 17th Street, there's a station, the subway station, and there's the one on the 10th. 10th, they do huge numbers. If you look the number, 5 million. And you close to the 25th subway station, and there's no liquor store on between, there's a station between. Then, it is convenient, it's beneficial, and I'm doing the diversity. That makes different. I believe the competition, not by just carrying the same items, doing by the, different products, and that's the growing point. You always can find, I know the economy is now slow, but believe me, I'm not gonna affect you, for sure, guaranteed.
I'll follow up on a question from Commissioner De Leon, and as the council pointed out, what does Lee's Logistics do? What do you do?
Oh, because I have nothing to do, that's more convenience. I have like credit card, first data, credit card processing agent. I'm agent, and also doing some imports, like gift bags, wine openers. That time I'm doing that, in the period. That's what I'm doing. I can't sit in home for nothing. So I'm looking for the specific liquor store or location I want to do, So not just like traditional, I call it traditional liquor store.
And during the COVID, all the sales were
issue,
extremely high. And then when you look at it, the sales went down, all of them. That is a business trend. It's not only that area. Everybody go through the same way. But when I look at it, one of the store, I see that they did up to like $7-8 million in 700 square feet stores. I don't know how they did it, but they did it. But they still,
in 2024, they still do 4.8 until October, and that supports 10 stores your size. So I know I'm not doing like competition, carry the same products. That's not a way to grow in the business.
I think the members are ready to vote.
okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Commissioner De Leon?
Yeah. Well, as the chair pointed out, there was an applicant that filed 2 months before you, and we heard that applicant, and we granted that application. So we have an area here that has a lot of liquor stores in this area. It's pretty saturated. And I'm not hearing anything that really spells out public convenience and advantage either. And the track, you had liquor stores and you keep selling them, which is.
No, I only have one, sir.
You had a liquor store and you sold it. Now you want another liquor store. For all the reasons that I've stated before, and I say now, respectfully, I vote to deny the application.
Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, I'm sorry that you, I'm saying this in the correct way. I'm sorry that I'm inclined to grant these, but I'm sorry that yours came up on a day when somebody had applied 2 months sooner, and they're 3 blocks away. So I'm studying all the reasons why I might say approve this, but I'm having a problem with this one.
4th, 5th, it's totally different neighborhood.
And you seem, this is a terrible thing to say, perhaps.
Not
You
totally.
seem like a guy who could find another place somewhere, which I don't like to say to people or even think that way. But we just approved one 3 blocks away, so I have to deny it.
And Chair?
All right, I'm going to vote to deny. I'm not going to find public convenience and advantage because we seriously just licensed another store and allowed another upgrade for the closest store to here just a few weeks ago. So I don't think there's need for a second new store. So let's.
Yeah, sorry, it's been denied. Thank you.
If you look, I signed a contract in March. I don't know.
All right, next is number 14, CASA Tacos Corp.
What is it, number 14?
Number 14.
Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss. With me is Mr. Ionis Solomaitis, who is the proprietor of Casa Tacos. This is an application for a change in the method of operation, specifically a change in hours. The current hours are Thursday, Friday, 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. And Thursday, now we're asking for Sunday through Thursday to close at 1 instead of 12, an additional hour. And we're asking on Friday and Saturday to close at 3 instead of 1, an additional 2 hours.
3, I thought it was 2 a.m. For Friday and Saturday?
No, they
Yeah,
want-
Friday and Saturday, we like to stay open till
So
3.
you're already closing at 2. Is that
Well-
right?
We're closing at 1 on Friday, Saturday now, right?
Okay,
And we'd like to close at 3.
And you want to go to 3?
We're closing at 12 during the week, and we'd like to close at
There was a
1.
typo in our
Or
investigative
what
report.
are they permitted to do?
They're permitted to do 12 and 1 on,
Right
1
now.
on Friday, Saturday.
Well, technically, yeah,
Right
they
now.
visited Sunday morning at 2 a.m., which would probably bleed the Saturday hours. I'm sorry.
Fair enough, which
Oh,
you
I
said
see,
it should have
I
been
see.
1 a.m.,
It should
not
have been
2
1,
a.m.
not 2. Yeah, let me
Well,
check right now.
if you 2 a.m. Saturday would bleed into Sunday morning, and then the investigator said they made the visit there 4:20, which was a Sunday, and the premises closed at 2 a.m.
I understand, but they're supposed to close at 1 a.m. So unless it's daylight saving, it should have closed at 1 a.m., right? You can
Right,
double
so let me
check. I
check
don't
that.
believe it's April 20 was
Well,
daylight saving.
That currently the hours are by 2 hours. You're right. So
It's 1 a.m.,
hour-
right?
I'm looking at this completely wrong.
We'd like an additional hour during the week and 2 hours on Friday and Saturday.
I'm looking at.
Yeah,
the
but do you understand what we're saying?
wrong.
Did you hear what we're saying? Or have you been listening to what we're saying?
I've been listening.
Do you understand what we're saying?
You're saying that an investigator found that they were open later than their
It
regular
was
hours?
not
Exactly.
daylight savings.
2 a.m.
It was not
Maybe
daylight
Mr.
savings.
Solomaitis can address that.
So I'm going to ask again, what time are we closing on a Saturday?
What time do you close now?
We close, meaning we stop serving at 1. And by
So
the
you
time they
don't
finish
close So
dinner,
you don't close at 1. You're stop serving at 1, which is
Yeah.
different from when we say closing at 1 means closing at 1. That means all bodies out, you close.
correct. Can I just,
Right, but you have not been
Okay.
doing that. It's okay, you just have
Yeah.
to say that I have not been doing that.
yeah, we stop serving at 1.
Okay,
Because obviously it's a little bit more orderly too, because people are finishing dinner, we have late night dinner, and I slowly try to give them their checks and get them out. But I just want to give you the history and I'll do it as short as I can.
And it's
If
pretty
that's okay.
bad if you
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
look at the report. FYI.
what?
You say you stopped serving at 1?
Yes.
All right. Do you
What
want me
time
to
do you
disclose
close?
what actually happened with the investigator?
Sure.
Sure.
On Sunday, April 20th at approximately 1:30 a.m., you made an undisclosed visit. Upon arrival, you sat at the bar and ordered a rum and Coke
Mhm.
at 1:30.
Okay.
Up to the certain at 1:30.
Okay. I would just, please, let me just give you a little bit of the history because it's
14?
vital, I
Closed
think.
at 2.
And they closed at 2.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. When we first took this space, it was 166 Mamaroneck. They gave it to us as 166A. I went to Albany because there was an issue with this property.
It was previously canceled.
It was,
Previous
yeah. We opened up a restaurant. We were there for 6 years. Now we're on to our 7th year. The space next to us, 166B, was opened up as a bar and got till 3 a.m. after 3 years later. They changed their DBA as of last year, changed the concept to exactly our concept. So it's become unbeknownst to the landlord as well. I was the one that had to tell the landlord that they changed the DBA and did an exact concept. like-
Meaning what? They're called?
They were called, they were a regular American continental bar and they became a Mexican with our menu. But they already had they already had the license for 3 a.m., same property, 3 years after we opened. They changed the DBA, they renovated in a week.
Yeah, but.
So I'm just trying to say that,
Saying our investigator went to the wrong place?
No.
no, I'm just saying, so the dinner, the late night dinner is something, that's why we applied. I only applied for the extension a year ago. Once the similar restaurant opened right next door to us from the same property, that they never had a license. They got the license 3 years after we opened, and they got it at 3 a.m., where we were given the stipulation at 1 a.m. 7 years ago. And I was just trying to
How
reapply.
did you get the 1 a.m.? That was from Full Board in Albany?
Yes.
Okay.
So you were just trying to keep.
No,
with them, stay
I mean, I think Saturday nights, we try to have late night dinners, and in 7 years, we've had a pretty good record, yeah. It's been 7 years, and but I didn't, for 6 years, we've been.
Can you explain to them how that might have happened? Somebody got sued.
Yeah, it was probably like a slow night, and we extended a little bit, but we always are orderly. We always get them out, We're just trying to compete. Everyone else has 3 a.m. around the area.
How long has the other place next to you been open?
1 year.
1 year.
And it switched to our concept like a year ago. Before it was American Continental, I didn't even have
All
that.
the other places were open till 3?
Yes.
Are you talking about El Primo?
Yeah.
Next door?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they have an application pending or to change their DBA.
And how long have you been at that location?
7 years, 2019.
All right, so for 7 years, you've been operating at 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Is that correct? And all the other places have been operating at 3?
3, yeah.
Okay. And you're still here after 7 years, and that for a restaurant is good. 5 years and up, you're doing well.
Now the guy next door moves in and he gets through.
Right.
So he's the only-
okay,
everybody-
yeah.
When you're dying yourself, you don't want to leave early.
I get it. I get it. It still doesn't, what I'm concerned about is that.
Doesn't excuse that.
It doesn't
1:30.
excuse that 1:30.
No, it does not.
And
Absolutely not.
I got a feeling that it was being done for
Absolutely not.
much more than one time
hope
to stay
not.
competitive.
Yeah.
I hope not, but that's.
But through COVID, we were doing the 10 p.m. for a long time. We're trying our best. It was the high rent demand in that block. I just don't know why I should have gone for the extension a long time ago, but I just didn't, I thought after a few
How many
years,
restaurants do you operate right now?
right now I'm currently at Cantina White Plains,
Yeah.
and I also go sometimes at Ridge Hill Cantina.
And how about, is the other person your brother? Or who's that?
Stefanos CORKBUZZ, yeah, he's my partner.
Oh, he's your partner?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just, too many S's in that.
No, I know.
How many does he have?
He has the canteen, I'm not affiliated with another cantina here in,
So you guys have like 4 or 5 places going?
yes. I have 2, and yeah. I have 2, and then he has the other one, yeah, the extra one. But I'm mainly in White Plains. That's my full-time job. I'm there every day.
If everybody's ready, I'm ready.
Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, the chair makes a good point, sage point, that I firmly believe you've been doing this more than once. And in fact, I think you kind of conceded, which is to a degree, and I appreciate it, that you'd be straightforward and say, I'm just trying to stay competitive. The most important thing, and what the chair noted, is that we haven't had complaints. So you may be extending the hours, but thank God it appears you're running an orderly place. And that's important, okay? So I'm going to vote to approve the change, and that now you can be legit at 1:30.
No, he wants 1
He
a.m.
wants
and
3,
3 a.m.
but he'll be legit at 1:30.
Yeah.
Yes.
Friday and Saturday. Closed.
At 1:30.
Well, no, so right now your application's Sunday through Thursday close at 1 a.m.
Yes, yeah, no, that's not an issue at all. Like
And
the,
Friday through Saturday close at 3 a.m.
yes, that's the,
That's it.
Uh,
I'm good with that.
Commissioner Maya
Yeah, I'm fine.
and Chair.
thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna vote to approve 1 extra hour Sunday to Thursday, 1 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 3 a.m.
2 extra.
3
2 extra hours.
2 extra hours, yeah, 3 a.m. No promoters, no dancing, recorded music only. DJ is okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okey-dokey.
Next is 62A, CORKBUZZ 4 LLC. 62A.
All right. Shall we proceed?
A request for reconsideration.
Yeah.
Let me catch up.
Who are you representing?
Community Wine and Spirits.
Okay. All right, put your names on the record. This is a recon. You can argue for a reconsideration first.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members, staff. Max Bookman, Pazetsky and Bookman PC, counsel for the applicant. With me is, oh, I have my associate. I thought you were coming up. Eleanor Schotten, who assisted me on this, as well as Laura Manick. She is the applicant principal. And next to her is Claire Bernard. She is a representative of Jamestown, the landlord. She's not speaking, but she's here in case there's questions. This is a request for reconsideration of a full board disapproval of a wine-only store license in Chelsea Market. The standard for granting a request for reconsideration is convincing the members that there has been a significant enough change in facts or something different to warrant reopening the case and reconsidering. I'd like to offer that change to the board. And in doing that, I would like to also give a little bit of background for Commissioner Maya, who was not on the board at the time this application was originally
All
heard.
right, just tell me exactly what has changed.
Okay, what has changed, Chair Fan, is the main reason for disapproving this application was the proximity of Chelsea Wine Vault to our proposed store. Chair Fan, on the record, when you voted to disapprove, you said, Laura, I have no concerns about your bona fides, your credentials are impeccable. I want you to have a store somewhere, but you're just too close to Chelsea Wine Vault.
And that's the one that's across the street, right?
That was the one that was across the street. That's right, Chair Fan. It was the one that was in Chelsea Market from 1997 to 2022 and then moved across the street. When we were at that full board meeting, I had argued to the members, I had brought to the members' attention that Chelsea Wine Vault looked like it was closed. I had said to the members that we had visited the location several times. The doors were locked. The phones were not being picked up. Chelsea Wine Vault was there in opposition, and they and their representative told you that they were only temporarily closed because their air conditioning unit had exploded. That turned out not to be true. They never reopened. It's well publicized in the media that they were being chased by storage customers who they were storing wine for. They never reopened. And they surrendered their liquor license. So our position is when you have an application that was disapproved, when the primary motivating factor for the disapproval was proximity to a store, which is now out of business, A, and misrepresented to you that they were remaining in business, B, that is ample grounds to reopen the case and consider the application now with that store being absent.
Are you ready to vote on the?
We, of course, have much more to say if you do grant approval of the, if you do grant recon, but that's our position on recon.
Yeah. That wasn't it before?
Yeah, that's it. It says it's in safekeeping.
It's in safekeeping.
The other store is still in safekeeping?
Yeah, Chelsea Winery.
We looked it up on LAMP. It said
You mean why?
inactive, so we assumed that meant inactive,
Yeah,
and
it's
it's
in-
well publicized in the media that they're gone.
What did you say, Maureen?
It's in
Safekeeping,
safekeeping.
but we're trying to find out why.
Oh, you're trying to find out why.
Yeah, they're definitely out of business.
Oh, they're looking at a recite again why you know they're out, why you are positive that they're out of business.
Sure.
Other than that.
Okay, it has been publicized in the New York Post primarily, as well as other publications, that they have vacated the premises across the street.
We can put on the record the representation that they made, which is that they are, put it in safekeeping because they're looking for a new space in the immediate area.
Okay, well,
What was that? I did not hear that.
They're looking for a new space.
Okay, so
That
they're
was
looking for a new
June.
space.
June 4th, 2024.
yeah, I mean, we've encountered this sometimes at this board in the past where an applicant, where a licensee is clearly, by all accounts, out of business, has vacated the premises.
Is there still a structure there, sir?
Oh, it's a building, it's a commercial building, so it's still there. But they don't get to, put a hold on the vicinity indefinitely.
It was June 4th. It was June 4th.
June 4th was when it surrendered
Yeah.
it? Okay.
I would just also,
No, it's in safekeeping.
I'm sorry, in safekeeping.
I would just also question the credibility of any representation they make when they represented to this board that they were only temporarily closed and intending to reopen at this location,
Yeah, I
and
get
then
it,
never
but
in
let's
fact
not accuse
did.
someone who's not in the room of lying before we actually clear it up. I mean, we have to just clarify it. So
It's been in safekeeping since June 2024.
June 24th.
Okay.
When did this application come in?
So it's not
When did
surrendered
this
yet.
come in?
This one?
And
Uh,
the disapproval was
November
October of 2023.
That's correct,
So
Commissioner.
this is subsequent to that.
Yeah, I mean, they never, yes, this was apparently subsequent.
Change in circumstances.
But the New York Post was reporting as recently, soon after as November of 23 about them being chased by collectors and other businesses that wanted to know where their
Citing
wine
the New York
was.
Post here.
It is a publication of record.
If we're going to vote
Yeah,
to
no, I know.
reconsider.
And I could just add that, I mean, Laura, she has a store, a restaurant, wine bar in Chelsea Market. She's there routinely. She could also testify to the fact that they're not in the store. They're out of business. They vacated.
Yeah, it's boarded up.
The signage is down, it's boarded up. They're not coming back
I
there.
think he just makes an argument for reconsideration. Now, on the merits of the case.
It's somewhat.
Yeah, that's the other, well, we're going to have to cross that bridge.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Well, in terms of reconsideration, I agree, and I vote to grant reconsideration.
Commissioner Maya
I grant reconsideration.
and Chair.
All right, I'm gonna grant reconsideration.
Okay.
Because there's a change in facts.
Right. Now, the other issue that, and you can give your presentation is, there are no numbers here at all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stores. We don't have anything for 2024?
No, because this was done in 23. This was a
You do have numbers from one of the stores
All right,
who,
so we don't have sufficient information, but one of the store is here, so let's hear from him as we move along. I don't want him to.
Yes, we'll step away.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is David Weizenhofer, and I own Community Wine and Spirits. We're at 140 10th Avenue. That's between 18th and 19th on 10th Avenue. We are the closest store to the CORKBUZZ proposed location. We received our license and opened sort of in the intervening time when Chelsea Wine Vault closed. So what I'm going to argue is that we've filled that void of where Chelsea Wine Vault was. And if you were to look at our sales, those are not, strictly speaking, sales that are just from 10th Avenue and 18th Street. That's through our concerted efforts to build networking ties to offices like the 3 Google headquarters around Chelsea Market, and as well as stores and merchants within the Chelsea Market itself. At being just a year and a half old, we're still quite delicate and sort of getting up our legs underneath us at this point. And we're not expecting another license to be issued over in Chelsea Market. And we look at the goods and services that we provide to be pretty much the same. We'll be selling, we're primarily a wine store. We do sell liquor, but we sell about 75% of our revenue is in wine. We cover everything from single dollar value wines up to 5-digit value wines. We work with the neighborhood to offer wine classes, wine paraphernalia. We have an interactive system. Yes?
Sir, do you also use the DBA Wine Rhino?
Wine Rhino is the LLC, and the DBA is Community Wine and Spirits. I'm sorry.
And so we do have figures for you.
That's correct.
And correct me if they're right or wrong. In 2023, it was 497,600. In 2024, it's 1,885,000.
Those are correct. And 2023 reflects about 3.5 months of sales. That's when we opened.
Okay.
Go
ahead. Yeah.
Okay. As I was saying, I think that we're going to be duplicating a lot of the goods and services that we provide to the neighborhood. We also work with vendors in Chelsea Market to cross-promote. I understand that the market would like to fill a tenant vacancy right now, but this is a book of business that we've invested time and energy. We have currently 3 events with other vendors in Chelsea Market on our calendar in the next 6 weeks to cross-promote. We also feel that historically this neighborhood has not been able to support one more store. We've seen a store on 19th and 10th Avenue that failed, I think around 2016. In that same location, another store failed in 2019, and now we've seen Chelsea Wine Vault fail. I just don't think there's enough, the pie just simply isn't big enough. And I'd also add to that the fact that right now I think there's just a lot of uncertainty. We hear it every day from our customers. We see prices going up. I'm sure the SLA has seen a lot of price filing happening. It's all prices going up. We see supply chains that are threatened right now. It just seems like a very difficult time to introduce sort of an external variable that would potentially jeopardize the existing consumer benefits and conveniences of the other stores provide in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
You are 1 block south of Cook Shop, and Chelsea Market is 5 blocks away?
3, if you, depends on where you enter. Like it's, so on Google Maps, 0.2 of a mile. So if I enter on
Okay, so they're on
16th in the middle of it.
If you're on 18, so it's basically 2.5 blocks. Okay.
Right.
Okay. And you were licensed in what year? Sorry.
The
23.
license happened in December of 2022. The store opened in September of 23, the end of September.
Okay. All right.
So in 3 months, it was almost 500,000.
That's right. And I think, again, in large part, it's not just, I think it's us taking over those sales and working to capture the sales that Chelsea Wine Vault had been
And
providing.
you're the only store over on 10th Avenue.
The only full wine and liquor store on 10th Avenue. That's correct.
There's one on 9th, one on 8th. Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you again, members. I would like to, now that recon has been granted, present the public convenience and advantage factors in favor of approving this application, as well as address some of the opposition's concerns.
It would be nice. I mean, the only one we have for 2024 is this gentleman here. Yeah. We don't have any numbers for.
Yeah, so I just don't
anybody
have
else.
the sales numbers for the past basically 2 years, so it's very hard to go on this record to judge whether it's growing or coming down, because it would be helpful to see full 23, 24 numbers. So I think licensing needs to go back and do the numbers.
We have no objection to that. If the board would like to do new gross sales letters to get current data, we understand why, and we have no objection to that.
Return licensing or how long?
Yeah, we're gonna return this to licensing. How long do you need? June 25th?
You want to return it to licensing or hold it over?
No, I can hold it over.
Okay.
And you send out the
Yep,
letters.
we can do that tomorrow.
And hold this over to Mike High, June 25th.
625?
So, unless you can do it June 4, I think we should give it some time though.
Probably give it time since with the mail and response.
June 24.
Sorry, it was 24 or 25?
June 25.
Yeah.
It's a Tuesday.
625, no problem.
No, it's not a Tuesday.
It's a Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday, sorry.
June 25th, we'll be there.
Commissioner De Leon
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
and Commissioner Maya.
Bye.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for coming, sir. You can come back, but don't have to, but it's up to you. June 25th.
Next is 13 GRG1 Inc.
All right. May I proceed, or do you need a moment to switch cases?
I guess you can go ahead and put your names on the record.
Sure, yes. Max Bookman and Eleanor Schotten from Pazetsky and Bookman's PC, counsel for the applicant. To my right is the applicant principal. Just say your name for the record.
My name is Gervin Nartrell.
All right, so you're buying this store or?
Yeah, I'm happy to explain as part of my presentation. So this is a transfer and removal application where my client is buying an existing store in Ronkonkoma, Long Island. He is moving that store 825 feet down the road. It is a few small steps down the road, but it is a significant improvement in public convenience and advantage. You have an advisory on this topic. We used to have to file 2 different applications at the same time, which was not good for your backlog and not efficient. So your advisory says you submit one application, you inform the board that you're purchasing an existing store and moving it down the block, and that just gets mixed into the whole public
Okay,
convenience
so who's
and
the
advantage.
seller?
Right.
The seller is a place called Discount Wine and Liquor LLC, or Inc.
Is that an arm's length sale? There's
Yes.
no relationship or anything?
We have no relationship to them. We are purchasing their business. They're looking to sell their business, and we see an opportunity to move to this massive new residential and commercial development, which has been under construction and in the works for years and years, and has finally come online. So just to say a few more words on that.
Sorry, can I just ask one more question?
Please.
The father is a
Yeah, I can explain that.
co-loan applicant as well.
That's right. So he lives with his father. His father owns a home. His father, like many immigrant parents, is looking to move his son into the middle class, set him up very well for life. And so his father has agreed to take out a home equity loan with Gervin as the co-borrower. And
The
in order,
father is not a store owner,
the
right?
father is not a store owner, no, not a licensee of any type.
Okay.
They live 10 minutes down the street from this location. So they've been driving past this construction and hearing about it for years. And that's where the interest in this location
Are
comes
both of
from.
them listed as owners on the deed? They're both on the deed?
No, he's not an owner on the deed. He's just, the father's an owner on the deed. He's just the father and the son, the applicant here, are borrowers on the home equity line of credit, on the home equity loan. So.
Just one, I'm sorry.
Please.
Is there any collateral on his part for the loan?
No.
No. Okay. Go ahead.
No, his father's basically setting him up here. Okay, so the most important thing to understand in terms of public convenience and advantage for this transfer and removal application is station yards. Station yards, we have some photographs of it. It is a major new residential and commercial development in Ronkonkoma. Exhibit A to our papers is a letter from the developer telling you a little bit more about it. Exhibit B is a mix of renderings and photographs. It's one of the few new residential developments on Long Island, and it's well known for anyone who lives in New York. We're not building enough housing in Long Island. This is a place where housing is being built. Because of that, the governor has been incredibly enthusiastic about this project. She was there for the ribbon cutting. She said kind remarks about this project. And the reason for that, it's in line with her public policy agenda of building new housing that is convenient for the commuters who travel, who want to buy a home, live in Long Island, and not have to live in New York City, but still commute to New York City. So she calls this transit-oriented development, and that's precisely what this is. This is directly connected to the MTA, Long Island Railroad, Ronkonkoma train station. You just go right over a pedestrian bridge to get directly from station yards to the train station. So so transit is integrated into this. It's highly convenient for that reason. It's not just residential development. It is a little tiny self-sufficient urban oasis in Long Island. There are commercial units as well. There's restaurant offerings, convenience stores, et cetera. And the developers would like a full-service liquor store, or offering all of the standard array of products that liquor stores do. My client has approached this the right way. When I say the right way, what I mean is long been the view of this board that if at all possible, someone who wants to get into the liquor store industry should go buy an existing store instead of try to shoehorn a store into an area that already has lots of liquor stores. So my client has done the right thing here. He's purchasing an existing liquor store, which is close by, 825 feet. You could see Station Yards from the parking lot of the existing liquor store, but moving it into Station Yards. And Exhibit E to our presentation is a diagram of Station Yards, and we've called out precisely where the store is going to be. So it is highly convenient for the people of Station Yards, as well as for the people who may not live in Station Yards but want to avail themselves of the other commercial opportunities in Station Yards, the restaurant, et cetera. Convenient to do that on the way home from the city from Long Island Railroad. I have a few more points. Exhibit D, if I could beg the members' attention to look at Exhibit D. Exhibit D is a diagram of the nearest stores, and it includes the store that we're purchasing. So if you look at Exhibit D, you see towards the bottom there, 9 Hawkins Avenue, that's where we're moving to. Right over there to the left, 825 feet away, that's 31 Railroad Avenue. That's the store we're purchasing. So we're going from 31 Railroad to 9 Hawkins. You could see there that really this move does not create a real material impact on proximity to existing stores. The closest store, which I think is 900 Johnson, or maybe not the closest, but that one 900 Johnson down there, we're moving away from that. And those 3 other stores that are on the top there, they're all sort of further up north, and we're not really changing that. So this really doesn't significantly or materially impact the dynamic of our position in reference to the closest stores. It just creates public convenience. In terms of my client, he grew up in Suffolk County. He lived 10 minutes away. As you heard me say, he's been watching this construction and hearing about it from day one. He had a summer job in a wine and spirits store, which is what ignited his interest in this project. His father has been devoted to helping him out in doing so, and he's going to bring that enthusiasm to opening this store. He's going to offer classes and tastings. It's going to be a modern, light-filled, nice setting, commensurate with the experience at that store. At the experience that they're looking for at Station Yards. Gross sales are up. We don't have significant.
Is he,
pardon.
Is he a licensed medical professional?
No, he went to school and got a biology degree, and he graduated. He started at Albany, then moved to Old Westbury, class of 24.
Is he working full-time at any medical hospital?
You're not working full-time? No.
Okay.
No, he wants to commit himself to this.
Mr. De Leon, if you're ready.
I'm ready if my colleagues are, absolutely.
All right, go ahead.
All right. This is a 1,920 square foot location, 1,498 dedicated to retail. Out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it is smaller than 4 of the stores that we got numbers for. And the closest store is 0.2 walking and 1.1 driving. Next to that is 0.8, and then after that, they're all over a mile. So there is some distance, and I think the map is very helpful also. In terms of the sales that I see for 2023 going into 2024, I do see an increase for all of them, except for Rose, which we did not get 2024 figures. So with all that said, I'm going to vote to approve the application.
Commissioner Mayor
I'm going to vote to approve.
and Chair.
I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 61. 61 Exclusive Kitchen, Inc.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Schloss of the law firm of Schloss & Schloss for Exclusive Kitchen. I have with me
What number are we on?
61 Exclusive Kitchen. I have with me the applicant's principal, Yenny Hernandez.
61. 61.
All right, have you seen the documents that we received from the Spring Valley PD on the record of this temporary license?
Yes, I did. And a day later, that was received on April 16th. On April 17th, I sent a letter contesting what Chief Olichuk from the Spring Valley Police put forth in that letter. While I certainly obviously respect the concern of public safety, I think that for whatever reason, this location is being painted negatively with a very broad brush. There are insinuations about underage drinking and drug use and drug sales, prostitution. None of that pertains to this location. It's outlined in my letter why this application should be
There were
approved.
51 pages of police reports
Right.
supplementing that letter.
Yep.
And I looked at the address on a lot of those reports, and they were the address for the location.
Yes, they were. Some of them.
Not to mention that these reports covered, if I have it right here, January through April of 2025, May through November of 2024, fights, assaults, everything that you mentioned. And we also apparently have employees who are getting paid in cash.
And the low minimum wage?
At the below minimum wage. You have 87% complaints for 2024, 2025 between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. And a lot of these things happened while having the temporary license, which is a real concern.
If I may, this license application was a long time in coming. What I mean by that is we first filed a 30-day notice in, I think, March or April of 2021. And then we came before the Village of Spring Valley boards several times, and we spoke to the village board several times. They weren't ready to issue any type of license to this location. The applicant's principal had a different location that had problems down the block in terms of
Okay, you can speak a lot, but you're not responding to what he's saying. He's saying that we are getting information from the Spring Valley Police Chief, who says that they have 31 calls for service at this address in 24, and then 13 already since 25.
Several of those.
There is evidence that there's service at 4:39 a.m., which is long after the service end hours statewide at 4 a.m. There's report from the chief that the owner pepper sprayed somebody and refusing to pay employees. So with this record on the temp, I cannot support this application.
Can I address the incidents? Several of those incidents that the chief cited to predated the temporary permit, the issuance of a permit. A good handful of them. Number one. Number two.
When was the temp issued?
The temp was issued March
That was in
23rd
March
of 2024.
2024.
Yes.
And we have 51 pages of reports, many of them occurring in
Since then.
January
Yes.
through April of 2025.
I understand that, and I'm saying.
And we had many in May through November of 2024. This is wild.
Understood. This is situated on a main thoroughfare in Spring Valley. Some of those reports have traffic stops. What does a traffic stop have to do with what's internal? Yes, it was at that address. It was a police report that at that address. You have V&T complaints, fire alarm going off. That has nothing to do with my client's location. There is also another restaurant that was issued a license at sometime, I believe, either end of 24 or beginning of 25, that is two doors down. All of these incidents happened in the parking lot, with the exception of course, I'm not the 4:39 a.m. incident, which my client will speak to also. But there was nothing similar to her prior location, which had like noise complaints, and here she just blatantly denies that she ever pepper sprayed anyone. That just never happened. This is a bit of a political football in that the prior mayor of Spring Valley, for instance, issued a letter of support. A police officer from Farrakhan County Drug Task Force submitted a letter in support. The village board had, I gave them 30 days notice of my 30-day notice, meaning I informed them, hey, village board, I'm going to make an application here. Please, if you have any reason to oppose, you have ample time. The village board did not submit any opposition to this application.
Got employees, you have an investment here of less than 25,000 for a space that has a maximum occupancy of 89, supposedly 4 employees, and they're not getting paid. They're complaining about not getting paid. And when they are getting paid, they get paid cash. That's a problem. Like I told you, I looked at the address on a lot of these police reports. It is the same address as the location. So, you know.
It's also the same address as another restaurant and
I
bar.
cannot, and all of this on a temporary, it really looks like it's a nightclub restaurant that turns into a nightclub.
It's a beer and wine application.
I cannot approve the application with this kind of a record, especially with a temporary license. I am sorry.
What was it? I'm sorry, Commissioner De Leon, you vote to deny.
I vote to deny.
Commissioner Maya?
Deny.
Chair.
All right, I vote to deny. All right, go ahead. Next one.
Your temp is canceled, just so you know.
So the temp is rescinded.
All one up ahead of the others because, so number 9, Deer Park Market Inc. Who's here in opposition for Deer Park Market Inc.? You are? Frank? You're in opposition, right?
I'm in opposition,
So
yes.
the applicant did not sign in for this.
Yeah.
And I didn't get a request for an adjournment, so I don't know if you.
All right, so sir, why don't you put what you want? Who are you? You just got a store.
Yes, so.
You learned quick.
Yeah. So basically, either way, the store that he purchased and just got approved for is the new one, and the one that he's purchasing is within 1.5 blocks. It's super close, and just it's kind of redundant at that point.
Okay, let me get that one. You still have the thing for that one?
Yeah, you want mine? I mean, my notes are really messy.
Hold on, what do you want to do with this?
They don't have a representative either.
It's okay, but that was a.
The applicant is not
Oh,
here.
that's true.
I'm a little concerned about the photos with this location. It looks like it's connected to a convenience store, and the photos from the inside, that wall does not look like a permanent wall to me. Looks like it could be a false wall. I mean, I can't say for sure.
So the store that.
And I need to know what is the financing, because there is none shown, I believe, on this application. One of the landlords is the applicant's older sibling and the principal of the convenience store. So those are my concerns.
Okay.
All right, so very close to you, and then very close to you, and very close to you?
Correct, yeah. Discount Wine and Liquor Inc. I work there. The principal is here too, but I'm just speaking.
Okay, why is it not in the public interest of public convenience and advantage?
Yeah.
It's going to reduce, basically, it's not going to be, for one, their liquor store is directly in front of the train station and not in the new development that they're developing. That's already been endorsed multiple times. So it's going to reduce our foot traffic and just general traffic from people coming to our store. And
But it sounds like that will help them, because they're more convenient than you are. That actually doesn't help.
But it does not help us, does not help
Yeah,
my
I know, but
store.
protecting you is not the job here. The job
Okay.
is to make sure the public gets access to the
Understood.
products, not protect your business, which
Understood.
you just got about 5 minutes ago.
So, I mean, I would add to that, from what I've learned is the size that they are applying for is a very small area. So given that they're subdividing an existing convenience store, it's gonna be maybe just for like pints and stuff. And I don't see that as like a big additional benefit when someone is investing in a much better, bigger new store that's gonna be more cohesive with the whole new development.
That means that this is, yeah, the finances here do not even remotely add up. What is it? Total expenses, $8,000.
I'm pretty sure their store is inside another store.
Yeah. I mean, I could hold it over, or I could deny it.
No, just deny it.
Okay.
Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. This applicant is an employee of a convenience store that's right next door. One of the landlords is the applicant's older sibling and is the principal of the convenience store next door. As I indicated, the photos here look a little funny to me, like that wall inside is just a false wall, easily removed. It's not a permanent structure, doesn't look like. And also the financing here is just totally insufficient. On top of that, the applicant is not present. I vote to deny.
Vote to approve.
I'm gonna vote to deny. I'm gonna find no public convenience and advantage. There is a store that was just transferred, and the numbers don't justify an additional store in this very close proximity.
Okay, it's been denied.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 59 Empire Cellars LLC.
What number?
59.
Okay.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palillo. And you are?
Andrew Epstein, good afternoon.
Hi, Iskra Corvino. Good afternoon.
We'll step aside.
But you're right, that's true. Are you guys both applicants?
This is our wine consultant and Andrew is the applicant.
Okay.
The opposition?
Yes. Chair Fenn and the rest of the board, Mark Schwartz from Little Mo Wine and Spirit. I opened my shop at 1125 Nostrand Avenue 10 years ago.
Sorry, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Let me just, sorry, there's a little bit of freezing here. Sorry, just give me one moment. Okay, so can I just take a tally of who's here? What's name of your store, sir?
Little Mo Wine and Spirits.
Little Mo, that's the fourth closest.
The three stores are actually the same distance, so
Yeah,
however you want to slice
Fair
it.
enough. Okay, the 450. And then who else is here?
Crosstown Liquors is here,
The closest.
Crosstown is the closest.
and E&D Liquors is here,
E&D, that's the second closest.
and Fiasco, DBA Fiasco Pivco is here as well.
Furthest.
That's a 0.5 miles away.
And I'm also representing for WBTC.
Okay, that's a new store that was just transferred. Do you know them or?
Yeah, it's Yom HaShoah. It's a kosher store, and the owner was not comfortable doing business today.
Are they operating? They just got a license in January, right?
The store is in operation. I don't know any details.
What did you want to tell us?
I had a whole speech prepared, but we've been here a really long time, so I'm just going to kind of keep it brief. The application at 327 Empire is obviously very close to a number of established stores. You're looking at 5 local merchants with decades of experience between us. And I have been living in the neighborhood myself since 2011. I ride my bike to work every day. I know all my customers, I know their kids, I know the cops, I know our local representatives. Store at 327 Empire does not give public advantage or even convenience, given that they're 500 feet from an existing shop and within 1,000 feet of two other shops. In terms of novel offerings, collectively, the stores that are represented here in opposition have proximity to transportation. We offer strong commercial brands. We offer small boutique brands. We offer a huge kosher selection. We offer serious New York State wines. We are open stores. We are closed plan stores. We offer delivery. We are on Instacart. We are on Uber Eats. We are on Instagram. We are on TikTok. We have subscriptions. We have wine clubs. We special order for our customers. We do discounts. We have in-stores, special invitations. And in short, there is no new operation that can be done here, and all the stores in our neighborhood are flat or down, which we've heard ad infinitum today. There is no advantage that the stores here haven't exploited, and the simple fact is that the neighborhood population is down. I have census information for the half-mile radius around my store, and we have negative population from 2019 to 2023.
What are those numbers, the population?
The total population half mile around us is 49,700 in 2019 and fallen 2% overall. We've lost mostly 11% families, which is young children, and we've gained young people who we all know do not drink. So the situation in the neighborhood is not good. It's not a healthy situation for the Caribbean families that have had businesses for decades in the neighborhood. The restaurant across from my store, I've been eating there for 10 years, more than my mother has fed me, is closed, a Caribbean restaurant. The applicant is going to tell you a ton of real estate stuff about projects that are underway. There's a lot of smoke here. A lot of them are not built. A lot of them are not even demolished. I love the neighborhood. I live in the neighborhood. It's undergoing a lot of change. It's not there yet, and the merchants here are meeting all existing demand.
Yeah, we don't account for future population growth or development projects that's coming. We actually count people who are physically there already and walking in and out stores. So thank you for that. Are you good?
Yeah, I could bang the table, but that's probably it. Thank you very much.
All right, go ahead, guys.
Anybody else?
All right, come on.
I'm sorry, Glenn Wright Law Firm, PC. I represent E&D and Crosstown. Crosstown is 0.1 mile from the applicant. It is directly around the corner. And then E&B is 0.2 miles. It's basically on the end of the other block. I wanted to address bulletproof.
What does that mean, on the end of the other block? That's like not helpful at all.
Okay, so it's slightly into the block, and then it's on the corner directly across on the end of that block. So the applicant is probably 100 feet in on the block. Then at the end of the block, directly across the street on the same side, is E&B.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, and then the third liquor store is A&S Liquor. And A&S Liquor and E&D and Crosstown are all bulletproof stores. A&S, which is 0.3 miles, is the same as 0.3 miles for Little Mo and 0.3 miles for WBTC. So you have 5 within 0.3 miles, and 2 of them are open stores. Now, I wanted to address the number of open stores versus bulletproof stores. So here I did map, and the blue are the open stores, and the 4 and the red are the 4 bulletproof stores. So,
Mr. Lin, he's stealing your thunder. He's sleeping.
Okay.
Look at that map.
I learned it from the master.
See that map?
I wasn't leaving. Okay, so even though they're not part of the 4 or 5 closest stores, these open stores are still very near here. It's like 0.7 miles on Pidco, and then.
Can we turn the, there you go.
And nobody has a
Thank you.
ringtone, like a regular ringtone.
And then
I don't think it's a ringtone.
wine by the case, WBTCS.
What I have, counsel, is that the 3 closest stores are all bulletproof.
Yes, and the next 2 are open, and then out of the nearest 9, there are 4 other open stores. So out of these liquor stores, there's 4 open stores in the nearest 9, and then 4 bulletproof stores in the nearest 9. And when I'm naming these other stores, they're only, the one up right over here, by it's Wine PLG or Green PLG, that's only 0.7 miles. I mean, it's one off what, comprises the nearest 5 stores. Some of these other things, 0.6 is well, it's a liquor store, and that's open. And then there's one up here, which I think is going to be speaking in a minute, Fiasco, he's open. So anyway, if they do argue that, that they're different because of that they're not bulletproof, I just wanted to address that. Now, what he says in his application is pretty much the standard. He's opening up a store, he's saying organic wines, New York wines, classes, wine clubs. I think Mark Schwartz addressed that very clearly. He said that, all the closest stores are doing that and are going to be open stores. I think this location was chosen, to choose a location 400 feet away from one and 700 feet away from the other, I believe this is solely chosen because he owns the building.
Sir, what are the, you represent Crosstown, right?
I represent Crosstown in E&D.
Okay, what are the hours for Crosstown?
Well, okay, they are here.
Just a little bit. Crosstown liquor.
I know, how many hours do
Wow.
How many hours are you open?
When are you open, ma'am?
Open and the morning 9 to 11.
9 to 11? And what days of the week?
7 days.
7 days a week, okay. And you also represent E&D?
Yes.
What are your hours, sir? Monday to Thursday, 11 to 11:30. Weekend, Friday and Saturday to 11 to 12. Sundays to 10. Okay. Thank you. 7 days.
Okay, and I believe the applicant chose this location solely because he owns the building. I don't think he put too much research into public convenience and advantage. And that, I think that the distances speak to that. All right, so as Mark Schwartz addressed, the neighborhood is changing dramatically. A lot of the Jamaican community is being pushed out, and there is new development coming in. But I believe, as the chair said earlier, this development is not there yet. 960 Franklin, what's the applicant cites, has a foundation, and that's all. 7399 Empire has, it's still a working supermarket. Now, the rezoning that they referred to that said it's been approved at the first level. It's got another year to go, probably by the end of this year before it's rezoned. And when it's rezoned, there's going to be a lot of urban planning. I mean, these are new buildings. They're going to put in green spaces and pedestrian walks and bike lanes, and no one really knows what that's going to look like. There's going to be more people there. Now, I don't know if the younger people, and you still got, they're not drinking that much. Are there cannabis stores a lot nearby? But no one knows what it's going to be like 2 years from now or 3 years from now. So to say this 550 square foot liquor store in a 3-story mixed-use building, I don't know that even for what they foresee happening, that this would be public convenience and advantage for that many units, that many buildings. I mean, maybe there's going to be retail space. There are retail spaces. They said there's going to be 50,000 square feet or more retail space in some of these buildings. Maybe if we're out projecting 2 years out, maybe there's a lot larger spaces that would be more public convenience for those residents.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I did have one more point.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying it's a very uncertain time, and this was some of my papers. Tariffs, prices are up for liquor. Tariffs are going to add more to wine, particularly, and it's just the sales are steady across all the stores except Little Mo's, which went down about 30%. So I don't think there's any need, it shows, for another liquor store, and especially since it's going to offer the same things that are already being offered. And I just think that this is such an uncertain environment. I'd rather, I would prefer that they look at the public convenience and advantage when everything is settled and out of order. We don't know what it's going to be like 2 years from now. And I think 2 years from now, then they can address that. Okay.
All right, thank you.
As well?
Yeah, sure.
My name is Connor McKee. I'm representing Pivco LLC DBA Fiasco Wine and Spirits. I believe the applicant put it in the packet as Fiesta, which is not correct. I want to underscore much of what Mark highlighted in terms of public need and convenience. We're offering pretty much exactly what the applicant is proposing to offer. A high volume of New York producers, distillers, natural organic wines, local spirits, etc. We offer a wine club. We'll be highlighting a New York producer next month. We offer a loyalty program. We offer events, classes, tastings every week. Just last May, we opened a wine bar across the street, which has allowed us to expand our ability to reach the neighborhood. The applicant has also addressed bridging a gap within the neighborhood. We've been open for 4 years. We're quite embedded in the neighborhood. We provide power to a community refrigerator. We work with local food scarcity nonprofit Seeds in the Middle. And we've organized block cleanups, etc. We're very involved in the community, from people just moving in and to those who have been there for generations. There's nothing that the applicant will be offering that we are not already offering and are able to deliver as far as 1 mile away from our store. There's really no need to add another store just a half mile from ours, 5 blocks.
Yes, it's all very close together. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, cool.
Good afternoon. I have to,
Ask you a question?
of course, Commissioner.
Is that map around here? Yeah. Why are you so brave?
I'm sorry?
You had, this is non-bulletproof, right?
This is non-bulletproof.
You're surrounded by bulletproof stores.
Correct.
What's going on?
One of the main reasons we are opening this store. Public convenience and advantage is never served by a bulletproof store. Does nothing to enhance the customer experience. In my papers that I submitted, I have shown you a tremendous amount of growth in the neighborhood. None of these buildings are 2 years away. Well, at least 2 of them are currently operating. The new hotel just opened last year. On top of that, 2 more major projects are opening in September. Construction will be completed in September. It's a tremendous amount of growth in this neighborhood. Additionally, liquor stores always say that they do everything that we say we're going to do. But the truth of the matter is the bulletproof stores are not doing what we're doing.
They are the true reason we're here today. I don't do a lot of liquor store applications, and I told Andrew no when I first saw this, until he came back to me and showed me all the development in the neighborhood. Public convenience and advantage will be served by this liquor store, not being a bulletproof store. I'd like also Andrew to take the opportunity to explain what he has in mind.
Good afternoon.
You have to court your lawyer to get here?
Yeah, I said no. I really said no. I said,
I kind of love that.
So I've been in this neighborhood since 2017 and 2018. And when I bought this building, by the way, I don't own this building singly. I'm a managing member. I have a fiduciary responsibility to my investors and partners in the building. And I know there was a piece that was brought up in some of the counter arguments that we could control the rents and this and that. That's not, we're paying an above market rent in this
How many
space.
buildings do you own with this consortium?
3 or 4, not too many.
Is it 3 or 4?
They're all small Brooklyn mixed-use buildings. There's one commercial property.
So 3
Four.
buildings, 4
Four
properties?
buildings, yeah. And again, they all are syndicated investments. I own a very small piece of them. I just happen to be the managing member of the deals. So I can speak pretty strongly to public convenience in this particular location because I've seen it develop since 2017 and 2018. We renovated this building.
How far do you live from here?
How far do I live from here? I'm in Brooklyn Heights.
Okay.
When we bought this building, it was largely unoccupied. We had some squatters. We had some retail tenants that weren't paying. We went in and renovated all the units. And the tenant base in the building is completely different now than it was. And it continues to grow in the neighborhood. I was noticing just last week that for the first time in 5 or 6 years, probably based on all the new development that's happening on Nostrand and on Empire Boulevard, there's actually foot traffic and good foot traffic on Empire Boulevard. And I was blown away by this. And it makes me feel really good about the public convenience, the future of the neighborhood. Empire Boulevard, for those of you that don't know it, is a very wide block in New York City. It's a big thoroughfare for cars. And it leads right into Prospect Park. So it's arguably one of the most improperly zoned pieces of roads and pieces of real estate in all of New York City. This should be a mixed-use, high-density, residential district, creating housing for New York. And that's what's happening there. And it's happening now on a one-off basis. But there's a number of buildings. There's also 2 grocery stores that have been signed and will be opening in the next few months. Lidl, 2 avenues away, yeah. On Bedford and Empire, Lidl's, I took a picture this morning on my way in. Their signs are already up. They'll probably be open in 60 days or less. And then there's an associated supermarket at 975 Nostrand, which is closer to us than any of the Bulletproof or the other liquor stores. That's 375 units. These are all mixed-use developments. They're developments with free market and stabilized housing in them. So, you get a good mix of, New York City demographics. So to me, 2 supermarkets, the neighborhood needs these supermarkets. They're both part of the Fresh program. I mean, that points pretty clearly at public convenience to me.
Why's that?
What's that?
Are they new? Are the supermarkets?
They're going to be brand new. The Associated actually was on that site, and then the site was demolished and has been rebuilt now, and the Associated is coming back to that location.
Yeah, but you realize that the grocery store also implies there will be alcohol sales out of the grocery store, right? So that means that there will be more.
Different level of service. And that's beer for now, right? They're not
wine
offering
products.
curated wine and craft spirit
That's the same
selections.
product as the supermarket.
Yeah, they can sell wine products, so.
Well, you're offering a store that's 1,200 square feet with 535 dedicated to retail, right?
Display, yes.
Yeah. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your plan, how this is going to operate, what's going to distinguish you
Sure.
from what's already in the neighborhood?
Sure. Well, I think we're pretty easily distinguished from the 3 closest Bulletproof stores to us. But, we're going to focus a lot on small producers. We're going to focus on on bottles and wine that, you know, was made the way wine used to be made with as minimal intervention as possible. Sustainable wines. It doesn't have to be organic. It just has to have a responsible component to it. And we want to incorporate those wines into education in the community for people as well. So we're also going to have craft batch spirits. So again, small producers, organic grains where possible, responsible production, responsible distillation.
All right, that's a lot of information. So what are you actually committing to? Because there's one store 1 block away and another store 2 blocks away. So
well,
there's certainly no need to have another store here if you're going to be selling.
There's nothing
brand
that's
name
1 or 2 blocks away that's doing anything similar to what we're doing. They're bulletproof locations.
Well,
items.
beyond
You're
that,
not selling brand name items.
We're
Just
focusing.
because they're bulletproof, it doesn't mean that they're
We're
not selling the
focusing
same
on
products.
small producers, small vineyards, not mass
What
produced
percentage
wines.
is small producers? How do you define small?
How do I define small? It's not mass production. It's based on, you know, delivering a certain amount of bottles per year to the.
And what would that number be?
I would say something around 10,000 cases.
10,000 cases? So the New York definition is 75,000 gallon production. That would be 36,000.
We're going to
cases.
focus on New York State wines as well and New York State
What
producers.
percentage is New York State
15%.
products?
how much?
15.
15?
15%.
I mean, it's easier to do that with spirits than with wine, but you know, that's our goal.
So it's 15% spirits and then 15% wine? New York State?
Yeah.
Or total? What do you,
What are you saying?
We're trying to focus on 15% of our volume to come from New York State, including wine and spirits.
okay, total.
So 15% total only?
Mhm.
How many SKUs are you planning to carry?
Iskra, do you want to comment on the number of SKUs? Do you want to comment on how many SKUs we're gonna carry?
We're still like defining, we're still defining the part, but we're definitely going to have 15% more or less wines from New York. We're going to have also, we would like to have about 10-15% kosher wine. We would like to have some Middle Eastern wine. That's a bit like what I specialize in the last few years. I've been working still, but as consultant, like in Middle Eastern restaurants, beside Italian, Italo-American restaurants. I would like to use that background and bring it in. Definitely being Italian, I would love to bring Italian wine, but smaller production, let's say from Franciacorta, where like I'm from, Emilia-Romagna, from Sicily, where I live, kind of like have a bit of further the selection. I do agree that there could be like some crossover from the other wine store, but we can still expand. That does not mean that one would exclude the other.
All right, so would you agree to 15% New York distilled products,
Yeah.
15% New York wine, and then 15% kosher / Middle Eastern wine?
Yeah, we can agree to that.
You're going to be you're a consultant on this?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
She's our full-time person in the place. And I just found
Okay.
out she may be a distant cousin of my wife's family. So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Corvino, and it's my wife's maiden name.
Did she fill out a personal?
She did. Submitted with the,
Okay.
Where does the small producer fall in this? Is it New York wine and distilled products,
Gotta
all
be
small
crossover.
producers? Is that inclusive or is that some other
Absolutely.
thing?
Absolutely. We're pro small business, small producer.
What is this about business trips to distilleries and a membership
I was
program?
just going to say that, bus trips. Talk about the bus trips.
I think that it's important to demystify sort of what we're drinking, right? Wine and spirits and the process to make these beverages. And I think a lot of people could benefit from learning about what goes into it and where the ingredients are coming from and what ingredients shouldn't be in there.
All right, that's fine, but if your lawyer will explain to you the tight house boundaries here, that if you're going to bring a bus of people that they're buying from the operation and not.
There's no buying.
There's no buy.
No buying. We can't buy. We're just looking at the fermentation process. It's a bus trip It's gonna be mostly senior citizens, I'm gonna be 100% honest, how we are gonna do it. There's no bite.
And how does the membership program work?
You know,
So
it's
they
based,
pay you to, are they doing tastings? I
We're
mean,
not charging for this. This is something we're doing.
but it's part of the membership, right?
No, it's not part of the membership. This is a program separate
We wanna
and
do-
apart from the membership.
we want to make this sort of community outreach and education.
Totally
Nothing to do with
gratuitous?
the memberships.
Guys, you can't just come here and just keep making it up. Like,
It's
this
in my
is
papers.
like,
It's in my papers.
I know, I get that, but you don't, and him don't seem to agree on what the program is. So what's the program?
What are you talking about? The membership program?
Yes.
Talk about that.
The membership program is based on neighborhood residents that buy wine and get points when they buy wine. And after they accumulate a certain amount of points, they get discounts on future purchases. There's also, you know, select wines we're choosing monthly. That's part of the membership program as well. I mean,
Okay, so the bus trips have nothing to do with the membership?
Nothing.
They're just gratuitous?
It's just gratuitous.
Thing.
We're teaching the public
Okay.
and hoping they remember us.
All right, well, it's a lot of liability to take on to not charge for it, so I would rethink that.
There's a lot of stores in this location.
I'm sorry, are you voting?
No, not
Oh,
yet.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt, but I did. Apologies.
No, I'm just, it's getting late. I'm starting to talk out loud. Think out loud, I mean, that's what I meant to say.
What I neglected to mention is crucial, and I can't believe I didn't. I don't do a lot of liquor stores. Sales in the neighborhood are up.
Yeah.
All the liquor store sales, exception of Little Mo's, which is the smallest store in the neighborhood.
That is.
Which
Well,
is,
so what, council appears here regularly, so he knows how I do my math. Everybody can do their own math. I've said that 100 times already. And what I do is I take a year that I have, 2023, and these days, for some cases, we have complete 2024 numbers, so I can make a comparison. For most of the majority cases, we have months for 2024. So I divide whatever figure I'm given by those months, multiply that figure by 14 to account for what we call the holiday bump. And that's how I come to an estimate. It is not a perfect science. It's just an estimate of what I believe these stores would have done in 2024 had we had complete figures for the entire year. When I do that math, the three closest stores all were projected to make a little more money than they did in 2023. Profits were up, going in a upward direction for the three closest bulletproof stores. For the stores further away, Little Mo, I saw that there was a decrease. And the same for W&D and the same for Fiasco. But
Respectfully, the stores that are further away are the ones that are actually
Yeah.
closest to the model that the applicant was suggesting, which neither the applicant nor us invented.
I understand. I understand. But this is not a big store. This is not a big store. This is 535 square feet for retail. Yours is a little smaller. It's 450. But all the other ones, with the exception of E&D, are larger stores.
The other thing I just want to point out, I know that the first barometer, when you guys look at these things, is about proximity to other stores. But if I take away like the three bulletproof, which are the three proximity, and I just look at Little Mo's and Pivco, we're not really on the same transportation paths. I mean, the 2 and the 5 subway is on Nostrand, which is a block from us. You would walk up Nostrand, which is north, and turn left to get to us. Little Mo's is like 3.5, 4 blocks south of there. And Pivco is not even really in the same realm of subway stops. And Empire Boulevard's a wide block. There's a lot of car traffic on it. I just don't think, my point is, I don't think that the same people that are going to Pivco and Little Mo's are going to also come here, even with all this new development.
Look, I understand.
Are you ready to
Close one
vote
for me. How
now?
do you feel?
If I could just add one thing.
Sure.
With reference to the new construction, 975 Nostrand Avenue, 20,000 square foot associated supermarket, 9-story rental development, 328 mixed income homes, opening September 2024. 1750 Bedford, 1,500 feet from this proposed store. 33,000 square foot Lido, 57 apartments. Will also be ready September 2024, I'm sorry. 54 Crown Street is currently built and renting. 235 Empire Boulevard is completed and is renting. And 169 Empire Boulevard is a brand new Ramada, 79 rooms. This area is growing incredibly.
If I may make a note about 54 Crown Street, I already have a developed relationship with their lifestyle coordinator, and we are there.
That's great. It's great. It's very close to you. I'm just pointing out development. You should be very happy about Crown Street.
Okay, we don't want to go back and forth.
We're not going back and forth.
So, ma'am, you're going to be running the store every day?
Yeah, I will be there every day. I'm working currently as a.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I've been working as wine director for restaurants since I moved to New York in 2013. The last 2 years I've been doing more kind of wine consulting. So I'm still working for the same restaurant, but also for events, etc. But now I think that moving all of that into a store would be great. But personally, it would allow me to curate like a selection of something that I kind of feel resonates more with what I like in wines. And I feel that me and Andy could have like be aligned like in the same view of it. And I think like there was a bit of confusion with membership and so on. But I feel that bringing and selecting wines that we propose to the customers and to the market, like weekly or every month, it could be like a great way to expand kind of knowledge about it and to understand also the level of quality that should be served when having a wine. No, I think that we would be actually in line with what the existing stores are already doing. We would be like a small store that would be really embedded in the community. And if this community is growing, well, we want to set the path of how that should be looking like, put that way. So yeah, sorry, to answer your question, I would be running the store. I would be, yeah.
Are the members ready to vote?
So she's running the store now.
She's going to run the store.
Andrew will also be there, but.
But I didn't get the impression he was going to be there full time.
No, I think his personal questionnaire is about 30 hours a week.
Well, it's a close call for me. If you guys are ready, or
Go ahead.
Yep, Commissioner De Leon.
I asked about hours. I understand that you're going to have expanded hours to 11 p.m., but the other stores are also open to 11, 11:30, even 12 on the weekends. It is a small store. Legitimate financing. The three closest stores are showing an increase, and they are bulletproof stores. This is going to be a non-bulletproof store. The ones that are showing a decrease are further away. It's a close call, but I am going to vote to approve the application.
Commissioner Maya.
Approve.
And Chair.
I'm going to vote to approve. There are 3 bulletproof stores close proximity, and so I'm going to, however, hold you to 15% New York made distilled products, 15% wine products, New York made, and 15% kosher or Middle Eastern products.
Thank you
So
so
that's 45% of your store.
Yeah.
Has to be those items.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention, I adopt those.
Yeah.
Commissioner Maya.
Do you agree with those? That's you?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll go with it too.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next is 48 and 49 El Paraiso Restaurant and Sports Bar Corp. Or Paraiso.
48, 49.
48 and 49.
It's up here.
Good afternoon, Frank Palillo. Susan,
Which number are we?
introduce yourself.
Hello, hi, I am Sorenja Aracena.
Are you the licensee, ma'am?
48, 49, okay.
Yes, she is.
Okay. All right. So are you still using DJs right now?
No, we're not using DJ.
If I can address the DJ issue, we use a DJ when we have karaoke. There's no way to have karaoke without a DJ.
Never heard that before.
People go up, hand the man the request, and he plays the music for them. That's how karaoke works. Sorry?
There's karaoke machines.
There's a live person here who does it. He's not a DJ, and we only do it Friday and Saturday nights, which are the only karaoke nights we have.
Okay, so all he does is hand the mic over, he doesn't, and he hits that button?
Correct. He takes the request.
He's not making the decision on what's played. It's
No, the customers are telling him what to play. But in all honesty, the DJ booth should not have been constructed, and it has been removed.
Okay, that's a good thing. But it's the second time.
I think there was a misunderstanding between karaoke and DJ, but yes.
Did you send us pictures about that?
I actually have them with me. You mean the removal?
Yeah.
I actually have them with me.
All right, let me see.
Where was the DJ booth? In the corner there. Okay.
All right, that's fine. I'll accept 12.5.
Commissioner De Leon?
I will accept 12.5.
And Commissioner Mayo?
Thank you.
Next is number 7, Prima Sarabella Bar Restaurant Inc.
Good afternoon. My name is David Gubay. I represent the applicant. This is a CNC with a bond claim only.
All right, cancel and bond.
Is this number 7?
Number 7, yeah.
Yeah, cancel and bond.
Thank you very much.
Did you?
Cancel and bond.
Thank you. Next is 41, LTMN Corp. DBA Dominican Deli and Grill.
41.
41.
Right here is fine. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Lawrence M. Gordon. I am the attorney for the applicant, and with me is the sole principal, Mrs. Miladies Arciena.
Okay. And who's the man with her?
2 men now.
Oh, who are the other?
That would be her father and also her husband. The history of this location is as follows. Mrs. Arciena's husband, in the early 2000s, opened the location up as a grocery deli and was licensed for off-premises beer. He hit a few bumps, ran into a couple of underage situations, was fined, and thereafter received I believe, a B misdemeanor summons for allegedly permitting customers to congregate outside the
All right,
place
so
of business.
he's Juan Marte?
Yes.
Okay. And you were the prior license?
No, there's one step further.
Okay, one step further. prior
After Juan surrendered his license, he turned the reins of the place over to his father-in-law, his wife's father. With that, he ran the place up until about a year ago, when he retired, and the place was turned over under a business agreement, an arm's length agreement, which we filed with the application to his daughter, who now makes this application. I must add that, although the history of the location is marred by some initial violations, thereafter, for approximately a decade, the place has been unlicensed without any problems at all. It is in excess of 3,000 square foot. restaurant, sit-down restaurant, which it evolved into over the years in the city of Glen Cove. And Mrs. Arciana is looking to, wipe the slate clean and have her many Central American patrons, which they cater to, enjoy an alcoholic beverage with the food that's consumed within the place.
Sir,
Yes.
I'm just going to read to you what I have noted on this case. It is stated that there's just no willingness to comply and a willingness to flaunt the rules.
Pardon me, Mr. De Leon, I can't hear
Oh,
you.
my apologies. I'll speak a little louder. It is stated that there is a willingness, no willingness to comply with rules and a willingness to flaunt the rules. This is a restaurant with 14 employees, a maximum of only 20 persons. It was stated that there are 2 shifts. That's why there's so many employees for so little space. The previous license at the location was canceled due to extensive charges. There is a lease assignment between the previous licensee and the applicant.
Correct.
The previous licensee will continue to work there as a counterman. Both statements show bank statements show weekly payments to the former licensee of $624. So it does appear like he's getting paid, to be an employee now.
It was indicated within our application that.
The applicant, let me just finish.
Forgive me.
Then you can address it
Forgive me.
all. The applicant did not previously submit a personal questionnaire for spouse. Previously, 3 applications at the location were denied, 1 for the spouse, 1 for the father, another 1 for the father. There's a promissory note for the full $100,000 from the father to the daughter for the alleged purchase. The applicant was a manager at the location while it was owned by the father, and we had these issues. All right? There is a bathroom waiver that's needed. The applicant has worked at the location as a server since 2003. And there is a money transfer sign on the side window. What is that about?
Forgive me,
There is a
what?
sign on the window of the place that says money transfers. These locations that transfer money to foreign countries is needed.
Do you know anything about that?
That's the photo that I see.
Money transfers?
No, like a,
Like a Western Union or something like that.
we have it.
You have that?
Yes.
Is that your business?
Now, yes.
And it's in the same location?
Was not aware of that.
What?
He was not aware it's in the same location.
Okay. So, that's a problem. You can't have that.
Okay, may I
Yes,
briefly
please, go ahead.
address your remarks? You indicate that 14 to 16 employees, 2 shifts, which it seems like a lot of employees for a place that size. This restaurant is over 3,000 square foot. It started as 1 store, expanded to a 2nd store, and expanded to a 3rd store with considerable monetary investment to achieve that. Yes, we went from husband to father-in-law to spouse. And as I said in my opening remarks, all Mrs. Arciana wants to do is clear the slate. Unfortunately, she's being tarred by the brush of the sins of her family.
But she worked there. She was there during all these extensive charges, And so was the previous licensee, who is now an employee of the establishment. So the same people that ran this place when it had all of its problems are essentially still involved in running the same place.
Well, yes and no. The husband is there from time to time. The father-in-law is retired. I don't know whether he comes there to drink a cup of espresso or whatever, but he plays no active role in the place whatsoever. And we would certainly stipulate and agree, to do away with this business with the.
It's like a Western Union. They do money transfers.
Well, I'm sure they would rescind their deal. But again, for a good number of years, this place has been violation-free.
Is there a prohibition against having a business in a restaurant?
No, only if it's a liquor store. So like he's allowed to have an ATM there.
And I might add that
Different thing than an ATM.
within the licensing process,
All right, can I just interrupt? Whoever owns the money processing, who owns it, and how could you deliver proof? Whatever we do, if we approve, could you give us proof that the applicant is the owner of that money transfer business?
do you in fact own this business?
No, I'm asking, are you the owner today? Are you the owner of that money transfer
Is
business?
it the corporation? Is it you?
The corporation.
No, more. That's like an agent.
I don't, so who is the licensee?
Who's the
Who's
proprietor?
the agent? Who owns
Who gets
that?
paid?
Well, the way that is a process, like they got a license.
Okay, let me talk to your counsel for a minute. Okay, really easy question,
Sure,
and you could help me translate it to them, and I don't mean literally translate it, okay?
I understand.
Somebody is the operator of that money business at the premises.
Okay.
They are the ones who signed with the company or the agency or what? Is it her or is it not her?
Is it you or somebody else?
No, right now it's
Okay, there we go. There we go. We got Dad. Okay, next.
That answers the question.
Okay, next question.
That's how money gets laundered.
You made, and you could help me with this, sir, also, counsel. She borrowed $100,000, and there's a promissory note that's within your application materials. We know that. I know you know that. Okay, wait. Has the holder of the note, that's Mr.
The father,
Yep.
yes.
Has he forwarded or delivered any portion of the loan proceeds to her? Did he give her the $100,000, or what's the balance on that right now?
No. The arrangement was that the store would be transferred in consideration of $100,000
Yeah.
to be paid over time,
Okay.
collateralized and memorialized by the promissory note.
Has the store in fact been turned over? Is it the building, or what was turned over to her?
As per the agreement, the stock sale agreement that was filed with this application,
Okay.
200 shares of no par value stock were turned over, as well as the resignation as an officer and director from the father.
Okay, now let me ask, has any portion of the $100,000 been paid back as of today?
To my father?
Yes. That's just a
Need
yes or
monthly
no,
fee.
because I have more questions. Just, has any
Yeah.
portion, have you given him $10 or $1,000 or what? How much have you given your dad so far?
I don't have the number with me.
Well, take an approximation. I'm not holding you to an oath on that. What?
Sometimes I give him like 1,000 or.
Okay, all right. And do you know when the first payment is actually due in that note? When is the first payment actually due?
Or was due.
When is the first payment due per the terms of the note?
On the note,
Yeah,
um,
okay, all right, I'll keep going. That's okay, I've got my answer, sir. Okay.
because we don't have like a.
When you signed the note, he wants to know when it started.
Well, we didn't sign anything, we just talked, and I.
When you came to my office and signed the papers, when was that?
Oh,
Okay, sir, I'll ask you another question. How much are the installments how much are the monthly installments?
what do you mean?
Okay, sir, I'm having trouble because Commissioner DeLeon just did something that I've never done, but I have notes too here. And my notes say, there's no protest, that's good for you, but a very messy history. And I
True.
got father and husband written all over here. In my line of questioning, she doesn't know anything about really what this note's all about. And I just found out that the money exchange store in there, which is a legal business, is not owned by her. I'm just making that comment to you, so you know where, okay?
Mr. Maya, I see where you are going as well as where this is going. However, once again, this money clearing business or whatever it is, I could certainly demonstrate to the authority that it would be discontinued by demonstrative evidence, number one. Number two, Mrs. Arsiena is a bit on the spot, having a little bit of language difficulty. I sat with them 2-3 times. I thought they understood the transaction that they conveyed to me and was set down in papers by me via a arm's length stock transfer agreement with resignations, with stock proxy signed off, with all the bells and whistles. The fact that she can't reel off the top of her head, the fact that the note, I believe, is $1,000 a month, she should not be condemned for this.
Whatever the note says.
No, actually, it should, if there's an intention to pay it back and you make a loan from somebody, like you need to know what the terms are. If she has no idea when she's supposed to pay it back, then it means that there is no loan. You understand?
Well, I mean, the documents do indeed speak for themselves.
No.
We filed them with a public authority.
Okay, I mean, you could argue that.
Sir, I would just think, here's my questions. Because it's very messy, okay? It clearly states $500 a month are the installments, but she doesn't even know that.
Well, I drafted the papers and I don't have them in front of me.
Did you draft the papers?
I sure did.
Okay, so you told her that she's supposed to pay her father $500 and she doesn't seem to know that.
Well, I told her that.
In character of the applicant and what you're telling us here, that's the hard part, because we only have, their words and what's on the paper.
Well, is this business never going to get licensed? The license was surrendered back over a decade ago. And yes, her father-in-law made, I believe, 2 applications that weren't even prepared by an attorney. And I believe one was denied as a result of the financials were askew. And I believe the other application for a grocery beer was, he did not report some ABC violations from years ago. He's no longer active in the business. Yes, we went from husband to father-in-law to wife. But, again, you're talking about an active, beautiful 3,000 square foot restaurant around the corner from the police department in the city of Glen Cove, which has its own police department, is well aware of any ABC violations going on. This place is not a bodega with a bootleg casino going on in the basement after hours. This is a fine, nice Central American sit-down restaurant, and the lady simply wants a chance to expand her business and accommodate her customers.
Okay.
And I must add, 98% of the remarks, negative though they might have been, I have to return to them. It's in all transparency. It is the truth. It is a messy situation, but out of this clutter, we're trying to find a little firm spine.
All right, sir. I think it's time for the members to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Well, I've already made a record of the problems that have been documented at this location, essentially involving the same individuals in different capacities. And I also think that having a money transfer business in a establishment that deals with cash, that transfers cash, in an establishment that's licensed to sell liquor is not a good look. And so for all those reasons, particularly the extensive record and the fact that it's all the same individuals, I respectfully vote for denial.
Mr. Mayor. Aye. And Chair.
All right, it's denied. I would have voted to approve this, but it's denied.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is 31 Sal's Mexican Grill, LLC.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. I am Jack Posner, an attorney, and I have my office at 1100 Franklin Avenue. In Garden City, I represent Sal's Mexican Grill. My client has been in business since 2022. I assisted with him getting the license. I believe this is the first violation of record with regard to his license. After the inspection, all of the items that were found to be in violation were corrected. I did file copies of those with Lauren Rosenthal, the attorney for the board. I do have extra copies here if anyone wants to look at them. They are the updating of fire extinguishers, the posting of required notices, the installation of a panic bar on the exit door. And so all the violations, I can assure you to the board, have been corrected.
All the fire violations, what about the workman's compensation issue?
Yes, that is correct. I have a copy of the certificate right here.
That's good to hear that remedial actions have been taken. I think I've been pretty clear in the time that I've been here that I take safety concerns very, very seriously. We heard about Romania, the fire that killed so many people there. And we heard about the Dominican Republic recently. These things are no joke, but I do appreciate that remedial action is taken right away. The SLA offer here is $2,500. I was going to double that, but I'll accept $2,500 if my colleagues will also.
Commissioner Mayo.
2,500.
And Chair.
2,500.
Might I just be heard on that issue?
Yes.
My client operates a small restaurant on Hempstead Turnpike in Hempstead. There are, within a radius of a mile, 10 other restaurants he
You
struggles.
can withdraw your CNC and go to hearing, or 2,500 is what you put on the table. There's no reduction. He just told you that he was gonna go double.
All right, very good. I
Thank
accept
you.
that.
Thank you.
2,500. And we have time to pay.
Yep. You'll get a notice of disposition via email and then 28 days from the date of that letter.
Very good. Thank you, board. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is number 12, RADIX Hospitality International, Inc.
My wife just called me to divorce me. So I'll try to do the best I can. Charles Lynn for Radix Hospitality. The two principals here are Merrick Richards and his brother Telloyd Richards. So I end up being here the whole day, and I have the worst adverse license history of a prior license that one could conceive. We did come here in August of 2024 for the temporary permit, where we did come before you with this adverse license history.
All right. How many private events do you do? You were doing private events all weekend?
Private events?
No.
No.
And then on April 18th.
I have something different.
The restaurant is never closed. So if there are birthday parties, the guests will come in after birthday parties, the place is constantly open. So it's not a closed door event. The restaurant is open, there's 10, 16
This
guests.
is new,
for
this is
birthday
one of those
party.
with the new.
Okay.
Okay, so
419, 418.
As a new restaurant, we do that to attract clientele, get people to know about the restaurant.
on both Friday, April 18th, you were closed to the public for private event, and so was the Saturday, April 19th. Is that not accurate?
No. No.
Did you had a party?
Those are closed to the.
Doors are never closed.
Those are never closed. Anyone could come in. Maybe like there's a lot of people from one party, but it was never closed to any individual who want to come sit down and have a drink or whatever it is.
Speak into the mic.
What are you gonna do? All right, what are your hours?
Hours are, we close on Sunday, we open from 1 to 10. We close on Mondays. Tuesdays to Wednesday, we open from 2 to 12. Thursdays, Fridays, I said we open from like 2 to 2 a.m.
All right.
I'm okay.
Recorded DJ karaoke, patron dancing, security guards.
If required.
How many private parties do you plan to have?
Private parties, we never have private parties. We have people that comes in to host a party, but it's never just private that they alone. If you as a patron want to stop by and have something, you come right in.
I think I'm gonna have to explain to them that they're not supposed to have private parties.
They were not open to the public on both Friday and Saturday of the 18th and the 19th. I can't get it out right now, and it's too late in the day to try to.
We're never closed.
Do you keep people from, did you keep people from coming in?
No.
So they know what we're saying.
Birthday celebrations.
Yeah, yeah,
constant.
right.
So it'd be a party of 10.
We never stop anyone from
20,
coming.
35.
Can you
Those-
describe it? So we had investigators go there on the 18th and the 19th, and they said they were unable to do an inspection inside because there were private events happening. So describe what the exterior is like when someone arrives and there's a private event happening.
Friday, there was no guard or
The
anything.
18th.
The 18th, there's no security anything. People come in. We have people that we serve. We have a party of maybe 30.
that was there, but there are other people that doesn't belong to the party that came in, sit down and
But is the
everything.
party in a private room? Is anything roped off?
There's nothing
Are there
roped
any
off.
signs that
There-
it's
there-
private?
There's nothing roped off. We might decorate a table for a party of 12 or 15, whoever comes, but there are the tables that people could sit. You could sit by the bar, you could sit by anywhere. There was never any section that say restricted, no.
There's a private room either. It's
There's
just
a
one
private
open
room.
space.
Right.
Is there an advertisement outside that
Right.
says party, birthday
never.
party? or
No,
anything like
it never does.
Never. So you could walk in and get a beer or anything, anytime, never a closed door.
I don't know, it's a
Yeah,
problem
so-
when I can't trust my own paper.
Right.
There's not a more detailed report in the case either.
All right, so, how many private parties do you plan to do? That was really, because we will give you a framework of how many you can do. It doesn't matter whether you were doing it last weekend. The question is, how many do you plan to do every month?
We don't plan to do.
We don't
any
plan to
private
do the
party.
private parties. If a
It's a
party,
benefit to us in terms of revenue generation.
Mr. Lynn, I don't know that they understand this.
I would-
We're asking them.
I was
Would they like to
just
take
gonna
the
say the
opportunity
same
to
thing.
say-
Take a moment.
Yeah.
Do you want to take a moment?
Yeah, let me
Just take a
explain what the
moment,
law
just
is
take a
to them.
moment. I don't know, all right, it's okay, we'll get it done, just, we'll frame it out, what the method of operation is. All right, let's go to the next one.
Next is 62D, El Rincon, Hondurino Bar.
I'm
I
just
didn't
getting
hear the number.
62
Am I lying or am I
I don't
crazy?
know. I'm not sure.
I can't, I don't know.
Good afternoon, my name is Sampo, I'm the representative, and then my applicant is Mr. William. And it's
Miguel Flores, translated.
His own translate.
Okay, wait, hold on.
We had a Spanish interpreter
hear
here.
Yes.
I didn't know what number it is, I'm sorry.
Does he need an interpreter? Are you guys related? Are you guys related? How are you coming here as his translator? You're his friend?
No, I have my office in close to his place.
Oh, who hired you?
Him.
He hired you. Okay, you don't need to do that. It's great that you did that. But next time, we provide one.
I can explain. He was in the football meeting in the January, and then was a interpreter. He don't trust them. It's not very well, so he brought the own interpreters to
Do
come
you-
here.
Do you have a business card?
With me, I do.
Okay. Can you provide your name and the name of your business and your
Sure.
address? And also, have you been certified in interpreting?
No, I don't.
No, I think he just has a, he's
I
a
have
local
the knowledge,
businessman.
Just a local business
But I'm
guy,
not,
okay.
I don't have any
Okay.
certification.
Okay, and are you hired as an interpreter on other occasions?
I understand.
Have you been hired as an interpreter? Is that your business?
Yeah, I did for all the customers.
Okay.
I understand this location have a lot of issue with the previous liquor license, but this location had a vacant for 7 months.
Don't sue if they give you a license.
He has,
Yeah.
he has an application pending at another location?
No, it's not pending. It's been approved for January at the football meeting.
Okay.
And then there was a different rep, so I'm not related with I don't know what's going on. He picked up the license or not, it's still pending or
Okay,
didn't.
does he have any experience in this industry?
My applicant is since operating the 3 blocks away is current new locations. So he been operating 1 year at the.
1 year?
Yes.
Okay. So, I want him to be aware that this location has a history.
Yes, I understand that.
And that he should understand that. and
Yes.
We don't want to have repetitions of that going forward. So I don't know if it was a clientele or the problem with the person that ran it before. There doesn't appear to be any connection. But if he's a relatively new person in the industry, he's going into a location that's had a bit of a history. And I want to make sure he's aware of that. Okay, and this location is just gonna have It's not going to have dancing, right? It's recorded music, DJ, jukebox,
No.
live music, but the live music is mariachi.
Yes, correct. No dancing.
No dancing, yeah, okay.
All right, how'd you find this place?
Iba pasando por ahí y había un site for rent.
He was working in the street because he has the other place, and he saw a sign for rent.
He's gonna close at midnight every night?
Yes, he's going to do it. He's going to reopen every day.
And he wants DJ, jukebox, and live music, acoustic only?
Yes, correct.
All right, this is a temporary permit, so you, even if we approve it today, you're gonna run the business and then you'll come back for the actual application. So if you understand what's been going on, is that while you're on a temp, we do check how your operation is going. So I will make very sure to really check with your lawyer and what is the law and follow the law entirely.
He understands because he has another restaurant, and then definitely he was here for football meeting because of that previous location is had an issue also. But he had a running for temporary 1 year with nothing
He
issue.
knows
or
how
that.
this goes
Yes.
now. All right,
Okay.
you're okay?
I'm okay. Yeah, so, you know, I vote to approve. If I have this right, and the chair can correct me, it's going to be recorded music, a DJ, jukebox, live music consisting only of mariachi, no dance.
Correct.
No outdoor.
No
space.
outdoor seating.
Is there anything else?
Nope.
Commissioner Mayor?
I'm gonna do 12 a.m. across the board. DJ jukebox, acoustic live music, no third-party promoters, no ticketed events, no dancing, and no outdoor service.
Is it possible Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m.? Only 3 days?
No, what did he apply for? Oh, this is a temp permit?
You know, he's got a year in the other place, right?
Yes.
He's going into a place that has a real history. Do you really want to push it at this juncture?
It's 12 a.m. Yeah, he accepted 12 a.m., midnight.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Mayor?
Yeah, I agree with, as stated by Commissioner and Chair.
All right, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, board member.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, so number 12, Radix Hospitality International Inc. is back.
So I discussed this with the client and defined what a private party is, although they tell me that they allowed other customers to come into the restaurant for service. So I said, but if you decide to have a party, a private party, you put up a sign, you cannot have prevent customers from, you can't prevent customers come in, but the liquor authority has to give you the right to have certain number. And I said, they still insist that they're not going to do it. I said, but, you know, if you do it, how about if we ask the SLA for once a month? You don't have to do it, but at least if you do it, you know that you are, you know, you're within the rules and regulations.
Okay, so you want once a month?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to vote to approve. It's 12 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, Thursday.
Monday, they're closed. Okay, but they can remain
don't
open,
care.
I'm sorry.
Sunday to Wednesday, 12 midnight, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m. Recorded DJ karaoke with patron dancing, security guard as needed, one private party per month. No third-party promoters and no ticket events.
Correct.
Commissioner De Leon,
I approve with the same conditions.
Commissioner Maya,
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
and next is number 1 and 2, Sol de Quito Restaurant 2 Inc.
Hi, everybody. Matt Colton here with Helbron and Levy representing Sol de Quito Restaurant 2 Inc. I have the principal with me, Marco Tenazaka. This is a CNC offer of $17,500 plus some other stipulations that we are offering including the implementation of ID scanners, tips training for all staff, and a new security company. This is in reference to 2 separate notice of pleadings that they got fairly close together, so we elected to settle them both at the same time. We understood that there was a supervision issue. It was becoming a focal point of police activity, and we're not passing the blame at all. This was in relation to an incident that happened outside on the sidewalk, and while we do attest that there is a store next door which people hang out outside, it's like a corner store bodega, and they have kind of compounded that issue, we are in no way trying to pass the blame here. Marco has been attending bi-weekly public safety meetings at the 66th precinct. We've gone back and forth with counsel's office on this one for months. Counsel's office did attest that they spoke with the precinct, and the precinct has attested that Marco has putting in the effort, and they're hoping that they can see these changes implemented. When I came on to this application, I let Marco know that these are serious accusations, and given the history of the space, that chances are going to quickly run out here. So we're really just looking for that last chance. This was the CNC that was negotiated with counsel's office, but happy to answer any questions you have.
Can I just say for the record, instead of tips training, we should really say certified ATAP training for all bartenders.
I can make that adjustment to the CNC if necessary. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For sure.
Tips is generally a trademark kind of thing, and
So he's already paid like 36,000 in fines from 2016 to 2022. Looks like August was a bad month. August 10th, man threatened with a box cutter. Fight with man taken to the hospital. Outside, a man asked for money and punched somebody. Oh, we got a lot more. Robbery involving man. Bloodbath. Described as a bloodbath in October. Extensive 911 complaints, C summons, oath. Underage serving said to be a key problem by the PD. Captain says it's one of the most problematic locations in the precinct. And on May 2024, an underage auxiliary officer was sold alcohol. When an incident happened in August, there was no manager on premises, nobody running the place. No service tags on the fire extinguishers, that drives me crazy. No receipts available, extension cords, tangled wires, and more police attention on October 2024. This just seems like an ongoing chronic problem by a licensee that is kind of doing the cost-benefit analysis. He must be making a ton of money if he's paying all these fines, and still we have this activity.
And I am not disputing the prior history with this space one iota. I will say that the issues that were able to be immediately rectified were, including getting the fire extinguishers certified, hanging the license properly. I will say that there was some back and forth regarding the food service and whether food was available at all times. That seemed to be a miscommunication between the investigator and the staff. There is a full food menu available at all times of operations. So this is a 4 a.m. license. They typically close at 3:30. The full food menu does stop earlier, but there is a substantial food menu available the entire time. Yes, I will say with the prior history of this space, I have drilled into Marco that this is likely his last chance, and I'm happy to put that on the record that if they are pulled back in here again, that's it.
Did you represent them previously?
Not me personally, no.
Okay. Or your firm?
We represent you on the prior, back in 2022?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Probably my partner, Joseph Levy, was likely the representative.
Who's running this place? Is there a manager?
I just hired a new manager.
Oh, please, come up, sir.
He's a night operator.
They've been attempting to clean house a bit to try to fix the issues so that, because they know that they're out of options here.
To the manager, could you state your name of the record, sir?
He's Leslie.
Oh, he doesn't speak English?
I was not aware that a manager was coming and that a translator would be needed. If Marco is able to translate for him,
What's his
obviously.
name?
Anderson.
What's his full name?
Full name. Gonzalez. Anderson Gonzalez.
Okay, you
Gonzalez.
understand English, sir? Because you seem to be answering the questions.
Seems like
¿Estás seguro que no entiende?
No, una parte.
Un partito. All right. So, yeah, I can't translate. I don't think that that's appropriate.
I mean, Marco is the owner and sole principal here, so if you're willing to let him translate.
No, what I want to know is that the impression I'm getting here is the cost-benefit analysis being done, which I see on occasion. Nobody's running the place. Nobody was present. And now we have the representation that changes have been made, and we have someone who's going to run the place. I want to make sure that that person knows how to run a place.
Sure.
And I can't do that because
No,
we can't.
Thank you.
We're not in a position to ask him any questions and have him respond. Has he
Understood.
filled out a personal questionnaire?
No, he doesn't have any ownership. If you would like him to be added to the license as a manager, we're happy to do so, but he's just been brought on.
Well, he is a manager, and we got a place with some significant problems.
Right.
I would vote to hold this over until you can represent to us, to me, I don't know how my colleagues are going to feel, to
Of
me,
course.
that the place is going to be run appropriately, and that this gentleman is qualified to be a manager.
That's
Yeah, why don't you fill out a personal questionnaire in the meantime and come back, 6-4.
6'4".
You have a couple more weeks.
Mr. Mayor?
6'4".
Should, anything else you want to see in between now and then? Personal questionnaire and just no issues between now and then, if I understand?
That would be helpful.
Can you want a more detailed, like how you're not going to prevent, how they're going to prevent?
I mean, do we have
I mean, he has a new security guard company on file.
Yeah, we submitted our new security contracts.
ATAP
ID.
training, submit all the certificates.
I can get you photos
Show
of the
you
scanners, all that.
Photos of the scanners,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, we got
Okay,
a lot
no
of
problem.
stuff here.
Got it. Thank you, everybody.
6'4".
I mean, do your best, because, you have two people that have written cancel and bond on this, so this is,
Right. Completely understand.
All right, so that's it.
Okay.
That's it for appearances. So number 3 is an offer of $2,000.
I'm good with 2,000.
All right, 2,000.
Just let me check. Yes, I'm good.
Number 4 is an offer of cancel and bond.
I'll come back.
I'm good with cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
5 and 6, not guilty, it went to hearing.
This has been going on for a long time. I'm going to first dismiss charges 7 and 13 in the first proceeding. I'm at
cancel and bond. Guy's operating without a COO for a restaurant for 7 years. After being advised, 12 criminal complaints issued. Licensee said he fixed the problems, but offered no proof.
I'm at 2,500.
All
right, only because this was from many years ago, so let's just, I'm at 5,000. How about 5,000?
Commissioner Mayo?
5,000.
Are you still at cancel and bond?
Yeah.
Okay. 10, this was adjourned to May 14th because representative is out of town. 15 was withdrawn.
People applied in the same town in one day. Can we just make sure that the record of how many stores got issued in this town from today get added to this record? Donald, just add a note or something. 15 was withdrawn.
15 was withdrawn. 19 and 20, this was a new hotel liquor, a new grocery store beer and wine products license applications.
I'm okay with it.
There's problems with this.
Yeah,
What's
there's a
the
lot of
problem?
problems.
They apparently are altering the premise. So they're under construction, so their diagrams are not gonna match what they submitted. And the other issue is they have a grocery store inside the hotel. And I told them that this has to be an additional bar, and they basically wanted the members to decide. Because you go into the grocery store and you go out of the grocery store at the front desk, which is gonna be considered another licensed premise to pay for your groceries. It should be an ad bar. It's a hotel.
There's
It
no
needs-
sign of a bar or convenience store. SLA
don't
did,
come, but they want
SLA
you
did
to
a visit. February
So why didn't they come? So do you want to hold it over and have they come, or you want to just deny and then have them file again?
I think the diagrams are gonna be, they're not gonna match. I think they need a new application.
So
Okay, vote to deny.
vote to deny.
Commissioner Mann.
Deny.
Who's the lawyer?
It's them self-representing. It's their internal.
Okay.
21 and 22, this was a no contest plea.
Cancel and bond, will expire.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
And then 23 is a no contest default. It's the same licensee as 21 and 22.
Cancel and bond.
Or just cancel. Because we already took the bond for 22. 24, this has been adjourned to May 14th. Attorney is out of town. 2016 is an offer of 5,000.
5,000.
5,000. No, this should be
Gentlemen's Club.
7,500.
I was at 10.
No, that was
Oh,
adjourned.
I'm sorry.
No, that's adjourned.
This adjourned.
Yeah.
What, 26? We're at 26.
No, 24 was adjourned.
24 was adjourned.
Yeah.
To what date?
May 14.
Yep. And now we're at 26,
Oh, okay.
which is an offer of 5,000.
Oh,
Yeah, it should be
the
7,500.
delegation is
It should at least be 7,500.
It's, yeah, it's actually.
7,500.
Commissioner Mann, where are you at?
I said 5.
Okay.
It's a second sale, so
Second.
that is 6,500.
Okay, 65.
Plus-
All right. So
And
what
then
would you say?
1,500 for the other.
7,500.
Just keep me the way I was, because you've already got 2.
Okay. 27 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Automatic 65.
It's 65 and then 15 actually for the other one
Okay.
is the delegation if they have
Okay.
no.
All right, where are we now?
27, which is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
28 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
29 is an offer of 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
30 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
32, this was a no contest default at pleading.
This one's weird.
I'm at cancel and bond.
Yeah, 32? Yeah, I'm at the same place.
Cancel and bond.
33 is an offer of letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
What's this one? 33?
33.
This is the
Safekeeping
expired,
closed,
non-bona fide
Stone
availing.
block. Okay. Yeah, letter of warning.
Mr. De Leon.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Letter of warning.
34 is an offer of letter of warning.
This should be 1,000.
This was an ACOD. The charge was ACOD. Just FYI.
1,000.
1,000?
Wait a minute, wait a minute, I'm getting screwed up here. 32 or
34.
33 was a letter of warning.
Yes.
What was 32?
Letter of warning.
Not
Letter of
30.
warning also?
32 was cancel and
Oh,
bond.
I'm sorry. I'm
That's
sorry.
what I
Cancel
thought.
and bond. The one before it was.
And now we're at 34.
Okay, so wait a minute, I didn't vote on 34. It was 1,000, you say?
Yes, I'm at 1,000.
1,000.
Okay, 34. Arrested for possession of a forged instrument, received an
No,
ACD.
we're not that one. It's this one.
What the fuck? All right, Maybe I'm tired.
No, it's
I'm
just-
old. I'm
no,
older
no,
now.
There's just a whole bunch that
I'm older.
that were let off
Yeah,
warning.
we gotta
That's why
slow
you got
down. Slow down for the
confused.
old man. Okay, I think I'm the oldest man here.
Okay.
Oldest person.
Sorry about that.
So we did 34.
We're doing 30.
We're doing it now. Okay.
Mr. May is at 1,000 and Chair is at 1,000.
Oh, okay, $1,000, 34.
35 is an offer of letter of warning.
Arrested for criminal contempt, no response to date, attempted to timely notify.
I'm at 1,000.
1,000.
Council said letter of warning, so I'm at letter of warning.
Council was wrong. Not this one, but.
I got you.
36 is an offer of letter of warning.
This guy's got a violation.
I'm at 3,000.
Red 3?
Oh, no, this one needs to go to back to
This is
council's
back to
office.
council. This one's back to
Yes,
council.
back to council's
Thank you,
office.
thank you, thank you.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. 38 is an offer of $1,000.
So the next one is also the same premise, and I'm at,
Yeah, I mean, this is a bad record here. Gambling arrest. Yeah, okay. Cancel and
two
bond.
together.
So what do you want to do with 38?
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Okay.
It's, I mean,
I mean, it would be better to have the cancel
Get
and
the
bond
other
for
way,
39. Do you want to do, can we switch it?
yeah, we do 39 is
Because
cancel.
39 would be the more,
Yeah, but you can
Serious.
do cancel and bond for both of them, no?
well, we can do cancel for 38 for the record.
Because the bond. is
That's
on.
fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right,
Doesn't be
that
canceled.
works.
cancel 38.
So cancel and bond on 39.
And then cancel for 38. All right, 43 is an offer of 5,400.
Yeah, 54.
5,400.
54,
44 is a letter of warning, and the licensee will update the BA name upon
No, this is,
DOS approval. DOS approval.
this should be 1,500. And the condition of DBA
1,500.
1,500.
1,500 in
with
condition.
the DBA condition.
You okay with that, Commissioner De Leon and
Yep.
Commissioner Mayo? 45 is an offer of $4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
46 is an offer of 10,000.
I had a question mark on 10.
Yeah, this is not good.
Underage drinking, noise and fights, licensed as a restaurant, operating as a nightclub, no food being served, tables pushed to the side, maximum of 183. Fire marshals counted 317 people. About 20 fled, jumped over the back as the cops got there. There's a stationary crowd of about 200 blocking the main exit. No proof of fire training provided. Half the patrons could not produce IDs. Okay, cancel and bond.
It's a bad one.
Cancel and bond.
Oh my gosh.
Commissioner Mayo,
I'll make a fine, 20,000.
you are at 20,000. Uh, 47 is an offer of 3,000.
3,000.
The council's office asked for an affidavit that they would.
They
vote-
got it, they got it.
Oh,
they
they
got
got
it.
It
they got
came,
it.
it's uploaded now.
That's a question I have.
All right, 3,000. I don't like it.
I
when
know,
they-
I know, that was very funny how it was written too.
He did it. He said no.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, I need it for my
Is
business.
that what they did? Didn't have to do that you won't
Oh,
have
yeah,
one?
yeah.
What was that? You had
That's it.
3,000?
No, and also
Yeah.
you could take.
Wait,
affirm
did we
it,
vote
you
already?
don't take, like,
I think
you
so.
affirm it.
47.
Take pictures.
I'm sorry, 47 is 3,000? Okay. but-
47, did we accept it?
Yeah, I
For
accept it.
3,000?
I
Okay.
do.
Yeah.
All right,
I'll tell you about it.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
50 is an offer of 8,500.
8,500. This should go up, but
Oh, I have that also.
No adverse history. Oh, it's a short license though.
12,000.
I'll go 12.
Commissioner Maya,
At 12,000.
You're at 12,000 too? 51, 52, and 53, this is not guilty, went to hearing.
I'm going to dismiss item 8, 13, and 14.
Yep.
Which are all the big charges.
It's surrendered.
It's surrendered.
Surrendered, yeah.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
And I have nothing else, Chair. Do you have anything?
No, I'm good. Thank
All
you
right,
very much.
meeting's adjourned.
One quick question. No.